Nee, warte mal. Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Everyone's there, Rainer. Also, very good to have you. So I will start in a second and then have about 10 minutes introduction to the workshop, and then we will start with Rainer. As mentioned, we have very quick slides at the beginning of each of the updates. So we will start the updates, and Rainer, to start with, you can then step in, and for the others, same. The commentators' discussants, I will present them before both, and then you can immediately start doing your comments after the presentations, if you want.
Thomas, we do screen sharing, right, for our own slides?
Yes.
Yeah. So that so you don't have that. Okay.
Isn't das der Screen, der jetzt drauf ist?
Yeah, you see your slides or the general slides.
Hello, good morning to our workshop on new paradigms, or in between our 9th workshop, new paradigm workshop, since we started in 2016 or 17 for the first workshop, and some of you have been there already, as I know, and we remember very well. I would like to give us a quick introduction of what we want to do today and why we are going back to the very fundamental question of, is there a big new paradigm around? Is that something that is developing? So we want just to get a sense of where we are and where things that may become something like a new economy develop. So just to share the screen, just a second. Just to quickly remind, when we started to think about our platform, and that became the Forum New Economy 2 years ago, there was Brexit, just the Brexit referendum in 2016. Trump had just been elected, and if you remind, that has been a big shock. And the basic assumption that we had for our work was that the success of populists in these days, and some in a way still today, reflected the collapse of a long-held paradigm of market liberalism and hyper-globalization that left a paradigmatic vacuum. What do we mean? The idea was to think that there is always something that needs to drive societies and hold societies together. And in economic policy terms, this has been this market liberalism, some call it neoliberalism, whatever, which has been the core idea and the leading idea of economic and social policies for some decades. Now, since the big financial crisis in 2008, there are a lot of indications that this old paradigm has lost a lot of traction, that it has collapsed in a way because of a lot of things that happened in reality and didn't confirm or didn't go with this paradigm. And at the same time, we have a lot of major challenges like climate change, like inequality and the instability of financial markets, or the crisis of states and government in a way that are asking for new approaches. So that was the basic assumption. And since these days in 2016, 2017, there are a lot of things that have happened, and I will go through some of them just to remind what we have today and why it is time for an update. One thing that we show at each workshop since 2017 is this picture, and the people in these pictures don't move so much, don't change, but they move in a way. So this was just a provocative way of saying there has been an old orthodoxy, which has very much been driven by the people in the left bubble. And there may be something new, and we don't yet know exactly what it is, but there are a lot of ideas around, and these new ideas are represented by the people on the right side. Now, things change in a way have changed in a way since 2017. For example, there is the lady on the right who became state secretary, finance state secretary in the US. On the left side, we had the guy on the left, Jens Weidmann, just to be a little provocative. We didn't want to push him out of his job, but that's what happens now, probably without our influence. But this is maybe something which is reflecting also the decision of Jens Weidmann, reflecting a change of paradigms and the need for something new. There are a lot of new reflections around. We just put on this slide some of the very new books that came out and reflect that there is a fundamental rethinking of economics. There are a lot of others, Mariana Mazzucato, Branko Milanovic and others who have written, Thomas Piketty, who have written books and big ideas in the last couple of years. This year, we just put on the slide Moritz Schularik with his book on the role of the state, Mark Carney, one of the established economists and actors in monetary policy. We will have this afternoon Minouche Shafik, now head of the London School of Economics, who is pleading for a new social contract, and Diane Coyle, who will join us in a minute, who asked what economics is and what it should be. So all these headlines show that there's something around. There's the question of a new Washington consensus. You may even say that the people who are winning or getting the Nobel Prize reflect also in a more frequent way in the last couple of years that there's something changing. David Card has worked a lot on labor markets and especially on minimum wages, which is one of the most prominent examples of how the ideas and how economics have changed with the perception that minimum wages aren't as bad as the old economic theory has told us. And this also may reflect something new. Bidenomics has been a topic, a name that has been created in this year to at least ask the question if what Joe Biden is doing in the US with his big programs and is changing a way fundamentally economic policies in a way as Reagan has done it in the early 80s with the old paradigm. So, which makes us think or question if that's now talking about Bidenomics instead of Reaganomics. We will have this talk, a very fascinating, certainly a fascinating talk with Barry Eichengreen at the end of the day. There is also, just also to mention, because we will come back to that too, a very important development. The G7 have commissioned a study, a report by leading economists on how to reframe the economy after the pandemic. And what came out is now called, or they by themselves called, Cornwall consensus, which refers to the Washington consensus and is a proposal for a new consensus that replaces the Washington consensus, which has been at the core of the old paradigm. On the right, also some people we already mentioned. Everything which may also lead to something more practical, which shows that it's not only about thinking about something new, a new economy, a new paradigm, a new system, but it's really getting more and more into political practice. Just to give some examples, the OECD very certainly has shifted from the job market deregulation paradigm to something you may call inclusive growth. The IMF has very much shifted from a very austerity-driven policy to more sound fiscal policies. For example, also shifted from a position which was very clear on not having capital controls to, yes, at some point, at some situations, countries need capital controls. The World Bank has now, beside the discussion about China and the Doing Business Index, has confronted a lot of criticism of their Doing Business index, which is a very important index. Many people have referred to that in the last couple of decades. Now there's a very important report questioning a lot of the methodology, which is a very market liberal methodology, which is also a sign of something which has profoundly changed. I also already talked about minimum wages. The EU is approaching new rules, fiscal rules, which are considered by sort of a new consensus among economists internationally, more sensible than the old debt rules. And also approaching something like industrial policies, and Rainer Kattel will talk about this certainly in a minute. Germany, I just referred to Jens Weidmann, which is a very symbolic thing that happens. Maybe it's probably a little provocative to say that the last order liberals are leaving the boat, but there is something around that makes us feel and them feel that there is something new which is needed, or some reform or some redefinition of ordoliberalism in Germany. There is also a new consensus on fiscal needs. Tom Krebs will talk about this also in a minute. Just to touch upon some of these things which make us think that we are, compared to the situation in 2016-17, now in the situation where we are in the midst of a paradigm change. It's not yet clear what the new paradigm will be. It's something that is still in the making. There are still a lot of resistance against new economic ideas. There was a big article of Germany's leading economists in July in the FAZ, warning against any new economics and pleading for the return to the market economy. which has been signed by the most prominent or most prominent order-liberal economists in Germany, heads of the Munich Institute, the Kiel Institute, the Council of Economic Advisors, and so on. So there is still something to debate, and that's why we wanted to do this workshop today and to rethink about some of these fundamental questions. What we want to do in the course of the day is we want to have some spots, and that's what we want to begin with in the first part, spots on the main big items that are at the core of the new and the old paradigm. So it's about the role of the state, it's about fiscal policies, it's about inequality, it's about globalization, all these topics which are the pieces which and putting them together make the paradigm, the old one, and maybe something like a new one. And we wanted to know in these update sessions in very short way, quickly, what is the latest state? What is the latest state of ideas on how to reframe economic policies, economics in these fields? That's what we want to start with. I will come back into that in a second. We will have a very interesting talk with Stormy Annika Mildner, who is the German representative, has been the German representative or representative, the German expert in the Cornwall process, in the Cornwall consensus report. We will talk about how they did it, what are their main recommendations, and so on. We will then have a morning session on the overall view, so not the pieces, but the overall. Any paradigm always has something which brings ideas together, which is the leading ideas, like the old, let's say the orthodox market liberal paradigm, which brought together very different economic theories like monetarism and neoclassics and so on, but they came together and had some common ideas which drove in the end this paradigm for a long time. Are there some comparable common ideas for something which may be the new paradigm? That's what we want to discuss in the late morning session. Quick overview, early in the afternoon, we will have part 2 of our quick topic updates. Then we will talk mainly about inequality and globalization. We will have a session about narratives, because narratives are always something which are needed for a paradigm, and that's something we will also discuss on the background of the narratives of the old paradigm. Then we will have a speed dating on, which is very much linked to the narratives, with Dora Mead from NEON in the UK, who have done a report, a big report on how to reframe the new economy, how to call it, how to find the narratives for this. We will then pass to the session that I already alluded to. Minouche Shafik will present her book on the need for a new social contract, and she will discuss it with Marcel Fratscher and Xavier Rago. And at the end, Barry Eichengreen will bring us some light into his thoughts about Bidenomics, if this is really something new and if that's something which we may learn from. We will have Michael Boda and Sebastian Dolin discussing these ideas with Barry. Some housekeeping. I mean, we decided in the end to hold this event as a virtual event. Unluckily, we would very much have preferred to do it in another way, but it seems still a little complicated at the moment. We will very certainly and definitely have a real in-person workshop in spring, but this time we will do it virtually. So we're just the team in Berlin in our bureau. If you want to ask questions, don't hesitate. Use the Q&A function on Zoom. And by evidence, we will hold the workshop this time completely in English. So let's let's start with the first session that I was talking about. We will talk about the new role of the state first. So we will have a quick overview of the main topics. First topic, the role of the state. We have invited Rainer Kattel to speak about it. Rainer Kattel is Deputy Director and Professor of Innovation and Public Governance at the IIPP at the University College in London, and has worked together with Mariana Mazzucato on a very important report they did on industrial policies for us. And we will have Philipp Steinberg, Ministerial Director and Head of Department 1 Economic Policy at the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy in Berlin. Very happy to have you both. We will have a very quick introduction at each of our quick updates. A quick slide where we just put the main ideas of the old paradigm and what has gone wrong, just to introduce and to show that we want to follow this idea quite quickly for each of the topics. Rainer, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for this invitation. And let me just quickly share my screen, because I will still, even though it's a very short intervention, I have a couple of slides, and let me just time myself as well so that we actually really keep to the 10 minutes that we are given here for this super quick updates. And yeah, I think my main point today is that we are seeing the emergence of the contours of what we can call entrepreneurial state 2.0. So it's a rethinking or an upgrade of the entrepreneurial state that Mariana Mazzucato has been talking about, and we see this very much, I think, in the sense of a digital economy. And entrepreneurial state comes to the digital economy, or meets that digital economy, if you will. And I think the main update is that a lot of policymakers are realizing that innovation is political in a sense that it's not only about having more exports or having more patents or having more graduates in high schools or PhDs, but it's actually very much about what kinds of innovation are we supporting as a government? Are we supporting innovation systems that are more inclusive, for instance? Or are we supporting innovations that are more sustainable and things like that? So this has, I think, a lot of policymakers, at least in rhetoric, I agree with that. And you see a lot of countries committing to net zero goals for 2050 and what have you. So there is this widespread understanding that innovation is not only about the rate of innovation, but it's also about the direction of innovation, or the nature of the quality of innovation that really matters. But at the same time, I think the big question is whether the governments are ready for this kind of difference in policymaking, or a more active, and just not active policymaking in innovation and industrial policy, but also actively discussing the types of innovations and so forth. And there is this great quote from Barack Obama, basically, that argues that the major reform or major reorganization of government happened in the black and white TV. I think whether that's true or not, but what I think is really interesting here is that really most of us live, and businesses operate in the information age, but many governments actually do not yet. And I think this is one of the key challenges. And this is a brief report, because we are ostensibly in Berlin with this conference. This is a report about German digitale Verwaltung, digital public administration, from last week, where we see that actually there is less of a use, and there's people are not really happy with that. I think it's not only in Germany you see that the digital government, or the government, is not working yet in a digital age, but there is a lot to do for governments. And I think this is one of the key lessons, perhaps, is that while politicians are very happy to talk the talk, there is much less of walking the walk, if you will. At the same time, I think this idea of innovation is political, that the direction of innovation, what really matters, is not only about governments, it's also very much about private businesses talking about societal value. It's about private foundations like Nesta here, which is an innovation foundation in the UK, talking about what kind of missions we are supporting, or you have even private businesses talking about a new space race from a point of view of missions. So there's this an idea of a new generation of mission-oriented innovation that is shared not just by governments, especially in Europe, but really also other actors in society that think that innovation should have a social, societal impact and not just impact on the profit margins or things like that. So I think there's a widespread sort of willingness to engage with a more activist public policy, if you will, which is a good thing. On the other hand, I think there is Thomas, you already mentioned Bidenomics. I think there is an interesting uptick, a very rapid uptick in military R&D as well. But this is what we, entrepreneurial state 1.0 was very much about military and defense R&D, and this leading to moonshot and other wonderful investments by the government. But it was really led by a military and security need, and we are seeing, or are we seeing again the same thing happening in the US, where a lot of that mission-oriented thinking is again led by military defense and security concerns. If you look at the discussions around China and whatnot, and there's this famous poem by Jill Scott Heron that we can have a white man on the moon, but Black Americans are still suffering in the ghettos, and so this is the moon and the ghetto paradox, if you will, from the first generation of mission-oriented innovation policies. And I think that what is really the key challenge for many governments is how do we avoid again the same paradox that you might have great innovations. We have Germany being the export Weltmeister, but at the same time you have also a difficulty in dealing with inequality in Germany, for instance. And this is not only a German problem. So you might have innovation systems that seemingly do quite well, but at the same time the moon and the ghetto paradox is still with us. So I think this is one of the key challenges, and as you said, Thomas, as well, with even international organizations like OECD are recognizing that this is the key challenge. And I think what to do with that, I think we are moving away from this idea that we have to pick the winner, that we have to pick the national champions, we have to pick one sector that we support, or one types of companies. We are actually trying to support a directionality. So here is like the zero carbon energy. So it's not one technology, but it's a bunch of technologies. It's a bunch of behaviors by firms, by households that we can support. And again, this is not about that the government picks one direction, but it picks a general directionality. And the same thing you can think about in health or in mobility, in all those areas. So I think this is a key sort of aspect of what we could call the entrepreneurial state 2.0, that it's not about one sector or one technology, one solution, but it's actually a wide range of technology solutions that move more or less in the same direction, which is of course great for also competitive forces in the market to come and companies to compete around solutions, to experiment, to find what actually works, what also the consumers are happy with. But there's also, I think, in terms of how the government views itself, what kind of value it produces. If you look at the street from the perspective of the traffic department, you only see traffic, right? You want to make traffic less, more efficient. You want to have less congestion. You want to have less cows in your streets. But if you look at the street from the point of view of health, for instance, it becomes a very different view. You want to have less cars on the street, for instance. You want to have more greenery. You want to have more parks, and so on and so forth. And it fixes this idea of that we should actually try to have this sort of a more holistic public value orientation. What the state is trying to provide is also really important. This is a value model from Vinnova, which is a Swedish innovation agency, and how they're trying to gather various innovation policy actors and local governments in Sweden together and really rethink how do we do urban planning, for instance. Why do we and how do we develop our cities and city streets? So it's not only about cars, or only, it's mainly not about cars actually, and then things like that. So, and I think another really key area that is emerging is this idea of greening the finance. So here's a report by my colleagues at IIPP. I think what is really interesting here is the middle quote here that says that essentially quantitative easing is programs by central banks, in this case, especially the European Central Bank, has been really contributing to the drivers of biodiversity loss. So while governments are happy to talk the net zero goals and everything like that, we have central bank systems and financial regulations in general that tend to support still the old economy rather than the new, greener ways of doing business. And I think this is, of course, also a risk for many banks, including central banks. But also, of course, this shows where a lot of the work needs to still be done, is the screening of the finance. And again, while Christine Lagarde is talking about why does an ECB needs to be a green bank and whatnot, it's still a major work to be done. And of course, there's a lot of discussion about rethinking the competition policy, which is especially in the digital economy. And I think there's a lot of discussion around extractive practices by companies like Amazon and others who are not essentially paying any taxes, and who are also really ruining the competitive markets in many ways. Google the same, if you look at their ad markets and things like that. So they're really able to extract a lot of value from digital economy. And this is another, European Commission has been trailblazing, but now you have also in the US, you have Linda Khan being appointed as the chief person in charge of competition policy. So I think this is a space to watch as well. There is also a lot about using procurement in a much greener way. For instance, here's an example from Denmark, looking at how we can use even food cafeterias, public sector cafeterias, how they can move towards vegan and vegetarian foods, organic foods, local foods, things like that. So there is and again an increasing understanding that we can use those levers. And if you look at Germany, for instance, the government is spending close to 500 billion euros on procurement every year. And the last point I want to make is this idea of government as a platform. And again, coming back to the beginning of that governments are still essentially working as they used to do in the black and white TV age. While this is, of course, too much of a criticism of governments, I think there is really an increased need for governments to think about their digital infrastructures. And we have seen during the pandemic that some of the perhaps less developed countries have been actually much better organized in that sense. If you look at Bangladesh or even a country like Pakistan, where digital infrastructure has provided a really good basis to have a very quick crisis response. But this is my time exactly. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rainer. Philip, please, your comments.
Rainer, thanks for having me. And I still remember when we were in Edinburgh in 2016. So I really think that this has progressed a lot. Really, I mean, this is really truly impressive. And yeah, I think we have achieved quite a bit. I have 5 minutes and 5 points just to make on Rainer's presentation on the topic. And I very much agree with many of his points. Still, my first on concepts, I would not go as far as call it the entrepreneurial, or personally to remain with a mission-orientated state. Transformative state would be my favorite pick, because yes, of course, it has changed, but still, I would say it's actually maybe not, it has changed about the role of the state. It's just that the complexity of the challenges has changed. Climate change, digitalization, inclusive growth, those are all challenges that they call for a new role. Then here I would even go one step further and say, hey, we can rely on very classical, even neoclassical justifications for state intervention. That is market failures, externalities, uncertainty, coordination failures, etc. And if I read like Philippe Aguillon, Danny Roderick, and others correctly, that's exactly what they do. At least that's what we do in the ministry here. And therefore, was quite easy actually to justify that this changing role of the state also in that main point on notions. And I wouldn't stretch it too far. The entrepreneurial state, of course, calls in for quite a lot of resistance. That is quite sure. And we are having this debate right now. Then on the organization of this state, like the Obama quote, Rainer's second point, yes, of course, a lot remains to be done. No doubt about that. That's sure, especially in Germany. However, I would argue we have seen quite dramatic changes, even in Germany. We have created Sprint, this German DARPA nucleus agency, for innovations. We have created Gaia X, this nucleus of a German decentralized European cloud. We have a roadmap to consolidate that IT on the federal level, etc. So I would say, yeah, there things have changed as well, and there's still, of course, a lot that has been done. My third point is on innovation. Rainer, you have made a lot of very valid points on that. We do need mission-oriented innovation, and I very like your point that directionality is more important than direction. Actually, I didn't get it when actually I read your slides. Now I got it actually, and I think that's very true, because this is something that's very important here in this house as well. We cannot pick the right technology. We need to have a certain neutrality, but still, yes, we do need to give direction. And here, really, things have changed massively in the last years. How we do it with this notion of important projects of common European interest, a project of European interest, or important projects of European interest. This is something where we actually pool resources from many member states, pour in money, and actually do exactly what is needed to drive innovation. So I think a lot has been done. Fourth point on sectorial policies, you have mentioned quite a few, Rainer, finance, sustainable finance, competition, procurement. And yes, I would totally agree. Here, a mission-oriented approach is surfacing, and I'm quite happy actually, because I'm responsible for public procurement and competition in Germany. We have done quite a lot on green procurement, on actually a tougher competition law. And here, if I may say, I was just in the United States and talked to all those guys. I hope that maybe Lisa Khan, I mean, they're you know what to really do. I mean, we are not there yet, but still, of course, the general atmosphere has changed completely. And of course, the new government is much more proactive. And here I really think like Thomas Philippon, The Great Reversal is really still like the book which really is quite land breaking. And then my last point is really most importantly on the mission-oriented or the transformative state, as I would call it. The state will be called in massively in the near future in order to help manage the transformation necessities lying ahead of us, of course, climate crisis and digitalization. We all see the numbers. I mean, the BDI, Association of German Industry, 160 billion euro until 2030 number. There are other numbers from the DENA, up to 5 trillion euros up to 2050. Of course, we discuss how to do it with Tom Krebs and many others. Still, I think here the state will be called in order to help transition, and not only via public investments, but also with private investments and helping them. So thanks a lot, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Philip. Rainer, perhaps some reactions on these comments, and maybe I don't know if you have followed a little bit, or if you have some expectations on the new government and what should maybe change or be something that you would push for. We're in the midst of coalition discussions now.
Yeah.
So it's the moment to express your wish.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting time, and I think thank you, Philip, very much for this comment. And I think again, I can only agree with you as well. I think there is definitely in digital economy. I think you can argue that European Union has been taking quite a lot of initiatives, and has really realized that the problem there. And now with, as you say, with Biden administration, this is probably quite an interesting, a strong alliance around procurement and competition, and so that's excellent. And I agree that I think if you look at like economics by Danny Roderick and others, I think there's a really good bridging, especially when we talk about not picking a specific direction, but the wider directionality. I think there is a really interesting, almost like a coalition that one can form with more orthodox and people like Danny Roderick, for instance. And so that's probably like quite helpful for people like you working in the ministries, where you have to sort of use the both logics, I guess, market failure and the more sort of activist policies as well. So I think that's a really great way to see coalitions. And yeah, no, I don't have any problem with the mission-oriented state, of course, or transformative state. that's a good. But I guess depending on who do we talk to, entrepreneurial state might sound better in another context, and so on and so forth. But in terms of the new government, I think that I had Olaf Scholz had a short, brief roundtable, I think half a year ago, and where we discussed both the industrial policy, but also the digital state, and I think he seemed to be very open to both, more activist industrial policy, but also definitely understanding and realizing the the challenges in digital government and digital states. So I think there is a lot of hope, and I think in a German context, of course, probably the next topic will be the key, which is the fiscal policy, I think.
Philip, some.
I mean, yeah, I think we very much agree, actually, and I think it's really, it's quite interesting. I think I think maybe that's because of Corona, but how close actually, really reality, what we are trying to do here in the ministries and in the government, and actually what has come from you guys, from research in these fields we have gotten. So I really think we have become closer without agreeing on everything, and of course we have to make compromises and try to get everything right. But I really think it is impressive, especially in this field. When Altmaier came along with this industrial strategy, one can discuss notions and the way he presented things. But still, that was 2 years ago, and many said, you're a lunatic. And now many of his things, many of his suggestions actually have come true and have become even true of those huge necessities. And once again, I think the challenges lying ahead of us, especially fighting climate change, this will be so massive. I think that really we need to really transform it now or put it into practice. But there are a lot of good suggestions from you.
To finish, Rainer, because we will do this very quick overview, so we expressively didn't want to have so much time for each topic that we will approach for the next time. Is there anything you are working on currently that should be worked on regarding the role of the state? Is there something which is, something you would call the main obstacle, the main big issue, the main topic that you want to approach or would like others to approach?
Yeah, I think what we now look at is trying to understand how European countries are trying to implement these mission-oriented policies and mission-oriented state. And I think there's a lot of obstacles and a lot of in terms of capabilities within governments to work more closely with industry and work more closely with other actors as well. I think and probably what is really the most challenging bit is actually how do you engage with a wider public. And how do you get really a wider public engaged in discussions of industrial policy, for instance? And also how do you translate these issues into the level of cities, for instance? Because cities are where a lot of these things like mobility, health are meeting, as I said, on the level of the street, basically. So how do you get city planning and all this engaged in this kind of a new way of looking at government policies, I think. And then I think the big thing is around finance and the central banks and their role and their shifting role. I think this is while there is and COVID, of course, has enabled a much more active central banking again. But I think there is how do you green financial regulations and things like that. I think it's a huge challenge.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will keep in touch and have another more deep dive very, very soon, so, certainly.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, Philip, for joining us this morning for this quick update session. And we're very much looking forward to what the next government is doing and how it's approaching all these issues. We may probably be quite optimistic on that for the time being. I would like to switch to Tom. Tom Krebs has been there in 2016 at our first workshop too, to just to make the bridge, build the bridge in this historical perspective. And I would like to use the opportunity. Most of you will know that Tom has recently joined us, the Forum New Economy, as research director, and very happy to have you and help us to go forward and develop our academic streams. But one thing that you will focus on is the macroeconomics of climate and climate policies, climate change. And this is also the topic that we will now have for a quick update. Tom, besides being research director of the forum now, is professor of economics in Mannheim. And we will have a comment by Katharina Bohnenberger, who is a research assistant at the Institute for Socioeconomics at the University of Duisburg-Essen. And we will talk about climate now. And we will do the same thing, the same exercise as before, have a very quick 2 slides recalling what has been the old view, the old paradigm, the former orthodoxy, and what went wrong, to then discuss what may be a new paradigm or what can be new approaches to climate policies. Tom, please.
Yes, good. Thank you. And I'm very happy to be a new member of the team, and I'm excited, and I'm trying to share my own slides. Let's see. It's not doing it, but maybe. Yep. Okay, so let me begin with 2 observations and followed by 2 questions. The first observation, the cornerstone, or maybe one of the cornerstones of modern climate policy, should be a boost in green public investment, infrastructure investment, I would emphasize. So what I have in mind is the railroad system, modernizing the energy grid, which is very important to expanding renewable energy, maybe building a hydrogen pipeline system. Those types of infrastructure investments I have in mind, which kind of lay the foundation for economic activity, and especially clean economic activity, to take place. And this is not only good for the climate and necessary to achieve the climate goals, but it also generates economic growth. So we have green growth, and it also creates good jobs. So that's a big part of Bidenomics. So that's a good story to tell, I think, actually. And that's one of the reasons why I think this green investment agenda should be the cornerstone, or one of the few cornerstones of a modern climate policy. The second observation is, it makes often sense, so that's a fine, and now I'm coming to the financing, how do we finance it? Often it makes economic sense to say, we finance high return investment projects, and in particular green investment projects, and high private returns, or at least high social returns. We finance them by taking out debt, by debt financing. And the first question then arises, especially in the German context, but not only right now in the German context, and that's also a discussion during the coalition talks we have right now that precedes forming a new government. We have this discussion that within the constraints of the German debt rule, the debt brake that is incorporated into the German constitution. Within that framework, how can we finance public investments through debt without constraining the fiscal space elsewhere? And that's a big question. And also on the European level, of course, we ask these questions in the framework of the fiscal rules. But right now, especially in the German context. And so I'll focus a little bit on the German context and the German fiscal rule. And the second question, that is more a micro question, maybe, is how can we ensure that the financial funds are used efficiently and are not wasted on projects with low return? So that's the economic question. And I'm not offering any new answers, just a very simple answer, but we'll try to go on one slide through the implication. So the answer is, of course, the big picture, the design has to be done by the government itself. So there has to be a mission, an idea where we want to go. I think we have the idea in general. And there has to be a broad investment plan, I think. Right? So where are the points, the infrastructure points? For example, the railway system I mentioned, the energy grid. And so we have to go through those 5, 6, 7 areas and ask ourselves, what do we need there, just broadly? And so that's the idea of a Green New Deal. I always thought in European Green Deal. But then, well, one part, but I'm talking about the infrastructure part. I think I come back to it, why I think the infrastructure part is so important. I'll only mention it's sort of the necessary for economic activity and for the move to take place. And public infrastructure, and the second part now is, but the execution, and that's trivially true almost, but no, public infrastructure companies execute the investment plan, right? Public investment is done by public companies, and the individual companies have to figure out then what's the best way of doing it and implementing it. And so now I get to the finance question first, not so much the efficiency question. I won't say much about the efficiency, but just hint at it. So in the framework of the German debt constraint, public companies, so the government, how can the government now achieve an expansion of public investment through the public companies? The government can inject equity capital into the public companies and boost green investment through this capital injection. In addition, the public company can take out debt, and all these things are allowed within the not only allowed within the constraint of the German debt constraint, they're also not limiting the financing in the fiscal space in any other way, because they're excluded from the debt that is calculated, the net credit that is calculated to check the German debt constraints. So this is can all be done without limiting the fiscal space within the constraints of the German debt constraint. And so that's what I've written here, neither the capital injection nor the debt financing of investment by the public company. That to a certain extent, by the way, is also true for the European fiscal rules, but they have additional conditions that have to be satisfied. And so I won't get into it. So that's actually, in that sense, the German fiscal rule gives more leeway, more fiscal space to finance public investment than the European rules right now as they stand. And in a sense, by the way, this I think is an interesting observation, maybe another trivial one. We are doing by saying public companies investing on behalf of the government, and the capital injection is excluded from the debt rule, and the debt of the public company is excluded from the debt rule. We are actually implementing a golden rule of public finance. So as long as the companies use the debt financing for investment purposes. And so maybe we have a more efficient way, microeconomic efficient way of implementing the golden rule as compared to a rigid macro rule, which says whatever is deemed to be capital investment at the macro level will be exempt from the debt constraint. So that's my point, which I won't get into detail more about the efficiency. There's of course a big issue. About the efficiency of the public companies, I get back to this. And that is basically the question maybe you should be asking. But let me go through 3 examples to show you what I have in mind. These are now, again, tailored towards the German economy, but there's a general lesson maybe. So we want to expand for the green transition to take place. Most people agree that we have to expand or at least modernize the railway system to. And so that would be done via the German public railroad company, Deutsche Bahn. And there's, by the way, a plan to modernize the tracks and digitalize that, meaning using the tracks that already exist more efficiently through making the digital transformation. You could argue the plan is not that good yet. And so this is exactly the discussion we should have. But it needs definitely additional capital. There was already a capital injection. I understand that, but there might be a need for additional capital and a restructuring. So the restructuring of the Deutsche Bahn company might be also an important issue. Second area, which I already mentioned, the energy grid. Public investment in the energy grid system could be done, or expanding the public investment, by taking a majority stake by the government taking a majority stake, the German government majority stake, in the company that is right now in charge of building the power line between northern Germany and southern Germany. And that power line, this is essential for getting anything done there. There is only one. So there won't be any competition for the next 10 years for having a second highway there. There will be only one. It only took us 10 years to have it. We still don't fully have it. And so that's really a bottleneck, by the way, right now. That is one of the big bottlenecks for expanding renewable energies and using them. And so there's an issue maybe why should we not turn this right now? It's a private company. You could ask, why shouldn't we turn it into a public company? I should actually say it's not a private company. It's a Dutch public company. So why shouldn't we turn it into a German public company so that the German government, who has a plan for the energy transition in Germany and wants to implement it, has some control over what's going on at this bottleneck, right? Okay, last point, public investment. So I have 2 points now. The first point was strengthening the capital of an existing public company. The second one was strengthening the capital and turning a private company into a public company. The third one would be having a new public company. So a public investment in the pipeline system for green hydrogen, which is not there yet. It's sort of beginning. And we know in the next 10 years, we will need this infrastructure. Why not create a new public company? Again, it's a capital injection needed. Okay, from an economic point of view, so that's the financing side, and that's how it would work. And all these things will not constrain the fiscal space according to the German fiscal rule. From an economic point of view, you could ask, why shouldn't private companies do this? This is the old discussion. We had a lot of privatizations and some of them were good. And I think some of them we have gone too far a little bit in Germany. And certainly I mentioned the examples where I thought we have gone too far or where now we should move more towards, be honest about it. This is really our task, the public company has to do. And so from an economic point of view, where's the market failure maybe? Why should the government do this? So coming back to the market failure discussion, I think in this area, in this infrastructure area, the main issue is that we have a situation of a national monopoly. There is no way of having competition there for that one. There will be only one track, one power line from northern Germany to Berlin. There's no way we can say to 3 companies, start digging, and in 10 years, who gets first from north to south has won the game, right? The competition, and that's not going to happen. So there's we plan everything there anyway. So you have to ask yourself, do I want a regulated and often badly regulated private monopoly, or do I want a public monopoly? And so that's basically the question we should be discussing. And I'm not saying I want to kind of move back to having public companies everywhere. But I think there are 2 cases or 3 cases where we should openly discuss this. Okay, summarize, green public infrastructure policy is financially feasible. That was sort of the main finance point that is currently discussed within the constraints of the German fiscal constitution. It makes economic sense, and that is public very often makes economic sense because of the issue of a national monopoly. And it has a good story to tell, I think. I haven't talked so much about the jobs we are creating, but that's, of course, the story that comes with it. It's not the only policy instrument in a good modern climate policy, but I should say it's the central instrument, or it should be the central, or one of the 3 central instruments. And we should push this much more, especially in Germany. We have a very different discussion in terms of climate policy. We often hear carbon pricing is the central instrument. I don't know, like the story. I don't think it's a good story. I think at best we could say carbon pricing, industrial policy, which I haven't mentioned yet, which I think is also important, and public infrastructure investment, green public infrastructure investment. These are the 3 central policy measures in terms of it. And carbon pricing is at best one of the central ones. Why do I think carbon pricing and industrial policy are a tricky issue? Well, the carbon pricing has the tricky social implications, and I know you can devise transfer schemes, but they are not equivalent. Don't think it is that easy. And of course, industrial policy can also go wrong. So the economic implications are not that straightforward. Whereas with a public green investment, everybody says, yeah, we need more of that. Anyway, so I think it's a very good story. Of course, public infrastructure policy and making a private company a public company now needs a good plan how we organize public companies well and make sure that they're well run. I understand that problem. I understand that, but I think one can do a little bit better there, but I think that's worth talking about. Okay, so that's already.
Thank you, Tom. We were a little quick on the slides at the beginning, but you mentioned somewhat at the end what we have put very simplistically at the beginning as the former orthodoxy, or still reigning orthodoxy in climate policies, which is very much focused on the centers. Contrary to what you say, that the central piece is carbon pricing, and then the rest is something like, well, sometimes it's something needed, probably most times, but the old orthodoxy was we need a carbon price, best a global carbon price, and then this will solve the problem. So your point is, in that sense, to have a modern other climate policy. I would ask Katharina Bunnenberger to comment, please.
Hello, good morning. I'm very pleased to be here. Very nice to meet you all and to have such great conversations already so early in the morning, or like comparably early in the morning, having heard so great stuff. I'm very happy about the presentation of Tom Krebs. I really liked it. It's really important issues, and particularly this point that like green investments how to actually make them work, how to implement them. And I think that's a very important thing. However, I would like to make 2 comments and add something that I think are also important, and then make 3 recommendations that I think are important in order to make actually climate policy meet the needs that we have. So Tom very much like outlined what kind of green investments we need and how we can put them into practice and what's required for that and how it can be feasible. This is extremely important, but it's still not, it's necessary, but it's not sufficient to make us go to the track for 1.5 degree maximum global warming. The question is, what else do we need? And I think there are 2 main questions or 2 main issues that are not so much discussed about, also because you can't tell such a nice story around them as green jobs and green growth, which is very attractive, but you need to like think more about what does it mean for inequality? What does it mean for distributional questions? And the first point is that actually if green investments only come on top of brown and existing infrastructure, it won't help anything. People have just additional resources that are needed for the green investments, but we will have not the reduction of resource use, energy use, CO2 emissions that we need from the existing, that we're currently using from the existing one. So this is why X-innovation is extremely important. So not only green innovation, but also X-innovation of brown sectors. And this also means that we have to think about how we distribute the energy. So like within the next decades, we will only have a limited amount of renewable energies that is available. The question is, what are the kind of economic purposes that we want to spend it on? What are the needs that our society needs to meet? What is not so necessary? And this is really, I think, a crucial question that is not being touched upon a lot. And I think it might be one example. For example, if you talk about hydrogen, hydrogen is an extremely energy intensive product. The question is, if you think that, okay, we have unlimited amount of renewable energies. Okay, we could use this to build a hydrogen network and use hydrogen a lot, but still it uses lots of energy. So it takes away from other energy that we would need for other purposes. So the question is, given on that perspective that we have a limited amount of energy, where do we actually use that energy for? That's the first point. The second point is actually that when we look in the empirical evidence, there's a great study that reviewed everything that was ever published on that, all ex-post studies, and they found that actually we have no incidence of one country that has managed to reduce emissions in such a pace that we would need now to meet climate targets, given that they are growing. So the point is that if we actually want to keep the climate targets, then we will likely, or very, very, very extremely likely, have to downshift our production and our consumption. And this is not easy for our societies. It's really not easy for our societies because we have, as states, have grown in this method of growing economies, having more resources to spend, giving more for people, also avoiding inequality issues. And the question is, how do we manage to downscale production and consumption? And what does it mean for our states? So these are the 2 questions I think that are very crucial to answer in order, next to the green investment question, how can we actually come on track to the 1.5 degree target? So this, I think, has 3 implications. The first implication is that we really need to have a plan how to accelerate and what this means. There's only one study that was actually issued by Fridays for Future that looks at what does it mean if we really stick to the 1.5 degree target? What needs to change? And we need to translate this study also into labor market effects in all kind of different spheres. And I think that is not really there. So we actually have no real good planning. We don't have the capacity to plan in a way that we are sure this is enough. And that is really lacking. So having a good exnovation scenario in order to be able to have an exnovation in a socially fair way. And the second question is that we also need to talk about overconsumption. So it's not the case that every person in Europe consumes the same amount, like has the same overconsumption, but it's really unequally distributed. So richer people consume about 10 times what would be ecologically feasible. And that is like simply much more than what poor people consume. So that is really a question, how can we reduce overconsumption for particularly rich people? And the third question is, how can we reduce our dependency on economic growth? As I said in the beginning, if we reduce consumption on production, we will likely have a shrinking GDP. What does it mean for us? How can we deal with that? If we have had a society that was not depending on growth, economic growth, we would manage to deal with that. But at the moment, we are still depending on that, and we know very little how to overcome it. So these are my 3 comments, and I'm looking forward to the discussion, and yeah, happy for that.
Thank you, Katharina. Tom, some comments on the comments.
Comments on the comments. Yeah, thank you, first of all, Katharina, very good points. And I'm not really pushing against it. But let me actually add something. So that gives me the opportunity to add. So the first comment, sort of, I understand, well, we need to say a little bit more than what I said, how much we need more public investment and maybe more, by the way, private investment. I haven't talked about it, and the government has to subsidize it. And of course, that's true. I would push back a little bit on that, on the claim that there are no plans, maybe not no plans that satisfy your high demands. But so, for example, for Germany, and I'm trying to stick to concrete examples. Germany is already a big enough issue for me. So I'm not solving the world problems right now, but let's say with Germany, we want to reach climate neutrality by 2045. And let's see, that's our goal. And then Agora, of course, has plans. And I have worked with Agora, and we have written on this topic exactly. What does it mean exactly in the energy sector, in the transportation sector, et cetera, et cetera. And so just to give you an example, there exactly it comes up where you mentioned also, and that's always mentioned, how inefficient green hydrogen is. Well, hydrogen in general, and of course we want it to be green, so produced with renewable energy. And so there, for example, the plan is to say, well, at least for the industry transformation, steel, chemical industry, we know we need green hydrogen if we want to do it in the next 10 years. We can't wait another 10 years that something else comes up. So only for that, the hydrogen I mentioned, we need already the pipeline system. And then we know in the energy system for the storage, once we move, so we know already we want to move to the completely climate neutral, we need some for the storage capacity. So only for those 2 areas where we know we won't have any other possibility, at least not if we don't want to wait 50 years for a new idea to come around. Everybody tells you that's the way to go. That's where the industry wants to go. So, and those plans we actually have to say, they are being discussed, and also right now being discussed by the coalition partners and the new government. And so that brings me to the next point. I'm a little bit more optimistic that we can do a little bit more. I know the data tell us in the past we haven't achieved that much greening with economic growth combined, but we are in a new era. I think lots of things have changed in the last 2 years. So we will see a major policy shift. We have already seen it. And so in the end, I can imagine 2 scenarios. The pessimistic scenarios, we continue making all the mistakes and it's all talk. And the optimistic scenario is really that we push further on the green investment agenda and other things that are necessary, and that we will achieve it, combining it with good jobs, and that means growth. By the way, in terms of when I speak of economic growth, I mean only what will be counted according to the general national income accounts. So meaning if we have all these investments, by definitions, we will have first growth, as long as, even if there's some destruction of all, for example, all parts of the capital stock, as long as the depreciation rate is not that large, we will measure growth. Or, for example, if you get a renovation, a climate efficient renovation of a building, you have a better building in the end. And it will be, by the way, measured as economic growth. Yeah. And so some people have a little misconception, I think, but you have to go into details then. And when I say I want green growth, I don't necessarily mean I want more driving of cars. I want people to drive different cars. But that transition, by the way, there's another infrastructure issue with the charging station. I've mentioned this, it's another possibility. So by the way, for Therman, that's my third point also. So I agree with you, but I think if I had more time, I would actually try to convince you that there's actually more to the story I'm telling, because there's more detail. For example, there's also a little bit more. I'm not only adding on top of existing infrastructure, I'm changing the infrastructure. Yeah. So in the end, the old coal factories will disappear. That's depreciation. But I'm adding new ones, and they're cleaner. And they will be also in the market economy valued more highly. And that's the reason why we measure it as growth. You can, and I think people are better off, right? So in the end, I can call it green growth, which is growth that makes people better off. But that's a discussion, actually. When you do the accounting, I think we will measure always growth and feel happy about it. And whether you think, and as long as it's climate neutral, this is the right way to do. But anyway, that actually has to be discussed issue by issue, right? So, and I won't have that time. But otherwise, the comments are obviously valid, and that's exactly always the issues we always should discuss at the next stage. So but that's more than a 10 minutes talk.
Yes, for evidence. Katharina, perhaps just a quick reaction on that. The topic is as big. We had a symposium on very much the growth question recently, and it's still not solved between the different kinds of views. So we won't solve it now, but it's not the objective of the session, just to allude to the main points that maybe are still open. But if you have a quick reaction on that, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm sorry if it perceived that I was thinking you were not thinking about these things, not at all. I think it's really important with the green investment. I think it's very a crucial issue. The only thing I would just wanted to highlight is that actually, like, having the plan to be carbon neutral by 2045 is actually 10 years too late. So we need there by 35, and this is not something that is actually spelled out. But I mean, you can distribute the carbon budget differently, but if you stick to the numbers, then this is what needs to be required. And the question is, how do we translate this? And I think it would be good to have a plan, because also this would enable companies to have to plan in advance. And on the growth, I don't want to go into this growth issue thing. And the question, whether when we do everything that is necessary, will we have growth or not? I think the important thing is just to prepare in order to be able to have societies, to have the state, to have it all function, even if there's no growth, and to have this preventive approach to prepare for what if it's not the case. Because not meeting climate targets, we actually know that this will make the situation even more disastrous. And it might be that we're in a situation in which we have on the one hand side a climate catastrophe that is going to destroy our societies, or that we have not functioning states because we haven't early enough changed them to adapt to a situation in which we have no or little economic growth. And this is the only thing I'm saying. I think it's wise to think in advance and to plan and to take a preventive approach to that.
Thank you, Katharina. And by the way, we will have a report that we discussed at the last workshop, the symposium at the end of August, on exactly these questions on growth and post-growth. And that will come out very soon on our website. Just to continue, Tom, I'm just would like to use the opportunity to quickly say that we are working, and you will be working a lot on the carbon pricing in the next couple of months. Issue on how this may function, and also in a socially better way. So that's the line that we will follow, and you will follow on this topic specifically. Just to put this into this context. Thanks both, Tom and Katharina, for this very quick deep dive into the climate policies, modern climate policies, and the open issues that we need to affront when on the way to a new economy. another big issue talking about government and state is what macroeconomists call fiscal policy or mean by fiscal policy. And there also has been an old story and something that will develop. And we're happy to have Catherine Mathieu from OFCE in Paris. She's an excellent expert on fiscal policies and been working on these issues for a very long time now. She's also actually at the moment president of the Association of European Economic Research Institutes. And we are happy to have Christian Breuer from the ZBW, who is chief economist of the Wirtschaftsdienst and Intereconomics in Hamburg, to comment Kathrin's view. So as for the other topics, we will have a quick and maybe not as quick as the last one overview of what was the former orthodoxy and what went wrong.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Thomas, for the kind invitation.
Catherine, just a second, we just go through the slides. Yes, now, please, Catherine.
Apologies, Thomas. I'm trying to share my screen, my slides first. Which should be here. Okay, can you see them?
Yes.
All right. So, well, as I was saying, thank you very much for the kind invitation to give a presentation on the new fiscal paradigm. As your slides already showed a number of elements about what went wrong with the former rules, I will be very short on this, and I will start with an introduction on reminding that the search for a satisfactory fiscal rule is a sort of concours l'épine for the economists, that the COVID-19 crisis has shown the need for strongly active fiscal policies, that the member states accumulated large public deficits and a rise of debts during the crisis, and that we remember that the experience from 2011 and 2012 shows that it would be counterproductive now to request member states to fulfill rapidly the targets, and in particularly the 60% of GDP rule should be forgotten. Fiscal rules should not oblige member states to undertake restrictive policies if they are not needed. And the fight against climate change, this has been well shown in the previous presentations, requires strong public investment, which would be facilitated by the current and probably future low interest rates. There have been a number of proposals to amend the fiscal rules so far. One seems to be now reaching a consensus among European institutions and a number of European economists. This is the public expenditure rules, according to which public expenditure should grow less rapidly than the sum of inflation and potential GDP growth, with a view to bring the debt down to the 60% of GDP target. There are a number of problems associated with these rules. I will mention only a few of them. Also reminding that the rules in fact differ in a number of ways depending on how they account for inflation, how they account for the speed of convergence toward the debt objective. The debt objective itself was rather 60% of GDP before the COVID-19 crisis, and now is more something like 19% of GDP, or a moving target for some time period. So there are a number of variations around these rules, but they are basically on the same principles. If you remember the proposal, one of the initial proposals by Claes, Darvas, and Leandro, they propose a public expenditure rule according to which nominal expenditure, excluding interest expenditure, labor market related expenditure, and one-off expenditure, also excluding net public investment, would not rise more rapidly than medium-term potential growth rate plus the central bank's inflation target. And this would be reduced by 0.02 times the difference between the level in the previous years and the 60% of GDP debt criterion. Such kind of rule has a number of drawbacks. First, it does not account for the impact of a restrictive policy on output. It does not account for the need for a discretionary fiscal policy, and the debt target, whatever the debt target is arbitrary. And last, it doesn't set an equilibrium level for the fiscal primary surplus, and it doesn't lead to a long-term equilibrium for the debt ratio. So there are a number of drawbacks, according to me, for these kinds of rules. There have been interesting proposals more recently, one of them by Foreman and Summers, who propose a guidepost where the government should not worry about the budgetary position, as real debt service is expected to remain, as long as real debt service is expected to remain below 2% of GDP for the forthcoming decade. One drawback from my side is that this rule would be arbitrary. Why 2% of GDP? Why the real debt service and not the real debt service corrected from GDP growth? In the same vein, Xavier Rago also proposed that nominal interest payments on public debt should not exceed 2% of GDP. Here also, I would say this would be an arbitrary target. There has been another proposal by Blanchard, Leandro, and Zettelmeyer on changing rules for standards. They start from the point that now sustainability conditions have changed in the industrialized economies, with interest rates significantly below the nominal growth rate, and that makes debt sustainability much easier to achieve. They propose to amend the rules in the treaty and to include quantitative general principles around the, instead of member states shall ensure that they avoid excessive fiscal deficits. So to me, this goes in the right direction. But the main drawback I would see in their proposal is that the European Commission or the European Fiscal Board or an independent national fiscal institution would be responsible for using stochastic method to assess the risk of debt default. And this raises a number of issues because it's very complicated to assess the probability of a default of a debt. Let's see the experience we just had with the COVID-19 crisis. Public debts have risen very rapidly and the financial markets didn't see any rise in default risks in it. So this is very difficult to assess this default risk. And of course, if you move with the proposals of Blanchard, Leandro, and Zettelmeyer, you would give a strong power to the Commission, maybe to also the European Court of Justice to judge whether fiscal policies run by governments are sound or not. And this is a big issue, of course, a big democratic issue. The topic of my presentations was on the new paradigm, and I would make proposals from Henri Sterdignac and myself. This proposal is as such that Euro area countries should have at least the same possibility to define their fiscal policies and other advanced economies, that they should be able to issue safe public bonds with an interest rate controlled by the ECB, that the public debt should be guaranteed by the ECB, that member states should be allowed to run government in balance consistent with their macroeconomic needs, and that a member state should be requested to amend its fiscal policy only if there is evidence that this policy has negative spillovers on the other member states. The mutual guarantee of public debt should be entire for all member states agreeing to take part to an open coordination process. This coordination should target growth, full employment, ecological transition. Member states should present an economic policy strategy allowing to meet the inflation target, at least to remain close to the inflation target, and there should be a coordination process to allow for autonomous fiscal policies. In the treaty, we could keep a mechanism where, in case negotiations between countries would not lead to an agreement, where member states would run on a sustainable fiscal policy, then the European councils could make the decision based on reports from the Commission on the ECB to say that, okay, the newly public debt issued by that country is not going to be guaranteed by the ECB. But this should be really something that should never occur. The state of the debate today in terms of reforming the fiscal rules, well, there are very different views even among the Commission and some between the Commission and the member states. For the Commission and some member states, we should make the 60% of GDP rule less binding to give more time to member states with high debt levels to bring their debt down to the 60% of GDP target. This would allow not to ask member states to run two restrictive policies from 2024, but in any case, member states would have to commit themselves to reduce their debt levels. Some member states consider that public investment should be withdrawn from the deficit rules, like green investment, of course, but also investment increasing potential growth and research and development expenditure. But for some member states, which we call frugal, led by Austria, and among them 3 countries, by the way, which are not members of the euro area, Denmark, Sweden, and the Czech Republic, while the existing rules are necessary, they are sound, as they should remain as such. We should fulfill the goal of reducing our debt to 60% of GDP, and this is necessary to ensure public debt sustainability. So as you know, there has been launched by the European Commission of a consultation process on the review of European Union economic governance. As you can see from that slide, the ambitions of set by the Commission are quite huge. A need for a gradual, sustained, growth-friendly reduction to prudent levels, as well as the need to maintain sustained public levels of public investment, the need to create fiscal margins, and so on. So this is really a very challenging task. It seems to me that the Commission is ready to accept that no political agreement may be reached to review the fiscal treaties in place, and so that probably rules are going to continue to be implemented with flexibility, and that after all, we would end with a much ado about nothing, but maybe I'm a bit too pessimistic. That's what I hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Very good overview and to the point on the latest developments. I hope too that, but it's probably not so unrealistic, your conclusion on what will happen for the Eurozone. But this will probably also depend on what will come out of the coalition talks and who will probably be the next German finance minister. We may come back to this very sensitive question later, maybe. Christian Breuer, your comments.
Yes, thank you for inviting me, Thomas. Thank you, Catherine. That was really an impressive overview of all the fields we discussed and fiscal rules. I agree with most of the things, Catherine, you said, and I like particularly the way of looking at the crisis as a concours les pins, as you mentioned it. I think we call it more like in German, with a German economist, we would say a race to innovation. If we look at Schumpeter, is using the crisis as a driver of innovation, and indeed, I think this is something why. Is a reason why we can discuss it today, because there's so many problems. We have the escape clause and so on, and that's why we definitely need to find something new, and we have this competition for new rules. I also like the way of directly jumping into the applications, into the fiscal policy application, which is in the center of the debate on public policy, because you cannot do anything without spending money. Most of the tasks of the government are associated with spending money. If you want to do a green investment, you have to spend money. If you want to do stabilization, you have to spend money, and it's even not very likely that we can do redistribution and fight poverty without spending money. And the zero lower bound environment made all these things basically more or less costly. That's why I think there's a lot of reason. There are many reasons why we should change the view and the architecture, particularly with respect to the zero lower bound framework we are in, the liquidity trap environment. And I just would like to come back to the point Philip mentioned earlier, because that was also very interesting. The new fiscal paradigm is an old paradigm somehow, because most of the things we discussed, stabilization policies, have been discussed a lot earlier already, and we just somehow forgot about it. I mean, we were still remembering that there was some kind of stabilization policy, but we always thought, and this is a very interesting point, I would say, we not really forgot about it, but we thought that they are maybe too costly, like they are not in a cost-benefit analysis, maybe not so efficient. If you use stabilization policy, we had all these debates on negative multipliers, expansionary austerity, low multipliers, but these things changed, I would say, in the last 5 to 10 years a lot. We have had experience during the financial crisis, we had experience in the Euro crisis with austerity policy, and that was quite a lot of evidence that multipliers are large. There is a role for stabilization policies, and I think we should address this new role, the new evidence in Europe in support of stabilization policy in the new rules, in the new framework. So looking at that in a cost-benefit analysis in a more scientific way, I think that would make a lot of sense, and particularly also if you take into account the, as I mentioned before, the low interest environment, and a lot of arguments refer to the low interest rates for government bonds. In the liquidity trap, there is a textbook multiplier which is a lot larger, and which is why we should take into account these simple, old, classical, I would say, thinking in when we were forming the fiscal compact. So one thing I would like to mention on fiscal rules on top of that, because this is something we did not address a lot, inflation. You mentioned inflation as something which is important in this discussion too, but what I find interesting is that we have costs of fiscal rules, as you said, and these rules are particularly costly if we do not allow, for example, stabilization policies for the member states. And it is interesting that if we stick to these rules, the Euro area membership would be costly. So that would be something we have to add to the cost benefits of the Euro and the common currency debate, probably if we do not change it. But if we take into account inflation and real exchange rates, the thing that we cannot use exchange rates as a stabilization tool, no individual monetary policy, then we need fiscal policy, and probably we should take into account also real exchange rates. If we look at Germany, Netherlands, the frugal countries, give them more fiscal space so that they can reduce their excessive surpluses. That would be one point I would like to bring into that debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Katrin.
Well, thank you very much for your comments, Christian. So I very much agree with what you said. On your last point on the real exchange rates, yes, of course, that's something we should try to have in the Euro area framework. That's also why I say, well, each country should meet the inflation target, but for countries like Germany, for instance, or the Netherlands with huge surpluses, the point is, can we really give them more fiscal space? In the rules currently, yes, we can, at least for Germany, that's possible. We could also ask them to reduce their current account surpluses by investing in other members in the euro area, investing mainly, of course, in green projects, in projects to help for the development of southern countries. That could be also a way to reorganize the framework and have at last fewer divergences between euro area members, because since we started this euro area history, we've seen a divergence growing among the member states, and one way to address this, of course, is to find a way to reduce the external surpluses of some countries. I agree with you.
Thank you. Maybe the same question as before for the others. What is, for both of you, and Catherine to start with, the main issue to solve? What is something on the research side or on the practical side where you would say, I mean, beneath the big question how to design rules, but what is inside this debate? What is the one that you would say is the most important one to solve, and which we could also focus on in the next time?
To me, the main point, I would say, is trust. That countries, euro area member states, trust each other to run sustainable policies. At the basis of our framework, we have really a lack of trust anytime a member state implements some kind of fiscal expansion, be it for stabilization measures, be it for investments, good reason to invest, as was said, especially today, with the need which we have to invest much more in view of the environmental transition. And anytime a government spends more, there is a kind of a look from the outside, at least from some member states, oh, that's not sound, fiscal expenditure should be reduced. So I think basically we should try to convince the political, we should as economists, try to convince the politicians that there are good reasons now to invest, to have more fiscal spending in some cases, to rebuild the framework so that we have fewer divergences between the member states, and that should rely on trust.
Okay, maybe it's also about having better arguments or better, whatever, don't know, measures on how to convince that public investment has a economic and in the end fiscal return, because that's what may be one central point, but which seems to be difficult to argue, at least in Germany. That's always quite tricky.
But what I could hear from the previous presentations is that there is some hope that in Germany, politicians are convinced that there is a need to invest more for infrastructure, for energy purposes, and that at least there could be some way, in some way, they would be convinced that the points you are raising is really a major point. We are living in a neoliberal Europe, where every time the government does something, there is the kind of suspicion that it's not wise, that this spending is useless, and that the private sector is the one who does everything, and we should rely on the private forces, market forces. And so this is really a change of paradigm that we need there.
Yeah, what you said is like quoting the head of the Liberal Party in Germany, at least up to now, and which drives us back to the question who will be the next finance minister in Germany. And that's mainly the issue that Tom also alluded on climate between public and private. It's for evidence. I mean, there needs to be private investment. It's just about the different roles and the different definition of where the public needs to invest, because private isn't impossible to or can't invest in whatever reason, for whatever reasons. Perhaps a quick sentence from you, Christian, on what is on the agenda, what should be research that is important.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Catherine that that public investment that she said earlier for a political debate is very important. You can fight a lot of things, not only the current account surpluses, for example, with public investment. From a research perspective, I would say the most important thing is to distinguish clearly between normative and positive views. We have these policy recommendations sometimes that just focusing on the idea that debt is a problem. And we do not exactly say why. So any more sophisticated cost-benefit analysis, take into account the argument we heard today, would be, I think, the way for research to do policy recommendations.
Many thanks, Christian and Katrin, and thanks for having accepted this little unusual exercise, riding through the topic in 25 minutes or 30 minutes. Excellent, very good, and very inspiring also for our next steps, and we will certainly come back to you and discuss that. Thanks, Katrin and Christian. So that was the first part of our workshop today on these big issues, on the government-related issues. We'll have the second one early in the afternoon, more focused on inequality, talking about these special items and the big issues that are part of a maybe new economy, a new paradigm. We will now come to another very important session. I'm happy, as you may have heard in the last couple of months, there's suddenly been a talk about the Cornwall consensus, and this has been referring very explicitly even to the Washington consensus. Now the names between Washington and Cornwall, seems to be quite a difference. But the Washington consensus for evidence has been, due to the big institutions in Washington, the one that has driven the old paradigm for a long time, which was the sentence, the notion that brought to the point a lot of these market liberal ideas driven by the IMF, the World Bank, and the US institutions like the Ministry of Finance. Now there seems to be something like a Cornwall consensus around, and we're very happy to have that Stormy Annika Mildner has agreed to have a talk on this with us. She has been the German part of a group of experts that has been called by the G7, by the UK presidency of the G7 to elaborate a report on resilience. And this has, what came out was a report where these experts have called for a Cornwall consensus, and at least among these experts there has been a consensus about how to design new policies, new economic policies, and have a global governance which goes beyond what has been used to be done under the Washington consensus. Among these experts were Mariana Mazzucato, Thomas Philippon, and Stormy has been the German representative. She couldn't join at the time now, but we pre-recorded an interview with her, a talk with her, and that's what we will listen to now. Please, my colleagues will start and push the button. Thank you. Okay, Stormy Mildner, thanks for being with us. And I would really like to start and ask you what has led to this process of what has ended with a sort of a Cornwall consensus, what the report calls it. What has been the beginning? Who has initiated this process?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, thanks for having me. It's really a pleasure that I can participate, although not really and only through this pre-recorded talk, but nonetheless, thank you so much for having me. So how did we get to the economic resilience panel and to the Cornwall consensus? So this was an initiative by the British chair of the G7. And it is a panel which was established by Great Britain to be part of the G7 process. And there was also, or still is, a working group which is intergovernmental on economic resilience. And our panel, however, is independent. And each country sent one representative into the panel to develop recommendations how to improve economic resilience. And this panel was then closely linked with a working group, which then fed our recommendations into the G7 process. We also handed over our recommendations to the G7 at their summit in June in Cornwall. That's why we also called the Cornwall consensus. And the whole process was guided, steered by Lord Mark Sedwill. He was part, or he still is part, of the G7 envoy, and he coordinated the process. So this is how it came about institutionally. The reason for it, why the Brits, however, established this panel, is because they took a close look at the risks we are currently facing. And they found, as we did, that they are multiple and they are all interconnected and with a high degree of uncertainty. We are facing at the same time a climate crisis, a health crisis, a migration crisis, a security crisis. And our crisis management approach didn't really work so well as we had seen in the pandemic. And while international supply chains held up pretty well in general, we also did see that in some areas they didn't. And we also did see that it is hard for countries, even the G7, to cooperate and not to follow go-it-alone strategies in crises. And that motivated the Brits to say, well, we need to take a closer look at economic resilience and ask, how can we improve economic resilience? And when our panel came together, we said, well, looking at supply chains is really important, but economic resilience is obviously a lot more than just supply chains. So we decided that we need to look at the question, how can we make our economies and our societies more resilient? And that led us a little bit away from supply chains by themselves. And we looked at climate issues, health issues, infrastructure investment, but also social issues, labor issues, and certainly also trade, and came up with our set of recommendations and a new pact for solidarity, so to say, the Cornwall consensus.
Okay. So the beginning was just a very specific question on supply chains and not so much the overall economic philosophy or strategy on different things.
Let's say it this way. It was more focused on trade and supply chains. Our panel was always called Economic Resilience Panel, but we steered it a little, well, we made it broader. We also asked the question about paradigms and if we need a paradigm shift. And for everybody who's familiar with economic history, the Cornwall consensus probably raises memories of the Washington consensus. And this is how we conceptualized our ideas a little bit. We said that the Washington consensus is something which guided and steered economic policy making for a really long time. It was nothing set in stone, obviously, but still, I mean, the idea that openness, liberalization would automatically lead to economic growth and wealth and prosperity everywhere. That is something which we agreed in our panel is just not empirically sound. It just doesn't happen automatically. So we said, while openness and trade and liberalization are still important components, they need to be accompanied by certain government policies, by the right framework conditions, and especially also by investment and good governance structures. And that's why we said, well, the Washington consensus, that's something which should be in the past. And now let's move on to a new understanding of solidarity among nations, and let's call it Cornwall consensus to just give it a starting point.
So that was your idea in the process of the panel to call it a consensus and something which may replace an old consensus?
Yeah, absolutely. That is something we discussed in the panel, and this is how we decided we wanted to frame our narrative.
Okay, which in a way was not astonishing when the panel was constituted by someone like Mariana Mazzucato or Thomas Philippon, who are known for being not the representatives of an old consensus, but something new. So that's something which might have been expected or not, is not so much surprising with these participants.
I would say that the panel in itself was very balanced. We did talk a lot about the relationship between markets and governments and responsibilities and openness on one hand side and protection on the other. But I would say in general, I found the panel very, very balanced with regard to these questions. Yeah, and by the way, I would say not only looking at the participants, this outcome isn't very surprising. I would say that given the circumstances in which we are, we need to think about how we do crisis management, how we want to improve resilience, how we want to tackle income inequality, how we want to how we want to deal with protectionism in the future. I mean, these are all so pressing issues that I would say it's not so surprising that we focused on the broader concept of resilience.
Yeah, highly interesting, because in fact, very different people and different governments, and also, I mean, the British government, which is a conservative government, and others coming from different views, and that seems something which one may call a consensus in the end. Can you give us one or two examples of the key recommendations that you gave to make it better understandable what the new thing is about?
Yeah, sure. What I would like to start, however, is first to say what we meant by resilience, because I think that is very important. So what we said is that there are really 4 components of economic resilience, which we have to look at and work at. And the first one is how to better recognize a risk and a crisis, and also how to develop a joint understanding of the risks we are facing, because there are still different interpretations, and also countries are affected in a different way by different crises. The second component is how can we prepare better for a risk, because sometimes we do know that there is a risk, so to say, the known unknown, but we're still not preparing for it, because we do a cost-benefit analysis. There are lots of hurdles in policy making. There's opposition in society, so we decide not to act because the trade-offs are too high. So how can we prepare better for a crisis? The third one is, how do we ensure that we bounce quickly back, that we adapt to a crisis, that we quickly react to the crisis. And the fourth one, and we found that most important, is how we can move forward from a crisis. So not just to build back better to the status quo, but really how can we use a crisis to move forward. And we found lots of problem in international cooperation and national policy making in all 4 aspects of economic resilience. And just to give one example, let's take health, for example. What we had seen in the beginning of the pandemic was that first, most governments, also in the G7, underestimated the risk which we were facing, and were very slow in reacting to the pandemic. And then the first reaction was very, very nationalistic, I would say, without a lot of cooperation, without a lot of information sharing. For example, the German government, we enacted export restrictions for masks, and not just to our European neighbors, which created huge problems in Italy, for example. Then we Europeanized the export controls, which still created huge problems internationally, because Germany was also a hub for the distribution of masks. So while something might be understandable from a nation point of view, from a policymaker point of view, that you want to show that you're doing something, something like that really doesn't make any sense, neither economically nor from a solidarity point of view. So we had a problem with the first aspect of resilience, the second one, and really the third one as well. If we will succeed in the fourth one, that we really build forward better, that remains to be seen, because we are, in general, all of us have a pretty short memory, right? We are facing crisis, and then we move on to the next, because there's so many crises at the same time. So, for example, under the German G20 presidency in 2017, the German government back then already did a pandemic preparedness exercise with the G20 countries. And then it got kind of forgotten, that exercise. So it was not really used in a sustainable, long-lasting way to prepare us better. And this is something we are recommending. We need to create a structure where the G7 are cooperating better in getting prepared for crises like this, that they are establishing channels of communication, exchanging data and information on vulnerabilities in their societies and economies, not just with regard to health, but also with regard to supply chain security, but also climate issues, infrastructure. Where are our vulnerabilities? Many of them are cross-country and go across borders. Cybersecurity being another huge issue. And we need to have channels for communication, and we need to do preparedness exercises, and we need to have playbooks for crisis. Now you might say, well, I mean, that is really low level of cooperation. It's not. It's already where we are having huge problems, because governments are very hesitant to exchange information on vulnerabilities and also on data which is relevant for economic competitiveness. So that would be one issue. Another issue, another recommendation we are making is we need huge investments into climate for the green transition, climate change policies, huge investments, which one country by itself can't really do. And we are all currently investing a lot into research and development to develop new climate technologies. And so we are saying, why not bundle these efforts more? Like, for example, it had been done in the European context to create the CERN. And why not do that for climate technologies as well, and work together and develop joint capacities. And another recommendation we are giving, I'm jumping around a little bit, with regard to health, is we do have a lot of other health risks which we are facing, which we are currently not addressing. Antimicrobial resistances being one of them. It's a huge issue. And these topics need to be lifted on the international agenda. And again, we need to do research and development together and channel and bundle investment also together.
So the difference is always that it's about cooperation, it's about international government cooperation, or what is the common idea behind this?
So first of all, one of the issues is that we need more government investment in certain areas, and while we acknowledge that debt is a problem for countries and can become a huge problem in the future, we still need to do the investment, and it would pay off. So this is one of the points. The second point is that we do, in some areas, we do need better rules than in the past. That is, for example, the case for international trade. When we look at the WTO, the rules do not reflect trade of the 21st century anymore. We need to adapt the rules for how we do business together to the world we're living in. So new rules, new standards is the second aspect. And the third one is governance structures. So we need to establish international governance structures, but also we need to look at the international organizations which we have and take a close look. And I'm a great fan of the WTO, but it needs to be reformed. So we need to work together on this. And this is all doable. It just, in parentheses, just requires the political will. And that is something we are asking the governments of, to show more political will and to cooperate on these issues together. And to jump, well, so to say, I mean, there's so much mistrust still after the last painful 4 years that we need to get back we really need back on track. I mean, we can't afford, with these risks which we are facing, to try to do it alone.
There's one thing in the recommendations which I saw about measuring socioeconomic progress and GDP and growth in itself, which is a huge topic. I mean, we have had a whole symposium recently on these issues, and usually it's getting very hot and very disputed when it comes to growth and degrowth and so on. Is there anything more concrete that the report recommends on how to measure GDP and how to have if having growth is good or not?
No, actually, we didn't go into more detail than which is in the report, because we did cover so many different topics. But what we agreed upon is that economic growth is necessary. We need economic growth to enable us to invest in climate protection, in health, in social equality. That is, I mean, that's the first point. We are not a panel which is opposing economic growth, and it's not a panel which is opposing the business sector. Quite the contrary, we see a big need of business sector government cooperation. But what we are also saying at the same time is we cannot measure prosperity and well-being only by looking at economic numbers. So the annual economic growth cannot be the only measurement of governments if we are doing well or if we are not doing well. But we need to look at other aspects, for example, equality, social inclusion, gender balance, environmental protection, biodiversity. We did talk about biodiversity for quite a bit, because we find that the economic relevance of biodiversity is absolutely underestimated, and the cost, also the economic cost of loss in biodiversity, is absolutely underestimated. And that is something where we said there needs to be more thinking about how to measure well-being, economic, social well-being. But no, we didn't get into providing answers to that.
Okay, there's been one, just to last point, or something I would be interested in. I mean, thinking about the Washington consensus, I always understood that this was due to the fact that there were two big international institutions in Washington and other government institutions. I'm not aware of big international institutions in Cornwall, but to be serious, what do you think will come out? I mean, the Washington consensus was called ex post, probably Washington consensus, because there was the IMF, the World Bank, and others who imposed or who led the movement towards market liberalism and this paradigm. What do you think will come out of your report? I mean, has it been received by governments? Is there potential for getting something which is not consensus only about among 8 people, but a wider consensus?
I think that remains to be seen. I mean, first of all, I would agree that the Washington consensus was a paradigm which was not branded or narrated by the IMF and the Washington while they were pursuing those policies. It's something which was branded from the outside and kind of reviewed prospectively. So there's a little bit of a difference, a big difference actually from the Washington consensus conceptually to what we are doing. Nonetheless, we wanted to use it as a contrast. Washington consensus, Cornwall consensus. What comes out of it, out of our recommendations? Well, first of all, we have discussed it. Mark Sedwell has discussed it with the leaders at the summit itself. There was a very interactive process throughout the UK presidency. So we had in our respective countries regular exchanges with government representatives from all ministries, an intergovernmental exercise, so to say. And I, for example, also organized several stakeholder meetings with business sector, other G7 engagement groups, and also think tanks. So I think just by having this process and getting us talking about this already has an impact. And if I'm looking at social media and also media, there were quite a few, let's say it was received pretty well. If it is going to lead to a change of policy making and cooperation in the G7, I don't want to be preposterous, right? I mean, there are so many different influencing factors which are more important than our economic resilience panel. Our job was to develop ideas to contribute to the G7 to the G7 family, so to say, not just by creating input, but also to build networks among the G7. And I probably should have said that in the beginning. The panel's job was not only to develop ideas, but also to contribute rebuilding trust in the G7 community. And I think that is something which already was achieved because all 8 of us did not know each other. And we participated in different stakeholder meetings among the G7 countries plus the EU. So this networking effect alone, and that we too are talking to each other today, already shows that it did make sense to have this panel, as I would say in German, ein Denkanstoß.
Okay, many thanks, Stormy Mildner, for giving us an insight on your work and what you've been doing around this consensus, probably new consensus, maybe new consensus. I would say a lot of these things are not just coming out of your work, but seem to be around, and that's very positive for your work too, and may reinforce the development that we see. Many thanks. Maybe we can reconnect in some time and see if the Cornwall consensus has grown and getting impact. So many thanks.
Many thanks for having me.
Hello, back again from our short break and to come to a very important session with an excellent panelists and contributors and a chair on the overall question of what can be the common ideas, what can be the common sense, the in a way consensus among different people defending something like a new economy, knowing, and that's something we touched upon in the former sessions, that there's a consensus probably around the diagnosis that there's a need for something new, but there are very different ideas around and different views and different kinds of answers on how to do that, how to design a new paradigm. What I would just throw in and then hand over to Jens is that we were very much inspired by the work that Maike has done in our first workshop in 2017 already on the history of paradigm changes and shifts and the logic of paradigm shifts, where it became obvious to me and to everyone who has read your report that it's not about having one economic theory or one right answer, one right model, and it's probably not even the academic answer which are decisive. In the end, looking at the market liberal paradigm, it was about having some common ideas. And behind, there were very different views between monetarists and neoclassics and others. So the question really is there something emerging that may be the common ground for a new paradigm, for a new economy, and which could be this common ground? Now I hand over to Jens, who has accepted to chair this session, Jens Südekum, who is also a follower of our work and contributor since the first days and a professor of economics in Düsseldorf. Please, Jens.
Yeah, so thank you, Thomas. Very excited to be chairing this extremely interesting, exciting session in searching a new paradigm. And as far as I can see, all contributors of the session are here, so we can start right away. So the plan is to start with two inputs. The first is going to be from Diane Coyle, Bennet Professor of Public Policy at Cambridge, then followed by Michael Jacobs, Professor of Political Economy at Sheffield. And if I could ask you to limit the first inputs to 12, at most 15 minutes, so that we have enough time for discussion. And then afterwards, we're going to have 4 reactions, 4 comments. And we're going to start with Henning Vöpel, who is Director of Center of European Politics in Freiburg. Then Antonella Stirati, Professor of Economics at Roma Tre University. Then Maya Göpel, who is Honorary Professor at Leuphana University in Lüneburg. And finally, Jakob von Weizsäcker, Chief Economist of the German Finance Ministry, in that order. And I would like the reactions, if possible, to be limited to 5 or 6 minutes, so that we have enough time for discussion. And then we're going to have discussion that I'll be moderating, and all participants in the event, please just use the chat function to type your questions, and I'll try to take all of them on board. Okay? So without any further ado, let's start. And I'm very happy to hand over to Diane for her first input. Please.
Thank you very much. And it's a real pleasure to have this opportunity. And luckily for me, the invitation came at a time when I've just published a book that is about the kinds of issues that you're discussing today. And so I'm just going to very briefly, in 10 minutes, talk through some of the main themes that I think underline what kind of paradigm shift we might be looking for. So the first point I want to make is that economists are very influential. And the illustration I've given you here is the number of members of the Government Economic Service in the UK. I think that would be very similar for government economists in many countries around the world. Actually, the number's gone up even since because of the self-inflicted economic wound of Brexit, which meant a lot more hiring. But it's not just about numbers, it's also about the influence of economics on public discourse and the way that the economic lens has become such an important one for talking about policies and behaviours that affect society more broadly. And the reason I think this is important is that I'm concerned to make the correct critiques of economics, if you like. There are many, many critiques of economists, and I want to focus on the ones that I think are really important to change from within the profession. Now, there are good reasons for the influence of economics, and one of them was rewarded in the Nobel Prize recently. And here you can see the impact of the work that underlay those Nobels this year, and it's what's called the applied turn, the development of applied microeconometrics to all kinds of problems. The expansion of the yellow area here reflects that, and you can see, I hope, the headings. So there are areas of social policy like education and health and the well-being of children in here, law and economics, innovation, entrepreneurship. And so the development of big data sets, computational power, and the methodological techniques and econometrics for which the prizes were awarded have led to this huge explosion of very powerful applied economic insights into a wide range of problems. And yet there are still some really big problems in economics that I want to focus on. And I'm going to start with the question of diversity in the profession. This is the UK profession, the latest report from the Committee on Women in Economics. And it's about the academic field. So it's a little better in think tanks and the city. It's a lot better in the government service, I must say. But in academic economics, where how economists think is shaped through research and teaching, it's a very poor picture indeed. Somewhat better in the continental European countries, similar in the United States. And the Anglosphere is very dominant in economic thinking. And so just to pick out some of these figures, 26% women in departments, 15% of professors are women, and 0 Black female professors of economics in the UK over a 6-year period. So these are really poor figures. And compared to other subjects as well, it's a really poor performance. This is a chart that from The Economist a while ago. This hasn't changed very much over the years subsequently. Economics is comparable to physics, engineering, computer science, philosophy, actually is also very bad in terms of representation. And the women who are in economics are much less satisfied than the women who are in the other comparable disciplines. There aren't very good figures for minority employment in economics, nor for the representation of people from working class backgrounds, low income backgrounds. But this lack of diversity really matters. And it matters because you don't know what questions to ask if you have nobody in the profession with experience of anything other than bourgeois male white experiences. And you don't understand the construction of data. So for example, how is it possible for only white economists to think about applied micro issues such as incarceration rates or crime? It's also the most inward looking of the social sciences. We cite other social sciences far less than they cite us. And there are very narrow ranges of methods considered acceptable in the discipline. I've started to do much more qualitative work, and I now sit in a politics department where it's very common to do so. And economists will often say, the paper's sure, it's very interesting, but you don't have any data. To which the response is, actually, I have megabytes of data. It's just text data and not numerical data. And there's a real resistance to the idea that other methods, apart from the applied micro methods that we've become very familiar with, and a new infatuation with machine learning methods, which are an extension of existing econometric methods. So it's very narrow. And the reason I'm emphasizing this is that it matters also, not just because of the questions, but because economics pretends to be like engineering. And this dates back to Lionel Robbins, who wrote this very famous essay and made the pronouncement, economics is neutral as between ends. It can't pronounce on the validity of ultimate judgments of value. And this has become deeply embedded. So Milton Friedman famously said the same thing. Positive and normative economics are distinctive. We economists do positive work. We deal with facts. We deal with what is, not what ought to be. Keynes had made the comparison to dentists. And this still is deeply embedded. Esther Duflo repeated the same thing recently in her big keynote speech at the American Economic Association. So we compare ourselves to engineers, to dentists, to plumbers, people doing well-defined, practical work using data, and it's all very empirically based, and it's not about value judgments. This is completely false, because the idea of efficiency, which economists use to analyze any social policy or public policy context, is not like engineering efficiency or plumbing efficiency. It's a concept that embodies preference satisfaction, utility maximization, the idea of Pareto optimality, so we can't make judgments as between different individuals. And this work, the use of the same word efficiency is highly misleading. Economics is completely value-laden, and it's also completely philosophically naive. It's very basic utilitarianism. And I think this is a very dangerous path, because it's part of the reason we have come to be seen as an out-of-touch technocratic elite, and part of the backlash against economics is valid because we have pretended that we're not making powerful value judgments when we are. One example, use of cost-benefit analysis. UK Treasury has just published supplementary guidance to its cost-benefit analysis, which turns well-being into a number, £15,649. How on earth can that be done without talking about the value judgments that go into thinking about social welfare? Or another example, the idea of consumer welfare in competition analysis. I got a background in competition policy, and I always used to agree that it was that kind of empirical, analytical framework, universal, technocratic. You could make a reasonably definitive assessment of what the best outcome was. And I'm changing my mind about that quite considerably because of questions like the nationality questions. Does it matter that Europe doesn't have people who can produce, companies that can produce cutting edge chips? What about the resilience questions that we've learned so much about? But in particular, in a digital economy and in an increasing returns to scale economy, markets tip one way or the other, and the regulatory decisions, what mergers can go ahead, what investments get made, are going to shape markets one way or the other. And there's no avoiding the regulators and the economists advising them not making what are inherently value judgments about the shape of the economy that we want. There are signs that this is changing. And so I've picked out a column by Daron Acemoglu recently where he acknowledged in the context of climate economics that mainstream economics hasn't yet stepped up to the plate. And he highlighted these questions about using a lower social discount rate, taking account of tipping points, accepting that in a complex problem, you can't assign one instrument to one target, you can't compartmentalize it, and you need system change. Actually, I think we should have known that long ago from the old theory of second best, which economists listening will be very familiar with. But it's late, and the mainstream, the top 5 journals that determine whether you get hired or promoted by top economics departments still have very little environmental economics. In fact, very little from the fields in economics at all. So economics is moving away from this construction. Here's the old Phillips machine. We used to think of people as cogs in this machine, and we don't do that anymore. That's certainly true. And there are lots of good things. But dangerously, in AI, the Homo economicus, and I've used the Boston Dynamics robot as an example of all our AI fears, machine learning systems are like economists on steroids. They are doing utility maximization with a limited number of metrics and without thinking properly about the data that are being used. And so that engineering construct of value in economics is actually moving into this expanding field in a very dangerous way. So here are all those issues that the utilitarian ethics gets encoded, the data bias problems we're familiar with, and this inherent problem of complex value judgments, multidimensional problems, capabilities being translated
through the processes of economic technocracy into unidimensional decisions. But AI at least is having a moment of recognizing that it needs to talk about ethics, and we need to do that in economics as well. So here we are, we're in this uncharted territory where there are monsters in all the uncharted areas. So this is just a metaphor of the book. And this is what I think we need. We need to a different benchmark model in economics, where all of the things on the right-hand side here need to be the starting point for how we think about the economy, with a bias toward thinking about institutions, interventions, and not the presumption from which all economists still start, that you can think about a model of a market economy and build complications into that to think about any issue. And so, final slide, this is what I think economists need to do. We need to think about big problems. We need to have different techniques, to think very hard about the data that's constructing the way that we see the world, which is a preoccupation of mine. Recognize the importance of political economy, because you can't advise on policy without thinking about politics. Think seriously about ethics and welfare economics, which has been ignored largely since the 1970s. Work with other disciplines, accept other methods, but also accept that there's a problem. And I think economists have generally accepted the problem, that diversity is a problem, but not really accepted that there's a deeper problem in the nature of the subject that actually explains the lack of diversity, that puts off half the people who might be interested in doing economics. And that, I think, we haven't got to, because a lot of economists would say to me, well, at the frontier, we're doing all the things that you say we're doing, so what's the problem? So I hope I've not overrun my time. Thank you very much, Jens.
Thank you very much, Diane, and actually thank you for being so concise and at the same time delivering such a very deep speech. That was great. So let me hand over to Michael for your input, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Jens, and thank you very much, Diane. I'm very honoured to be following Diane. Diane has consistently been writing, thinking, and then writing even more helpfully about issues just before they begin to emerge into wider public debates. Each of her books has been slightly ahead of the curve, and that has then helped to inform the debate, and I have learned a lot from her over the years. I am going to share my screen because I do have some slides, and I need to find the right slides. No, that's so. Let me do that now. Can somebody confirm that my slides are now on screen?
They are on screen. If you can go to slideshow, that would be great.
So are they now on slideshow?
Yes.
So thank you very much. This is the second half of a talk I gave in almost exactly 2 years ago to Forum for a New Economy seminar, when I talked about the idea of paradigm shifts in economic theory and policy. And I'm not sure whether all the slides have been circulated in advance, but anyway, the slides I've circulated, and I hope they'll be circulated afterwards, include the first half, which I gave 2 years ago, and I've been thinking a bit more about this, and I'm now going to give the second half as briefly as I can. I hope the idea of a paradigm shift, which we get from Thomas Kuhn and Imre Lakatos in the natural sciences, is kind of familiar to people. In economics, there are two obvious paradigm shift moments. In the 20th century, after the Wall Street crash and the Great Depression, we shifted from classical economics and laissez-faire policies to Keynesian economics, full employment, welfare state policy. That lasted as a kind of new orthodoxy, a new paradigm for 30 odd years or so, until the 1970s, when, for a variety of reasons, it collapsed. That brought in the paradigm shift towards free market economics and what sometimes became known as the Washington Consensus, Reaganism, Thatcherism in the UK, mirrored more or less, although not exactly, in most other countries. And so the obvious historical parallel there is now, in the little more than a decade now, since the financial crash, since the very slow recoveries of austerity, since the environmental crisis, and now since the pandemic, is the free market Washington consensus, which has been modified over the years, so is not exactly the same as it was when it was first introduced, shifting towards a new paradigm. I want to argue that even if it isn't, it should be, but I think there is some evidence, as Diane has already suggested, that it is. And what I want to do here is to try and explain what I think it might be. I'm not going to go through this slide. This is, in general, in these slides, you're going to have to multitask, read while I'm talking, because I'm not going to talk all the way through them. There have been, as everybody knows, a whole set of problems, some of which are in the real economy, like the climate crisis, which I think we all recognize now is absolutely fundamental, but also to the theory of economics, kind of various failures of understanding. Obviously, the financial crisis was one of those. The productivity stalling since 2008, many economists would describe this as a puzzle and so on. So I think we have now some evidence that the old paradigm is failing, both at a real economy level and at an intellectual level. And what I wanted to try and do is to set out what I think a new paradigm might be, and I have to say I'm rather in favour of this, so I think should be. So this is more normative than it is positive. And I go through these, I'm afraid, rather quickly. So on the left, we have the free market paradigm in a variety of different, through a variety of different issues. Ideally, this would have been have 3 columns here, but there wasn't space for that in a form you could read. So on labour markets, we had in the free market paradigm the desire to have as much flexibility as possible, that this would improve employment and would also over time improve earnings growth. What we can now see pretty clearly is that very flexible labour markets, of which the UK is a prime example. There are nearly 1 million people on 0-hours contracts in the UK. 15% of our economy is now, of our labour force is now classified as self-employed, even though many of them are only working for one client. They are basically employed, but they've been put on self-employed contracts so that their employers don't have to pay social security and give them the same conditions. This system has actually led to lower productivity. It's become way too easy, particularly in the UK, to employ another hour of labour, not even a whole day of labour. You can do it by the hour now, instead of investing in skills and in technology. That has kept wages low. What is the alternative? It is to strengthen the bargaining power of labour. So to move towards stronger labour unions, collective bargaining more. This is obviously a particular issue in the UK and the US, much less in some economies, including Germany, up to a point where unions are a little bit more powerful. But in general, it is a focus on labour bargaining power. On executive earnings, high pay was a function of marginal productivity in the free market paradigm. We should leave it to the market to do that. We would now see high earnings as a function of the market power, the rents that are able to be captured by chief executives and other executives. These should be limited through corporate governance reform and taxation of high income. Carbon emissions, in the free market paradigm, you price the externality through carbon taxes and permits, but not so far as to constrain growth. In a new paradigm, we recognize that we do have to constrain growth, or at least in principle, we might have to constrain growth because of the priority of living within a carbon constrained world. That may or may not happen. I'll come back to growth in a second, but we need to use a whole range of policies. What Thomas Krebs was talking about earlier, now much more of a focus on public investment, even public ownership. Carbon prices on their own are not going to do it. Within the carbon price system, you almost certainly need a floor. And then I'm not even going to go through the rest of all of these. You can kind of read them. I think you can see there the shift in paradigm that is occurring. I do want to focus on the last one, partly to pick up something that Diane said. In general, the free market paradigm has a problem with class, gender, and racial inequalities. It doesn't really have a framework to deal with that. In a modified kind of centrist paradigm of a Blair, Clinton, Schroeder kind, you would say that education will get rid of those things. In a new paradigm, I think we would have to recognize that these are the results of history and culture. They are systemic. They are not just a result of immobility in education and so on, and you need positive action policies to get rid of them. I missed the slide, so I thought I'd gone to the second of my slides. So here's a little bit more of this. In finance, the efficient markets hypothesis, the deregulation of the financial system, which occurred in the 90s and 80s and 90s, was the free market paradigm. Now, I think we would have to say that you would need a much more institutional and behavioral analysis of the financial sector and the way it behaves, and you need tougher macroprudential and other regulation. In macro models, the free market paradigm has used equilibrium-based DSGE. The financial sector, as we know, prior to the financial crisis, was not even included in most of those models. You've got two different movements now going on within a new paradigm way of thinking about modeling. One is to have the financial sector involved, to have much more uncertainty in the models. There are people who are trying to do modified DSGE and others, but there are other people doing agent-based modeling on a complexity economics foundation. This is, as you can see, a mixture of theory and policy, and that is deliberate because a paradigm, as I will talk a little bit about in a second, in economics is really a politico-economic paradigm. It has both theory in it and policy, and so this is a mixture of theory and policy if you're thinking about this. In fiscal policy, a general view that balanced budgets are a good idea, you need to reduce deficits, fiscal austerity when you get into the problem. In a new paradigm, you would be thinking in classical Keynesian terms about stimulus and multipliers, and you would use a sectoral balances analysis, that the very last thing you should do when the private sector is retrenching and consolidating, and the household sector is doing the same as the corporate sector in the private part of your sectoral balances, the last thing that government should do is also withdraw demand from the economy. And debt is a function of the retrenchment of private sector and household sector borrowing and spending. In monetary policy, independent central banks were the modified paradigm of the free market paradigm. We've seen this. Most people are now looking at much more coordinated fiscal and monetary policy. Corporations, we needed free market paradigm said deregulate. Monopoly was not a problem. I mean, it was in the classical free market theory, but of course, in the way free market paradigm was actually developed, it allowed monopoly and has not sought to regulate it. It was economics 101 that free competition often leads to monopoly, particularly in certain sectors where there are big economies of scale or network effects, which is what we've seen in the digital world. Now, I think many people, of whom Mariana Mazzucato would be a good example, but also in the US, a growing antitrust theorization, some of which has come out of law. Lina Khan, the new federal trade commissioner, being a good example in the US out of law, which is that the financialization and monopoly power, both of which they are connected but conceptually distinct aspects of the way in which corporate power has grown over the last 20 or 30 years, is a problem. It is part of what contributes to low investment, a slow rate of innovation outside the particular companies which are monopolists, and that we should be using corporate governance reform, antitrust policies to break up those monopolies and regulate them. And lastly, productivity, some puzzled in the free market paradigm about why productivity improvement has slowed so much. But in general, in the modified paradigm, it's supply side policies, which planning reform, skills, infrastructure, competition to raise productivity. In a new paradigm, it would be we need more productive investment, and that one of the drivers of productivity slowdown has been, in fact, just insufficient demand. And that's where the kind of things that Rainer was talking about earlier, state investment banks, mission-oriented innovation, industrial policy would come in. So very quick run through, and I'm sorry to be talking so fast, particularly for those who are not native English speakers, on what the new paradigm might look like. Pulling back slightly, I think it's worth just look at the left-hand column here. What is a politico-economic paradigm? I think, broadly speaking, it has four aspects to it. It has a set of goals, the goals that are most important. And one of the big shifts, obviously, from the Keynesian to the free market paradigm was the shift from regarding full employment as the main goal of economic policy to regarding the control of inflation and free enterprise as the main goals of policy. So it has a set of economic goals, political and economic goals. It has a general analytical framework, a theoretical framework, and this is where the theory part of it comes in. And I've got there on the right some of the components of the theoretical framework that underpin the free market or neoliberal paradigm. Thirdly, it has a public narrative and language. As Anatol Koletsky, who I think is in this meeting, pointed out in a very brilliant intervention contribution to one of our previous seminars, the right captured all the positive words in our political dictionary: free markets, free enterprise, liberty, and so on. And fourthly, it has a set of policies, principal economic and social policies, which go with it. So there are the categories, I think, of the of what constitutes a paradigm on the left, and the some of the things that are in the free market paradigm on the right. So let me say very quickly what I think a new paradigm might consist of. Firstly, and I'm going to use each of those categories on the left. So political economic goals. In a paper that I authored for the OECD, it was actually the product of a high-level advisory group to the Secretary General called Beyond Growth, which came out last year. We highlighted 4 primary paramount goals of a new paradigm way of thinking. They are environmental sustainability, and I've given a definition of it there. Rising well-being, so a focus not just on income, but on well-being as the primary goal, both for individuals and for society as a whole. Well-being includes income, but it does not only include income. Falling inequality. I don't think we need to say how far we wish inequality to fall. I think it is too high. Most of us would agree in most societies, particularly wealth inequality. And lastly, system resilience. The financial crisis, the COVID crisis, the environmental crisis, all raise questions about the resilience of our economy to shocks. We seem to live in a very fragile economy, some of which, the reasons for which are fairly clear, just-in-time techniques and so on, an over-focus on efficiency rather than resilience as a macro goal. We seem to live in an economy that is very fragile in relation to potential shocks, and a lot of people are now talking about resilience as a stronger goal. So those would be my 4 primary goals. What is the general analytical framework that we might use? So I've got a series of sentences, each of which could be unpacked at great length. The first is to see capitalism, and let's admit that we're talking about capitalist economies here, as a complex, adaptive socio-economic system. It's not just an economic system, it's a socio and indeed political economic system. It's complex, it cannot be understood, as Diane has said, through simple linear models. And as we know from complexity in engineering and biological sciences, and now increasingly within economics, complex systems do not behave in expected ways. They generate emergent outcomes which are not what you would expect if you're thinking mechanistically or in linear form. We need to understand that. Secondly, that we need an analysis of power in economic relations and policy making. Power is something that all political scientists and sociologists would recognize. Many economists have kind of not wanted to acknowledge it, but we need to understand the way in which power emerges. Rents is a good economic kind of a proxy for power, but there are other forms as well. Bargaining power in labor markets being a good example, where in fact economists have shown some interest. Thirdly, we need an institutional analysis of firm and state behavior and policy. Methodological individualism, which regards the individual, whether homo economicus or the firm as a rational profit maximizing firm, is not a very good representation of the way firms, states, individuals behave. We need an institutional analysis. We need a behavioral analysis. We now know a lot from behavioral economics that human beings don't behave in the way that the old neoclassical homo economicus suggested. We need to understand in a Keynesian or possibly post-Keynesian way, demand, productivity, uncertainty in the financial system. We need an evolutionary analysis of technological change and innovation. Mariana Mazzucato's work being drawing on much of the evolutionary theory of technological change and innovation. On the environment, we need an ecological analysis of the environmental foundations of the economy and the planetary boundaries that we live in. And we need a gender and post-colonial analysis of labor markets and social reproduction. Those of you who are familiar with heterodox economics will see that these are a set of heterodox economic theoretical schools: complexity, political economy, institutionalism, behavioralism, post-Keynesianism, evolutionary economics, ecological economics, and feminist, and up to a point, post-colonial economics, are heterodox schools. Some of this is now in the mainstream, as Diane said. The frontiers of the mainstream have many of these kinds of ideas sitting within them, but they have mostly been developed outside the mainstream economics. So very, very quickly, because I know I'm running out of time, what is it that these heterodox schools share? And I think there are a set of, even though all of those schools are developed separately, they don't tend to talk to one another, and they don't tend to talk to the mainstream, they all share a number of common ideas. So the first one is that methodological individualism and Homo economicus misunderstand the sociality of human behavior. I don't actually know whether sociality is an English word, but it was introduced by Dennis Snower in the work that we did, who is also a friend of the forum, in the work we did for the OECD. And if it isn't an English word, it should be. What it means is the social determination and character of human behavior. Methodological individualism, Homo economicus, are not good ways of understanding the kinds of things people are. Secondly, we need to realize that economic behavior, both individual and aggregate, varies according to the institutions and structures in which it occurs. There isn't a single set of behavioral responses that institutions, that firms, states, individuals have. It depends on the institutions and structures in which they occur. So we need to understand that. Different institutions operate with different power relations, different ethics, different logics, and different incentives. That means that the institutional framework of behavior is really critical to trying to change it, because they different systems, and there are normative aspects to different institutions as well as positive ones. Different economic and political goals require different kinds of institutions to encourage them or make it more likely that they will be achieved. If you want a greater long-termism in companies, you need to have corporate governance mechanisms that incentivize that, encourage it, and constrain short-term profit maximization. In this context, free markets are one kind of institution, and I put inverted commas around free markets. We know there are no such thing, but the free markets that the free market paradigm tried to encourage, they are one kind of institution, an appropriate one to achieve certain economic and political goals in certain circumstances, but not all. The externalities of a capitalist market system, both positive and negative, are pervasive and systemic, not occasional and marginal, as the free market paradigm likes to suggest. So you need systemic control and constraint mechanisms. And these are absolutely critical to economic policy making. They are not merely market adjustments. And Diane also mentioned something of this kind in her presentation. And then lastly, institutional analysis and design are the basis of good economic policy making. This is not simply about creating or improving markets. It's about improving the institutions which can more likely to generate the goals that we have. So what then would constitute the public narrative and language? I put three things here. Firstly, I think we are moving into a post-growth or beyond growth world. This does not mean that growth is no good anymore. It does mean that growth of itself will not give you the goals. We have to work for those four goals: sustainability, rising well-being, reducing inequality, and system resilience directly, and not hope that growth will achieve them. Government is needed. The state has a major role to play in coordinating the economy, very much on the lines that Thomas was talking about earlier with regard to climate. And thirdly, don't just create markets. That is not the universal solution. Build institutions. Build the institutions that are more likely to achieve those goals. And then I'm just going to leave that slide up. We don't need to go through all of this because we can do more. I've tried to set out in a kind of very in a kind of slightly stylized way, the areas of major policy reform that are needed in 7 particular different ways. So that is, I'm sorry I've gone on slightly longer than I intended, but I hope that's a helpful way of thinking about things.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. Yeah, so I think we have a big challenge ahead. to, not just say that the old paradigm, so let's say DSGE, Arrow de Breu type of general equilibrium thinking. I mean, we all know it is a idealized market system, and we probably all understand that it has its flaws and it's way oversimplified and maybe even false. But I think there's one key problem. It is very appealing to many because of its internal consistency and because of its being analytically crystal clear, right? And I think it's not enough to just emphasize, how wrong or how bad the old paradigm is and all the hundreds of complexities that it's missing, but also to be constructive and develop a new paradigm that at least tries to achieve something equally appealing, equally consistent, equally analytically comprehensive. And I think we've gained quite some ground here by the two talks by Diane and Michael, how such a new paradigm could look like to be successfully kind of replacing or complementing the old one. So now I'm looking forward to 4 comments on the 2 impulses. And I'd like to start with Henning Vöpel first. And please, if you could try to limit your comments to, as I said, like 5 to 6 minutes so that we have still enough time for discussion. So please, Henning.
Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for having me. And I've prepared some slides. Is it possible to share the slides with you? I think I can't do that, actually.
That I don't know.
We try to arrange quickly.
Okay.
Okay, thanks a lot. So please, the next one, please. Yeah, so the question is whether or not we need a new economic paradigm. So that, of course, depends on what we call a paradigm or a system change. So first of all, I would like to say that to my assessment, no system change is required, because that is often raised, the question, do we need a system change to overcome capitalism? I don't think so. I think we all agree that it will remain a system of democracy, meaning that we give people a voice and to people the power, of course. It is a system of market economy, so giving people also a choice. It consists of the rule of law, giving people equal rights. So I think that is clear and is some sort of common ground we are standing on. But of course, we have seen some exogenous and very disruptive changes, and that of course means that we have also some evolving endogenous contexts. So the next one, please. And to my assessment, we have at least 3 bigger events or trends that can cause changes in how we understand the new economic paradigm. The first one is that, and that I think many economists have not seen, that globalization has fragmented societies. So, and that is giving hint to the question, what is the common ground? How do we organize democracy? And that is, of course, is related to the discussion that was pretty much triggered by Danny Roderick. The second event is digitization, the impact of data and the platform economy that is going to monopolize markets, and related questions are, how can we regulate gatekeepers? How can we preserve people's sovereignty from being disrupted by or undermined by platforms? And of course, climate crisis has raised the question, how can we systematically protect the climate and reconcile the economic growth with planetary boundaries? So to my assessment, these are the 3 exogenous, very disruptive trends that can lead to a new economic paradigm. Next one, please. And so that was just mentioned. Of course, the term paradigm goes back to Thomas Kuhn, and he said, well, it depends on the way we look at the world, and if that changes, the look at the world changes, we need a scientific agenda. So that is the main question, I think. And having mentioned the three exogenous events, I think we will see an economy, a global economy, in which we have much more common resources and goods and externalities. So that means that we need to give the state a stronger, not just a bigger, but a stronger role as opposed to markets. So that I think all economists would agree on. The second point is we need more coordination, and that gives hint to more global collective action. And the third point is we see a tighter intertemporal dependency, and that means we need to take into account the liberty rights of the next generations, and that means that we need to think about a new, more intergenerational social contract. So I think, summing up, I think we have very good reasons to assign the government a greater role, but I think that should be accompanied by also strengthening democracy, market economy, and the rule of law. So not just assigning and giving the government a greater role, we also need to elaborate on the other one, to strengthen the common ground on which we stand on. Next slide, please, and also the last one. So a new economic paradigm, which is, to me, that we need to redesign institutions and also to measure well-being and welfare in a different way. So that is a prerequisite of defining or redefining a new economic paradigm, and that should be, or that ought to aim on strengthening resilience and the responsiveness of institutions. I think that is very important in times of complexity and radical uncertainty. So to have more resilient and responsive institutions. Secondly, we have to strengthen, or that should be aimed on, individual autonomy, empowerment, and societal inclusion. And the third point is redesign institutions, and new measures of well-being and welfare should also promote stability, protection of people, of societies, and of course also embrace new forms of progress. So that is what I would define as a new economic paradigm. So I'm a bit skeptical whether the fundamental aim of economics is really changing. I mean, we have to deal with scarcity. We have to agree on common goals. So I doubt that we really need a system change or a new economic paradigm. But of course, we need to redesign institutions and to overthink our measures of well-being and welfare. So thanks a lot. These are my points I would like to add.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me hand over straight to Antonella Stilati for her comments, please.
Hello, good morning. So very, very interesting presentations. I don't have PowerPoints, so I will just react to what was presented earlier. And given the short time, I will try to focus on a couple of points which I think are to me are more interested or more stimulating than others. The first comment is about the first presentation, and I must say I have somewhat mixed feelings about this discussion, which comes often when discussing with non-mainstream economists about value-free or non-value-free approach to an understanding of economic processes. So let me try to explain why I have these mixed feelings. And this also connects a bit with the second presentation on paradigm shift. So I'm sure that the current mainstream approach is not value-free, although this may be unconscious, of course, on the part of, so I'm not claiming that all the mainstream economists are dishonest in some sense. No, of course, they we all learn certain things at university. If you're not exposed to different approaches, that's just the only tools you have at your disposals. But I also think that the mainstream emerged largely as an unscientific construction, that is to say an ideological and false representation of actual economic processes, which emerged basically because it represents an apology of the market system, and also probably serves well certain interests which are very strong in our societies. But that it is, but I disagree, for example, with what you said about it is appealing because it is internally consistent. No, it is not internally consistent. This has been shown in many debates, analytical discussions, which have, however, been put under the carpet because, you know, so the problems are ignored, and this gives the impression that there is no analytical inconsistencies or problems, but there are analytical problems on the one hand, and on the other hand, there are plenty of failures on the side of prediction, and on the side of obtaining with the proposed policies the targets, the objectives that you had maintained would be reached. A clear example is labor market flexibility. So this has some relation also with the second presentation. We were told, this was supported very much by international and supranational institutions, and it was supported also in Europe quite a lot, that we should have flexible labor markets to decrease unemployment. But now we know from very large empirical literature that the reforms, so-called reforms of the labor market, did not improve the performance of the labor market. Not only they had negative side effects, which have been mentioned before, but basically they did not have any systematic effect in improving employment or decreasing unemployment. So another quite obvious failure is the fact that austerity policies were carried out in Europe in order to, or so it was said, in order to decrease the debt to GDP ratios, but in fact, as it was later recognized even by the IMF, the impact on GDP was so large, the negative impact on GDP was so large that the result was an increase in the debt to GDP ratios as a consequence of austerity policies carried out in a period of recession. So I think there are quite clear indications that mainstream economics is not value-free on the one hand and is not very scientific on the other hand. At the same time, I think that as social scientists, economists should try to do their best to have a honest, I would say, and then in some sense value-free, as far as it is possible for a human being, approach to the study of economic processes, because we need to know, to have a proper knowledge at our best of how the economy works in order to design good policies. And so we come to the paradigm shift. It is correct that I agree that we see signs in the literature and in the public debate, that even in policies, especially in the US, which indicate that there is a shift. Which is partly based on the failures we have seen and the problems we have seen in the recent past. But I'm wondering how long this will last. I think it will last in academia and also probably in public debate on the one hand only if these changes in policy objectives and policy tools, coordination between fiscal policy and monetary policy, more role of public investment, etc., etc. These have been proposed, but they have been justified analytically by most mainstream economists with reference to special situations, special conditions. So I'm thinking of New Keynesian economists, important economists like Blanchard or Summers. They have been claiming expansionary policies, and this is a good thing, of course, we can agree with, but always on the ground that we are in a special situation, the zero lower bound for the interest rate and so on. So this, if there isn't a deeper shift in the analytical framework, I think that this way of approaching the change in policies may be short term and soon reverse to going back to the old ones because the special situation or the special conditions are not there anymore. And I'm particularly worried that this will happen in Europe because in the Eurozone we see quite a bit of pressure to return to the old rules and the old policies, which I think would be extremely dangerous. Because it will lead not recognizing that we need expansionary fiscal policy all over Europe and a lot of public investment to face a number of problems, among which also the lack of full employment, which is, I think, is a major problem, should come back to become, reaching full employment should go back to become a major objective of economic policy, but also, of course, the ecological problems require a lot of public role and investment. So I think that going back to the old rules would be an obstacle to pursuing these objectives, and would soon lead the Eurozone into trouble in many respects, because it would cause stagnation of the entire area with respect to the US and China, as we have already seen. So even Germany, which is the best performer, let's say, but has grown much less and innovated less than other non-Eurozone countries. So there would be the risk of stagnation, and tensions with the rest of the world caused by the fact that the area would continue to be export-led, which is not necessarily well tolerated by the US or other countries. And there would continue to be a process of divergence between European countries and of impoverishment of the workers, of the weaker side of society, if you like. And this is already, I think, and will be in the future, a situation that might disrupt democracy. Someone said before, we don't want a change of the system, we want to stay in democracy. Well, but look around you. There are problems with democracy if we continue in this way, because there is a lot of dissatisfaction, a lot of protest, and abandoning the traditional parties in search of something different, and this something different, I mean, we might not like it.
Okay, thank you, Antonella. So let me give the word to Maya Göpel, please.
Thank you, Jens. Thank you, everyone. I have not prepared anything because I felt as a discussant, I listen, and what I will try to do now is to connect a few of the things that have been said from an angle of a sustainability transformation scholar with a political economist background, because that already gives you an idea from which research point of view I have been approaching these issues for quite a while now. And the first thing I think is important is to pick up a bit on what Henning said. What do we mean when we talk about a paradigm? And I would like to find some bridges there, because Michael, I can totally see why you connect the paradigm shift also with a policy recommendation shift, because as a social scientist, as Antonella said, if we really consider ourselves as this, we'll see that science as well as societal development are evolutionary that means there is constant system change. Sometimes it is more adaptive and sometimes it's very disruptive. So it's not whether systems change, it is how we understand the changes currently happening and how might we find solutions so that we gear the directionality that we had this morning, gear the system changes into a direction that we might call normatively positive. And this is why the normative aspects in there are so important. And I think that is the second bit, because it is performative. If you think about there's a lot of research about the effects of scientific research on the legitimation that Antonella just raised of political policy recommendations. And obviously this is part and parcel of what we've been talking about this morning, what Philip from the ministry was saying. Now there is a co-evolution between searching for new solutions because the old system is very much in a frictive moment. We can't continue with what we have. So we are finally stepping back and rethinking, and that's my third point, performative and reflexive. We're rethinking the assumptions about what are trends, why are they developing in a certain direction, what are the best answers to give the trends a more positive direction. So this is, for me, the three areas that we have to look at to dissect a little bit why a paradigm shift more broadly, I think, is in the making. And it totally combines or fits with what you've been saying, Michael, that it is a complex systems way of looking at the world. And we see it in many disciplines. We do see it in psychology, we see it in biology, we see it in especially digitalization processes. And that means we also start looking at economic systems in a different way. And this is where I would like to go into a reflexive moment and try to make a few of the combinations between things that were said. And Diane, I think your presentation was so important because I've also picked out the Lionel Robbins definition formally. And this whole notion of ends don't matter is something that we can't afford anymore under given circumstances. And this is exactly, I think, Michael, where you're going to. For a while, it was totally okay to say growth is going to have a lot of social positive outcomes. And we've seen a lot of growth of well-being indicators aligned with GDP. But when we've seen a decoupling in rich countries between more quality of life development and more material consumption, and we've seen that the side effects are so detrimental that if we continue this path, it will be hampering not only our ecosystems, but obviously ourselves. So that we will have, by continuation of the former path, a total backlash on our assumption of what it will bring about. And this is why ends matter. And this is why we have to be very honest about the normative elements of everything that we use, especially indicators. And this is why I think quality matters as the next aspect. And I would love to hear from Diane a bit more about the data that you're referring to that we should be using. Because I think one of the most exciting things right now, when we think about how could we go without seeing the risks, without being anticipating such tremendous challenges early enough, has to do with the blindness with which we've been using monetary indicators. There was no qualitative basis under this. Carpolani already called it fictitious commodities to show that nature and labor and also money are not commodities. They have a quality totally of their own. And we think about a purpose of an economy, it is to serve the well-being of its people without, and that's my sustainability background, threatening the persistence of the ecological base for the future well-being or the well-being of the generations to come. So now we're in the search, and this is for me one of the most exciting things, a new possibility in the ESG reporting, in the value balancing alliances, in the well-being measurements. All of those are looking for other data so that we either, and that's something I think we should need to decide in every one particular case and not say one is the solution, either start monetizing some of this or accept that we have to widen what we use in quantitative and qualitative data, even to measure what an economic outcome is. So the limits to monetarization is a huge aspect we need to look at if we want to really understand, is growth helping us to have wealth increase, ecological wealth? I mean, there's so much that's not been accounted for right now that we have a lot of analysis of from ecological economists has been downgraded whilst GDP has been going up. So we've eaten into the way that nature or ecosystem have been providing lots of resources, not only a stable climate, but obviously biodiversity was mentioned before, water cycles, a land that has soils in it that actually are fertile. And all of that has been going down whilst we've been accounting for growth. So how do we correct for that so that we actually see what is growing and what is diminishing? and then start understanding, is price indication the right thing, or do we need something else? And latest in biodiversity, we won't have a market solution. It becomes very spatial. And that's my third point. When we look at how the old paradigm has been trying to govern most of this, it's by chunking it into pieces to put a price tag on it. But we have a lot of relationships that really matter. Systems thinking is a relationship thinking. And you only understand, A, the behavior, and that's been crucial, I think, in both of your presentations at the beginning, the institutional aspect, the socialization aspect, the way that former ideas have been built into structures, then shape our ideas about what is reality and what's possible. And so how do we understand how elements, including humans, so our whole idea of our self-image, are behaving very different today to what they might have chosen as their preferences some 100 years ago? So the notion about preferences and the choices we make always are embedded in context, and we have to understand this. And I think right now, one of the crucial elements that's totally missing next to power is the infiltration of consumerist lifestyles. So as long as we have a constant beating of very impactful business models that Rainer also pointed out, to the extractive digital business models also are very extractive on how we think about what is a good life. And they're very good at trying to bring us into consuming ever more by undermining all our cognitive barriers that we might have had to consumption choices before. The convenience aspect is running us into running across all of the planetary boundaries without it necessarily upping our quality of life anymore. And this is a conundrum that we have to look at. So how are institutions shaping how we behave, but also how do we understand the relationships between key aspects, and not only climate change? I'm really deeply worried that we only hunt a CO2 molecule right now because it fits the old paradigm of piecing. We need to look at the relationships. And with that comes a time and a delay aspect in the feedback loops. We've been looking at this in Corona. The anticipation element in the resilience approach is super important there. But we are also facing this with the whole planetary boundary concept not being looked at early enough. We're running into the zones of tipping points where even stopping what we've been doing is not going to stop the effects of former activities. So the anticipation moment, what exponentiality is doing, another key area that we really have to look at and really get into the cost-benefit analysis. We've had it briefly in the first presentations. It is not only when we look about public investments, renewable energy systems that we fund now are going to be really cheap in use because we don't have to pay for fuels anymore in the future. But investments that we do now in providing that biodiversity is going to maintain also will pay off much later. So the time lags, the delays that we have in complex systems need to be factored in the way that we look at cost-benefit analysis. And this is basically my penultimate point, that regenerative living systems, and if we ask about what are the two ingredients of an economic system that can be successful, it's human beings and it's the resources that we depend on. And those are two living units. So we can't go in a mechanized way of this is technologically speedy, possible. This is what machines can do, but there is a regenerative rhythm in those. And this is going to give us another idea about the pace with which we can use and regenerate what we're depending on. It comes into the labor places that we've been talking about. We have so much exhaustion because of economic efficiency, and what machines could do are giving the pace and the rhythm for humans. But the quality in care, in medicine, in education, etc., has run down because humans just don't work that way. And the same holds with ecosystems. There's a very clear notion coming out of a complex systems paradigm that we have to work at the right scale. Where do we try to solve a problem? The right size. What is then the boundaries of a system that we're looking at? Where do we take responsibility for? The right technologies. How do we actually really ensure that technologies are not just problem shifting? And then the right questions. So there I'm back to the normative aspect. What is an economy supposed to deliver on in the 21st century under the given change circumstances that we have so much evidence about? And this is where I think we can start bridging to become more clear what might be a paradigmatic change in how we want to understand systems, whichever system we look at in the development, and then go, what is the context today? And what we then need to structurally change so that the human-made structures are not undermining both the quality of life and the health of the people that it's supposed to serve as an economy, and also the ecological embeddedness that we're all depending on. And then I think we can start talking from really rethinking into what does that mean today when we're trying to find answers to radically changed circumstances. And then we come out of Tina into Tapa. There are plenty of alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. And then last but certainly not least, I'm looking forward to the thoughts and comments by Jakob.
Yes, thank you very much. And Jens, it's been a great pleasure to listen to the distinguished previous speakers. And I guess as the last panelist, perhaps it is my obligation to look at it both from a practical perspective of somebody working in the ministry and perhaps trying to give it an ad hoc structure, at least in the way I listen to all of you. So I think what is clear and what really brings us together, that we completely agree that attempting to solve the problems of the 21st century with 20th century economic reflexes will fail miserably. It will not work. And I think there are three reasons for that. The first reason is the world has changed. The 21st century is simply different to the 20th century. For example, digitalization in the last century was not a major factor yet, but it is now. Our star is simply much lower now than it was back then. These are things that are simply different. And so the world has changed. That's one reason why we cannot solve 21st century problems with 20th century economic reflexes. A second reason is, of course, and that has come through, I think, very nicely, both in Diana's and Michael's presentation, but also others, that the 20th century economic reflexes have actually caused or massively contributed to some of the problems that we have today. Examples of this include, of course, climate and diversity issues, the financial crisis, or a number of austerity episodes. So where, to some extent, flawed economics is actually the reason why we're in this mess. And I think that's important for discipline to realize. And the third reason, of course, are blind spots. And you may say, well, the second and the third reason, they're somewhat related, but I think it's useful to make that differentiation to say there are certain blind spots. For example, diversity for far too long wasn't issue. It is now the regional and spatial fabric of our societies wasn't an issue for a long time. It is now resilience issues, institutions. But I readily admit that the second and the third category, maybe they can't be very well distinguished, but I think it's useful to think of these areas also as blind spots. Now, what we need to do is clear, and whether you call that a new paradigm or not, I don't know. But of course, we need to be sufficiently quick and curious as a discipline to deal with this new situation and avoid the blind spots. We need to be self-critical, and I think we are. It's always easy to be critical of others, and I think that's a bit of a warning I would have. I think really we need to be self-critical, but because in fairness, I think some of the critics of orthodoxy in the 20th century, some of the 20th century critics of orthodoxy in the 20th century, they on occasion might also have gotten things wrong. So I think it's important to be critical of one's discipline, but also sufficiently self-critical, learning from mistakes and shortcomings. But what I find extremely important, and maybe that's really the value added I can bring to the table, I want to remind ourselves, in order to be successful, we need to make this fun. We need to make this attractive. We need to make certain that bright young people of the next generation, in all their diversity, want to join us, because this is, where the exciting stuff is happening. We also need to make certain that it's fun for the excellent economists who are already out there. Some of them, if you tell them, well, you're horrible, you're orthodox, you can't join our club, they will be put off, and it would be a great pity, because they're all great people out there who long for new problems. I mean, that's why they became researchers in the first place, in order to tackle new problems. And they don't mind contradicting with a new publication whatever they might have published 10 years ago. That's perfectly all right. You even get to quote yourself and then say, well, things have moved on. So I think that's extremely important. we need to avoid ad hominem arguments saying, well, you're one of the bad guys or bad girls. I think that's a bad habit, which I understand, because many people that this debate brings together, they're extremely frustrated because they saw some of the problems maybe 10 or 20 years ago, and they didn't manage to persuade the mainstream. But I think now we can, and rather than going on accusing the mainstream, we need the mainstream to join us, and that's very important. We need to make this fun for the general public, framing it not as a battle of sort of a tried and tested battle of ideologies, but an exciting opportunity for economic and societal progress. And of course, we really need to offer solutions. It's not good enough to just say, you know, others have got it wrong. We need to give people some idea how to get it right. And that's also how I, interpret Thomas and Tom and all the others, your new paradigm efforts. And I think becoming political now, looking at Germany, if we approach this new paradigm business in this spirit, if you will, an inclusive spirit, then I think we can make the new traffic light coalition, which is forming in Germany today, really a success, and provide an intellectual framework for that. But I think having that inclusive spirit, really looking for all the alliances that we can, is extremely important in that context. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Jakob. I very much agree with these words on inclusivity and not blaming others for being the bad guys, especially being a mainstream economist myself, at least by training. So we had a lot of thoughts by the 4 comments. Maybe since there's no urgent question that I see in the chat right now, I'd like to give Diane and Michael the chance for a brief reaction, and then maybe have a second round of discussion. So Diane, would you like to start?
Thank you, and thank you very much, everybody, for the really thoughtful comments. So just a few reactions. I didn't say or didn't mean to say that I thought the existing neoclassical mainstream was internally consistent. And I do agree with Antonella that it's important to try to be impartial. Adam Smith's impartial spectator, the aim for objectivity. And I'm a fan of a lot of the economics that goes on in mainstream departments. And it is exactly that attempt in the applied economics term to be as objective as possible in giving policy advice. So that's very welcome. But I also very much agree with Jakob's point about not demonizing people in the mainstream, because there is a lot of really good work going on already in these kinds of areas and a lot of recognition of the issues. So I suppose that's what I mean by saying I want to make the right criticisms of economics and not repeat the ad hominem kinds of criticisms. So I like the systems approach. I don't know how to do it myself, so it's something that I'm learning about. For Maya, the first chapter of my book is all about the performativity, if I can give myself a little bit of advertising there. And I've done a lot of work on the measurement of the economy. The measures are important because they crystallize the concepts that we use, and they're the only lens we have to see what's happening in the economy. We need to collect a lot more data, particularly about issues like biodiversity. And we here supplement using GDP, recognizing its shortcomings, with a balance sheet approach to the economy. So taking the World Bank's concept of inclusive wealth and embedding sustainability in that, because once you incorporate a balance sheet and you're thinking about asset prices or shadow prices, you have to think about the future. And the reason I like that, and actually still value putting monetary values on some of these things that we care about, like biodiversity, is that if you don't do that, you're putting a zero in decision-making at present. And so for entirely pragmatic grounds, I completely welcome the fact that central banks, for example, are asking banks that they regulate to test for climate risk and to incorporate climate risk adjusted premia or discounts in their risk assessment models. So having a unit of account And the one that we're using as money seems fine to me as long as you recognize all of the limitations of it. But perhaps I'll stop there and let Michael comment.
Thank you, and thank you very much to all of those, to all the respondents for those really interesting and helpful comments. I also want to come back on the question of mainstream economics and the paradigm shift. So I wanted to kind of present the extreme version of the paradigm shift, which is kind of a whole new way of thinking about economics based on different economic schools and so on. But now in my own response, I want to absolutely acknowledge that quite a lot of the new thinking is being done within the mainstream, and the frontiers of the mainstream, which unfortunately are not what most economists do or think about, and certainly most policy economists have been trained not in the frontiers, but in the middle of the mainstream, and often a while ago. So a lot of policy economists are not reading the frontiers. They have read the middle of the mainstream, and from some time ago. The frontiers of mainstream economics are doing much of the new thinking, and they're doing it from the intellectual bases of mainstream economics. So Danny Roderick, and I've had lots of conversations with Danny about this, doesn't like the idea of new paradigms overturning the whole of economics because he feels trained as a mainstream economist, and he has no problem with most of the things that, for example, I've said arise from different heterodox economic schools. And he thinks, and he's written about this, that it is quite possible to incorporate much of that onto a mainstream base. You just have to be a good mainstream economist, as he would say, that doesn't think in a simplistic way with Homo economicus and neoclassical formalism and so on. And, you know, Darren Acemoglu is another. His book with James Robinson on economic history is required reading for anyone to try and understand how we've got to where we are now. And he's an institutionalist. And those things can be done out of mainstream economists. And Diane, one of the reasons Diane is such a valuable person is because she doesn't say, I'm a radical paradigmatic change economist. She says, I'm a mainstream economist, but I don't think everything that mainstream economics does, particularly in the middle of its discipline, is relevant. And so I think this is really important. And one of the things that I think is so noticeable about economics is this convergence between mainstream economics at its frontier and many of the criticisms of mainstream economics that have come out of heterodox schools. What's disappointing is that the mainstream never talk to the heterodox people, and even worse, the heterodox people don't talk to the mainstream. They operate in their own journals, their own seminars, and these are really quite different worlds. I'm interested in the mainstream because I think that's where power is, and so on. So what feels really interesting to me is about the way these thoughts are entering mainstream economics and mainstream policymaking. And Mariana Mazzucato is a very good example of this. Now, Mariana actually is a heterodox economist, but she operates in the mainstream world. She's been very influential as a policy advisor, and she's got a lot of people in the mainstream policymaking world to think about innovation policy, industrial policy, mission orientation, and so on in a different way. And you know, that is really excellent. The thing I would say to Jakob about policymakers and so on, and it's brilliant, Jakob, that you are now in the position you are. You know, we're all very grateful for you being where you are, is that many policymakers, so the civil servants, the officials, the economists who are advising governments, do operate with a very traditional economic background. They've been trained in mainstream economics. Many of them have not been trained in the mainstream. And sometimes their modes of thinking can inhibit policymaking. So I was in the British government as an advisor to Gordon Brown at the Treasury during the last wave of climate action in the mid-2000s. And I could not get Treasury economists to think about climate change in what I regarded as an absolutely straightforward way. They were desperate to put climate change into their basically neoclassical model of a marginal externality that you dealt with by finding out what the marginal cost of climate damage was and giving it then a price. And what I said was, you can't think of carbon emissions, which are endemic, pervasive, fundamental to the structure of economic life, in that marginal externality way. Pricing is not going to get rid of these things because it's too pervasive. It's not like sulfur that we did get rid of through prices. And because I failed to persuade the economists of this, we set up the Stern Review of the Economics of Climate Change, which did change both the Treasury in Britain and many other people's thinking about. So sometimes it is important to bring new economic ideas into governmental processes, into the civil service and so on. And the big new idea on climate change, which would be an example of my institutional focus, not my market focus, is we have got now environmental limits embedded in the way we think about climate change, not yet in the rest of environmental policy, but most countries in the Western world are now constraining their economies within a planetary boundary of a declining path of carbon emissions. And they are doing so with a priority over other economic goals, including growth. Now, we hope we can get lots of growth while doing it. Lots of investment should generate lots of growth. But we are now committed to net zero by 2050 or earlier, and more other goals en route to that, in ways that in the UK is legally bound to the government, and in other countries is now the top priority. So we are now introducing a different institutional framework for climate change. It isn't just pricing and whatever outcome we could think we can get out of it. It isn't growth first and climate maybe later. It's climate first. We're not doing that with other environmental issues, and we should be. Biodiversity, water, ocean pollution, and so on. That's an institutional change in the way we think about policy. And the marginal pricing base of kind of neoclassical, modified neoclassical economics is really not the key thing. All of these other things that Thomas was talking about earlier are the key things, and pricing is a small part of the process. So in that sense, we are moving away from the neoclassical paradigm and moving into a new one. And it doesn't need somebody like me to claim we're moving into a new one for that to be happening. And the very last thing is to say, if you look at the historical record, by and large, we noticed the paradigm change sometime after they occurred, and they occurred through incremental processes. They were more in one place, less in another. They happened over time. So I don't think it needs my analysis to make it happen.
Yeah, so thank you very much. So actually to all the other participants just watching us, you can now use the chat function to raise your questions. So there isn't any question yet, so maybe I could start with one. So as I said, being a mainstream economist by training, I very much like what Michael has just pointed out. But I have a question. So my observation with mainstream economics is that it's very diverse when it comes to political preferences. So there are very conservative, liberal mainstream economists, right? But there are also mainstream economists, for example, like me, whose political preferences are more like social democrat green, right? But still, I consider these plain vanilla Econ 101 models that I believe are largely, given the axioms, internally consistent, that they provide a benchmark, right? And often I tend to phrase policy questions by reverting back to the 101 model and just translating the question in the language of the Econ 101 textbook model, right? But thereby, and not me, but many people are very flexible. So you can raise questions and have political discussions in all sorts of directions. As long as you kind of speak the language of 101, that's fine. And the mainstream model has been rather flexible, right? So just to give an example, you mentioned before the financial crisis, the baseline models didn't include the financial sector. After the financial crisis, the financial sector was embedded into the mainstream model. And one consequence maybe is that the crisis response to the corona crisis, also the macroeconomic crisis response, was much better than 10 years ago to the financial crisis, also because the mainstream has sort of learned and adapted to it, right? Another example would be, I mean, behavioral economics, you mentioned it, right? Nobody believes in homo economicus, right? But analytically, we have behavioral economics. We have now 27 to 30 behavioral anomalies given basically the homo economicus, and people have worked incorporating these things into the mainstream and have, you know, made big progress out of that. So my question would be, is really the endeavor of the paradigm change basically to get rid of the current Econ 101 textbook model, that is the baseline, the benchmark, and say, well, it's not even useful as a baseline, we need something completely different? Or would it be to just say, okay, that's one possibility, one baseline model, but we need much bigger departures from it in all sorts of directions that you've sketched, right? That would be, so basically my short question would be, I still don't see in the vision of the new paradigm the role of the Econ 101 textbook model. Okay, thanks. And then there are further questions, Maya and Antonella, so I don't know how maybe we should have Antonella and Maya and then have a final round, okay? Antonella, please.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, well, now I have to react to what you just said. Okay, of course, the mainstream economics has shown to be very flexible. I'm working more on macro, but even macroeconomics, there are plenty of assumptions that allow different results. Sometimes they're ad hoc, sometimes they're not very well justified in terms of their realism. So this is not, from an intellectual point of view, very satisfactory, first thing. Second, this is just a boutade, because this is not the place to discuss theory. I will believe in a profound change in the mainstream when, at least from the macroeconomic point of view, there will the two concepts will be abandoned. That of a decreasing demand curve for labor in relation to the real wage rate, and at the same time, the abandonment of a decreasing investment function with respect to the interest rate. When the couple will be abandoned, then we will have really a new panorama, a new vision of the economy. But just, I didn't want to say this, I wanted to say another thing. In response to Jacob's invitation to be positive, constructive, I would like to say that I think a very important contribution to the thinking economic policy and the working of the economy, which can be built on contributions both by Keynesian or heterodox economists, as you wish to call them, but also a lot of empirical contribution by mainstream economists, is the idea that we should accept that the fiscal policy, government spending are very important in determining the level of output and the level of employment, not only in the short run, not only over the cycle as counter-cyclical policies, but they have persistent, permanent effects, and hence they are also very relevant for growth. So when we will understand how fiscal policy actually has an impact on growth, then at least from the macroeconomic point of view, I think that will be a great progress. And I think there is a lot of evidence and publications that are pointing in this direction.
Okay, thank you. Maya?
No, thank you. I would like to maybe add two things where I'm not sure if we, by fitting it into the former models, are really widening the picture or losing what we're looking at. And it comes to the things I've been saying in both the quality of items when you put them in the models needed a price tag more or less. So how do we make sure that we have a different physical indicators also really looking at what is at stake? And we've been trying to do that, for example, in the context of land use. It's really difficult if you're really trying to use new data from digitalization, sensors, etc., to understand how much are we regenerating the basically fertility of the soils. And then how would you monetize that so you could make it a business model and bring it into a market logic? It's huge problems, it's huge value judgment, it's huge time delays, it's huge differences in how do you monitor CO2 sequestration versus water capturing versus biodiversity emergence. So I think we really need to look at this carefully before we jump from one to the other too quickly, and to say where might we want to have other indicators that are just caps. I think the whole notion of absolute caps is something where we're really skirting around. So we've come there with the CO2 budget, but if you look at other planetary boundaries and resource extraction caps, there is a certain degree of limitation to what we can take out just because it's not going to be replenished quick enough. Capital substitutability in nature or natural capital is just not happening or possible to the degree anymore that we used to know. So where do we go there? And then with all honesty, we've been talking so much in the paradigm workshop we had end of August about just because we haven't decoupled enough doesn't mean we can't do it in the future. But we really honestly have to look at why hasn't it happened in the future? before we can say we'll do it from now. I think that was a bit where Katarina was going this morning. So how do we get all the evidence out there to understand why did we have rebound effects of such degree that we didn't manage to get into absolute decoupling? And then we might come to very diverse answers, and all of that can be amounting to a huge policy mix. But we can't just say we'll do it in the future without looking at why hasn't it happened so far, because only then can we understand the drivers, and we'll see whether they can be answered within the mainstream models, or whether, and I think Tom went into that direction this morning, it doesn't need pricing, it needs for just very alternative investments, or ownership models would be an interesting one that I think comes far too short until now in the way that we're looking at why are the drivers for extraction and for price hiking as well in issues that we then understand are fundamental, like access to living spaces or to land happening. So I want us to look at the qualitative erosion, both on the social capital and the human capital and the ecological capital, to understand the drivers behind that, and then see if the mainstream models can answer those questions good enough, or if we have to widen out. That would be my really, really deep concern. So really understand the problems well before we look at the methods and the tools to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So maybe if I can hand over to Diane and then Michael. So I still have this question out there: what role for the Econ 101 textbook baseline model? Or we had some further comments. Please, Diane.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to respond to that. I first of all want to say I completely agree with Maya that there is just a lot of very challenging work to be done on natural capital and that front. So I think my answer to your question, Jens, is yes, I do think that benchmark is what needs to change, and the Econ 101 default, particularly among policy economists, because as I think Michael said, responding to Jakob, that's where some of the consequences become very serious. And I have actually worked on changing Econ 101 through the core textbook, because that's my very strong belief about a theory of change, if you like, and how economics affects the world. So I would like us to have a benchmark where we start with a world that's increasing returns to scale, because it is, particularly with digital, and where we recognize what Maya referred to earlier as the performativity, that we economists are part of that society, that we're analyzing, that the things that we say and do will change expectations, will change paths of investment. And so that takes you to a benchmark that is about dynamics and narratives and relationships and institutions. So it's a very different default benchmark from the Econ 101 that we have at present. And you start thinking about government solving coordination problems and thinking about institutional frameworks.
Can I ask one thing? How can you understand a dynamic increasing returns economy as a student when you don't even know the static constant returns economy? Wouldn't you need to know the first before even being able to understand the other?
Yes and no. I mean, obviously, there's a pedagogical point there, and you have to start simple to be able to teach people complexities. But the way it's framed, almost always in textbooks and probably in core as well, is that there's a sort of ideal world and everything else is a divergence from an ideal world. And so that concentrates attention on fixing problems one by one, and they're not one by one problems that we're facing.
Okay, thank you. Michael, please.
Well, my answer to the question was going to be identical to Diane's, so I'm not going to say it again. I think this problem that, and here I go saying it again, this problem that 101 starts with an ideal world and then everything else that makes it more complex is a divergence, I think is a problem. And externalities is a good example. Externalities are absolutely pervasive. They are not a special case. And they are systemic. They are not kind of marginal problems on the side of markets. Many of our biggest externalities, including the very idea of systems, which in neoclassical economics is a kind of externality, a network effect, for example, are completely fundamental. So I think that's a good example of where a well-functioning market with a bit of externality is the Economics 101. And I think that's just the wrong framework for people to understand this. I don't know whether people are familiar with the CORE framework. This is CORE. It stands for something, but I don't know what it is. I can't remember. It's an initiative of a number of economists, Wendy Carlin at UCL in London, Diane, and many others. to have a new economics curriculum, which doesn't start with Economics 101, which recognizes those complexities from the beginning. It's been very successful in the sense that many people are now using it. I would really recommend it. I think it's been a really remarkably it's a remarkably good way of thinking about how to teach economics. It's also very data driven, which is another thing that often a lot of Economics 101 teaching in the past was not. It was all the theory and there was very little data. It's also about economic history. One of the problems of economics as a profession is partly because of the kind of neoclassical, the fact that time is not really a big issue in neoclassical economics. Most economists don't learn very much economic history in a way that politics students would have to learn political history. You can't understand our current politics without reference to the past. So I would very strongly recommend the core curriculum. I think the only other thing I wanted to say in all of this is around the ecological question. And I first started writing about the problem of valuing nature and not valuing it, and whether we needed to put monetary values on it in the kind of mid to late 1980s. This has been around a long time. The Dasgupta review recently in the UK, which was another Treasury review, I think has done very good work. The problem with putting monetary values on things is, Diane's absolutely right. If you're doing a cost-benefit analysis and the alternative to putting a monetary value is a monetary value of 0, then it is unquestionably helpful. But monetary values are dependent on the distribution of income. If you ask the Yanomami Indians in the Amazon rainforest how much they're willing to pay to preserve the rainforest, they give you very low numbers if they're willing to answer that question at all, because they don't have any money. And so we always need to be conscious that these are adjuncts to decision making. That decision making is fundamentally political. It has to take the future into account in a way that doesn't discount it, and monetary values do tend to discount the future. Nick Stern has just been writing about that recently. Still too much discounting of the future is concerned. Discounting the future is basically to treat future people, which are actually current children, as less valuable, ethically less valuable than others. So there are limits to the extent to which we can do that accommodation of nature into the neoclassical framework, but sometimes it can be useful, I would certainly say.
So thank you very much. So there are no questions in the chat that I can see, but we have like 2 or 3 minutes. So maybe I would like to ask if Jakob, Maya, Antonella, if you would like to have a final set of comments on the discussion.
Yeah, I'd be delighted. Thank you, Jens. I'd be delighted to come in. Just briefly on your question, of course, economics is not the only discipline grappling with these sorts of issues. For example, if you study a language, English, German, Russian, typically if you study it, as a serious scholar, you learn Old English, Mittelhochdeutsch at least, Church Slavonic, and that's part of the story. But of course, if you study it as a foreign language, then you won't, and there are good reasons for that. And I think part of the answer may lie in that analogy. On the other hand, I initially studied maths and physics, and in physics, it would be disaster if one said, just because there are limits to classical mechanics, let's start in the first year with quantum mechanics. It would just go very badly wrong. It would be a foolish idea. So for purely pedagogical reasons, and because it's a good approximation in many situations, you start with classical mechanics. And I think there are good reasons to start with, some sort of economics 101 as a reference point. But I wouldn't get all worked up about it. And certainly if engineers stopped by saying, well, we can't really treat the 3-body problem, so we can't build a machine, that would be disaster. And of course, most practical physicists, if you will, they deal with highly complex problems with a lot of friction and vibration and all these things, and they learn how to deal with these things. And we just need to make certain that people who study economics only for a short period of time become a little bit more like, well-trained engineers who know about the practical side of things, and that may not always be the case. really brings me to my conclusion. In my experience, we're still a little bit in the pre-paradigm phase, because I think we're still we're very good at saying why others are wrong. Often we're difficult at saying, you know, what's right. And also the data-driven side, there are two sides to it. On the one hand, I'm all for it. We need to become more data-driven. On the other hand, the truth is, typically the data you will only have after the event. So if somebody, for example, in the COVID crisis had said, I'm happy to advise you on COVID, but first you need to give me the data and then I can tell you what to do, I would have done, look, terribly sorry, but the government has to decide in real time. And afterwards you can tell us whether we're right or wrong based on data. But for the time being, we simply don't have the data. And so I think we need to be a little bit careful that we don't end up in a situation where the new paradigm means the world is so complex, we can only tell why other people are wrong. We can't tell you what perhaps you ought to be doing. Or we tell you, we could in principle tell you what you ought to be doing, but only after we have the data. And then others with perhaps flawed, quick reflexes, they will guide policies. And I think that's a trap to be aware of. And that's, again, why I think it's so important that we must not only be in a good position to say why others are wrong, we must be in a good position to present a viable alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Jakob. I think that was a very nice final word to this discussion. And, you know, we've reached the end of our time. For those of you in the audience who like to continue reading, I mean, I recommend Diane's book. I think it was mentioned in the slides, Cogs and Monsters, What Economics Should Be. Thomas has also pasted a link into the chat regarding this question, what could be the new Econ 101? And that's a nice Vox column by Raj Chetty, basically around his Econ 101 teaching at Harvard. So I think that's also a very nice read. So, but thank you from my side for a very fascinating discussion around. And maybe let me hand over to Thomas, who can guide us through the rest of the day. Thank you.
Yes, many thanks, Jens, and all the panelists. Really excellent discussion. And I mean, we weren't supposed to find the answer, what is the new paradigm today at this time, but I think regarding and looking back into what we had as a discussion 2 or 3 or 4 years ago with some of you already, I think we made a big step and progress, and it feels like we're in the midst of a changing paradigm, but also with a lot of open questions regarding the overall paradigm. We will have a break, lunch break for you, unfortunately not together, but for everyone. And we would like to reconvene at 2 p.m. to 2 o'clock to have the second part of our updates, to get back to very concrete issues. So from the overall view back to the very concrete views and new insights on mainly inequality, populism, globalization, and then continue the afternoon with an exciting session on narratives, which really connects to what we are just have been discussing, because having this overall new paradigm also needs narratives and wordings. So that will be a follow-up on our discussion we had now at this last session. So thanks, and see you back in about 1 hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Hello and welcome back to our workshop and now the afternoon sessions that we want to start by now. Just to recall, we wanted to give some spots on specific topics and give updates on what is discussed as new answers, as new paradigms. And that's what we want to do immediately with another set of topics, just reminding you that that's the logic in that we are working, which is to say that there is something like an overall paradigmatic thing, something that we have to discuss, and that's the main issue of this day. But this, for evidence, is constituted by a number of main topics, and our main topics, that's what you will see on our website too, is financial markets, globalization, fiscal policy, the role of the state, and inequality, climate policies, which are all touched by this question of how to find new answers. We had a first session on the specific topics, going very rapidly through the main insights, new insights, updates in the morning, where we talked mainly about government, about the role of the state, about fiscal policy, and about climate policies. Now in the second round, we want to touch more on inequality, populism, globalization as our main topics. And that's why we are very happy to have you as panelists in the room, in the virtual room, starting with the first quick update that we want to do on inequality, which will be presented by Charlotte Bartels, who has worked on a number of studies for us in the course of the last 3 years. And she will present some new ideas. The new thing about you is that currently you are Kennedy Fellow at the Center for European Studies at Harvard. So it's early morning for you. Thanks a lot for doing this as early at your time. We'll have a comment on your presentation by Carmen Giovanazzi, doctoral candidate at the University of Duisburg-Essen and lecturer for macroeconomics at the Berlin School of Economics and Law, quite afterwards. As for the first round of updates, we will do the same and have a very quick reminder of what has been the old paradigm and what went wrong by slides on quick slides, just to set you in that mindset that we use. And then Charlotte, you can start. Please, Charlotte.
Thank you so much for having me. I will briefly first summarize what we did in our first 2 studies for the Forum New Economy, and then go on. So we had a first study covering the trends that actually were observed for inequality in Germany. And then we had another paper on the causes of these trends, or focusing on particular cause. And then now the idea is to have another study that is analyzing some of the proposed recipes from the debate on fighting inequality. So let me go full screen. So of course, to to structure the debate on inequality, we first have to settle on a definition of inequality. So I will show you this slide repeatedly to organize what I'm actually talking about. So I think this is also a reason why the debate sometimes gets a little confused, because there are so many different measures of inequality and also of economic inequality in particular. So we can analyze income inequality, which can be either labor income or capital income. We can analyze wealth inequality, which can be either financial assets or real assets. And we can also want to analyze consumption inequality, which consists of rent or food or clothing. And of course, most of the public debate regarding consumption inequality recently has focused on rent inequality. So our first paper was really about looking at these three economic concepts of inequality and studying, do they tell different stories for Germany since unification? So we find that disposable income inequality actually increased, as has been settled broadly in the public debate, I guess. Wealth inequality also increased, but consumption inequality decreased over time. And also, most importantly, we can then, in this common data framework of the Income and Expenditure Survey, compare the degrees of inequality across these different concepts. So consumption inequality is the lowest inequality. So consumption is most equally distributed among German households. Less income inequality is slightly higher, and then wealth inequality is much higher. This is to show you two central results from our paper. The income inequality levels slightly increased since the 90s, but from a much lower level and to a much smaller degree than wealth inequality, which is displayed on the right-hand side. So both graphs show you the Gini coefficient of, on the one left-hand side, disposable income, and right-hand side, wealth. And you see that the Gini coefficient for disposable income is about 0.26 and much smaller than the Gini coefficient of wealth, which is higher than 0.6. So I wanted you to take away that wealth inequality is much more drastic than income inequality. And also the increase is sharper than for wealth than for income. So much of the studies on inequality internationally, and there are many, are on labor income. So some focus on labor income in total, some focus on wages, some on hours. And there has been broader consensus about the trends and the reasons for the increase in labor income inequality. And mostly it's about deunionization at the bottom of the distribution. So wages have declined in real terms or stopped from rising because of a lower organizational degree of unions in the US, but also in Germany. And technological change seems to have affected inequality at the top of the income, labor income distribution. Much less is known about wealth, mostly because we have a much scarcer data landscape. And but recent efforts have put together a large database across countries, particularly around the group of Thomas Piketty. And I have a recent paper with Thilo Albers and Moritz Schulerich, where we put together a long-run series for wealth inequality in Germany. And this is just to highlight two facts which also apply to other countries, that real estate is really the most important asset if you look at household wealth for the average German household, but and also the most important asset that the middle class is invested in. And this applies also to the UK or France or the US. So in our second paper for the Forum New Economy, we therefore focused on different drivers of inequality across these three dimensions of income, wealth, and consumption inequality, being rental income as the income from real estate, holding real estate assets themselves, and rent as part of consumption. And we find that real estate ownership, in fact, increased, particularly in cities and the southwest of Germany. Average rental income did not grow faster than consumer prices on average, but if you focus on cities, again, you find a small increase. And average net real estate did not grow faster than consumer prices, but a little more so in urban areas and large municipality. Importantly, we find that rent load remains stable on average across region and across income quintiles, but it increased in large municipalities. We did a factor decomposition to understand more to what extent these different types of income from real estate, so income from rental leasing and real estate assets contributes to income and wealth inequality. And we find that even though a very small fraction of the German population rents out housing, this income type represents a large fraction of, explains a large fraction of total disposable income inequality because it is so concentrated at the top. And real estate is a large explanatory factor of wealth inequality as well, both the primary residence, but also, or even much more, the holding of other real estates that one can rent out. And business assets are the most important factor to explain wealth inequality in Germany because it's very highly concentrated. Basically, all businesses are held by the top decile of the German wealth distribution. So now, what can we learn? What can we say about, or rather framing differently? How can we think about recipes against inequality now? So I will argue that the public debate has focused, as also the studies did, on labor income inequality in the past years. So we've seen the introduction of a minimum wage in Germany in 2015, and we've seen that in the discussion now before the elections, this was also a very important topic to increase the minimum wage to ensure that the bottom of the income distribution gets a lift in their wages, as apparently the negotiations between employers and employees were not able to achieve in the recent years. So we've seen a decline in real wages for 2 decades now at the bottom of the distribution. Before the introduction of the minimum wage. So in our new project for a new economy, we want to focus on measures against wealth inequality because these are much more controversial, as we see also these days when the coalition parties are discussing tax issues. There is much less evidence, and the evidence there is very recent, how the economy in general or different types of households would be affected by wealth taxation or higher income taxes at the top. So there is a large debate in the political sphere, but also within the academic sphere about policies against wealth inequality. And at the same time, as I showed you before, this is the measure of an economic inequality type that is most unevenly distributed. So wealth is much more concentrated among the hands of few. So the half of the German population basically owns nothing. So the wealth share of the bottom 50% of the wealth distribution is less than 3%. So 50% of the population hold less than 3%. This is much more concentrated than for income inequality, where the income share is almost 20%. And additionally, there is a high persistence of wealth across generations, which has been shown by studies using Scandinavian countries' data that can link up to 4 generations. So let's talk about recipes against wealth inequality. There are 2 different approaches that we can differentiate between. So the one is tax the rich. So we could generate government revenue by taking away the wealth of the top of the wealth distribution by either a wealth tax, an inheritance tax, or by a more progressive income tax with higher tax rates at the top, particularly for capital income, which is exempted these days. Dividends are exempted from the progressive income tax and taxed with a flat tax in Germany, and this also applies to many other European countries. So one approach is taking away wealth at the top of the distribution and by this generating government revenue. The other approach is to support wealth accumulation of the poor. So we've seen that the bottom half of the German wealth distribution did not gain in real terms since the end of the 1970s. So in our study with Thilo Albers and Moritz Schulerich, we show that their real wealth has been broadly stable at 20,000 euros for more than 40 years. So apparently these households are not very successful in accumulating wealth. So one now also discusses in a public debate different measures that the government could implement to bring the bottom half of the population, or at least broader parts of the population, into the possession of more wealth, or to let them participate in the revenues in the profits of the corporate and non-corporate firms sector. So one idea pitched also by Thomas Piketty is a minimum inheritance. This was an idea also circulated in the UK. Then there is the idea of a social dividend, or so part of a sovereign wealth fund, potentially that. So the sovereign wealth fund would buy shares and then distribute this dividend generated by this share across the population. Thirdly, one could think of an individual public trust fund that is initiated after birth of a child like in the UK. And it is paid out at a certain age, and then the individual can decide what to do with this funds they received, maybe after graduating from high school, and then maybe investing it into education or into a firm or something that the individual wants to invest in. Yeah, and now if we decide on one of these measures, taxing the rich or some wealth accumulation program, what can we now do to compare these recipes against wealth inequality to get an understanding what might be a better or a worse measure to fight against wealth inequality? One should first acknowledge that wealth accumulation is a long-term process. So it's not probably very helpful to look at a one-year time horizon and then compare wealth differences across the population that emerged for generations, probably because wealth is transferred from one generation to the other at the very top very intensively. So the idea would be to simulate wealth policies over a 10-year period and then compare the effect on wealth inequality measures like the Gini coefficient or wealth growth across the distribution. So on the right-hand side, I show you a growth incidence curve from my colleague Tim Böhnke, which is actually now here showing the growth of equivalent household income, but one could simply do that for wealth as well. And these growth incidence curve have the nice feature that they first plot a horizontal line of average growth for the whole population. So here would be average wealth growth, and then look at every percentile of the distribution, how this wealth is distributed. And by this, we can see to what extent the top of the distribution has benefited disproportionately from growth and to what extent lower classes have been left behind. So this also directly links to the trickle-down hypothesis. Here we can see the trickle-down did not happen in Germany from the period 2001-2012. Because the lower quartiles lost out proportionately to the top of the distribution. And here it is simulated a social dividend of about 1,000 euros per year, which could have been generated by a sovereign wealth fund. And here you see that as the incomes of the distribution at the bottom are really low, and adding a social dividend of 1,000 euros per year already has a very high impact on their income growth in this growth incidence curve over time. And this increase is proportionately lower at the top of the distribution. So this would close the relative differences between the bottom and the top of the distribution. And one could do these growth incidence curve for different measures of wealth inequality and then grasp the differences of their effect across the distribution and also on inequality. So that one could understand in this framework which measures work more effectively in reducing wealth inequality than others. A very nice idea that I want to show you here in case that you are not aware of this already. So Emmanuel Saez and Gabriel Zuckman have written this book, The Triumph of Injustice, and they have this website taxjusticenow.org. And here you can play around with setting different types of wealth tax thresholds, rates, and also different assumptions about the certain policies you want to implement from different time periods in the US. So here's just a screenshot of this website that shows you what if we would have this wealth tax implemented since 1982, and what would the wealth share of the top 400 richest people in Germany in the US look like. And of course, you see that it would be much lower if we would had a wealth tax since the 80s. But I think this is a really nice idea how we could think about analyzing policies, so to speak, that everyone can implement the type of policies that they would like to see the effect from, and then we also clarify much of the issues raised in the debate between different propositions, that it makes really clear. So this would be the proposition of the Green Party, and this would be the proposition of the Left Party, and let's see what it actually does to our distribution and who it actually affects. So I think there is a lot to do about the clarity in the public debate on the measures that are actually proposed against wealth inequality and how they might affect different people in our population. So let me stop here, and I'm curious to hear your question and looking forward to the debate.
Many thanks, Scott. I would immediately hand over to Carmen to some quick comments.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Charlotte, for this great presentation, and also for both like really dense and rich papers, well structured and everything. That was a great read. I'd have some brief comments only. So first, what you already said, well, inequality is like a multidimensional phenomena, and probably in Germany, we should focus the debate a bit on wealth inequality in accordance with your empirical findings. With respect to the data and the unit employed as a household, I think it's, well, in 2021, we kind of have to put on the table the aspect of gender inequality and the question of how gendered power dynamics can be represented in any such measures and how they have an impact on income and wealth inequality. Well, particularly wealth affects like the socioeconomic status, the ability to invest in human capacities. It provides economic security when income flows are interrupted. So I think especially the intra-household inequalities would be great to have somehow captured. I know there are studies on a gender wealth gap in which you have female and male single households. And I think in Germany, this could also be relevant because, well, we have, I think 40% of German households are single households. This is the biggest group. So I'm wondering, I think there's also some earlier work by Markus Krapke on that. Is there a possibility to include these? Maybe you can say something about that. Then with respect to your first study where you use the EVS as a database, I think, a main problem is the exclusion of business wealth and hence the generation of a lower bound of wealth inequality that we can see there. I think especially in the German context, well, there is the well-known Mittelstand. We have a high amount of family-owned business, and business wealth also enjoys like preferential tax treatment. Firms are used as piggy banks, and we've seen this in the macro data that corporate savings have increased in the last decade. And yeah, these liquidity cushions, they are, if we have no crisis, representative of higher wealth inequality, and that's probably important to stress. In the second paper, where you do consider business assets, well, they are like the most important factor for net wealth inequality, and so there we kind of see how important this is. And well, to me personally, when we come to speak a bit about the receipts already, especially this data scarcity with respect to administered wealth data, this really screams for a resumption of the wealth tax, be it at very low levels, just to generate the respective data. And to link this to politics, like it was about a year ago when I still worked in Parliament, we had proposed the one-off tax wealth levy, sort of Lastenausgleich for the super rich after the Corona crisis. And that was a study commissioned to your colleague Stefan Bach, which we also discussed with Thomas Piketty. And it seemed a good proposal. Maybe we can go into this later in the discussion. But in any case, it opened the space again to talk about wealth tax in general, I think. Yeah, you mentioned several other measures. Maybe we can also get to them later on. I must say that at the moment, with respect to the power balance and the coalition talks in Germany, I'm somewhat pessimistic that we see any major changes in the tax system, because the parties don't seem to find common ground on that. But maybe, yeah, you have other opinions on that. Last but not least, about the sovereign wealth fund, I think, or basically you said there are two ways, well, taxation and creating wealth for lower income classes. I'd say that, well, the idea of a sovereign wealth fund could in principle be good. I think it's important that this should be a vehicle that is democratically decided upon with respect to investment decisions, mostly with respect to the portfolio choice. And this really needs to be geared towards reducing inequality and decarbonizing the economy, such that we don't have a simple replication of the big asset managers we are seeing in, well, the era of asset manager capitalism. And there would need to be, yeah, sort of strict rules for these players. And last but not least, I think the aspect on housing and rental policies is quite relevant, also with respect to what we see in the public. I mean, there's a big debate, and you probably know that, I mean, in Germany, we've seen the big initiative of the expropriation of big landlords that has been voted yes by a majority of the Berlin population and is now being discussed in the Senate. This is definitely a proposal that is highly critical among economists for several reasons, but I think it is a great indicator to see how the public debate is shifting and how there's a real need for a change also in rental policies, considering that, especially as you found in your study, the lowest 10% of housing, the opposite of landlords. Thank you. Yeah, is mostly concerned with that. So yeah, with that, I think we have a lot to debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for these great comments. Can I quickly reply, Thomas, or what is the idea?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Because you gave me the great opportunity to highlight two studies. So first of all, you said that, yeah, definitely there's much room for research for the gender wealth gap and individual wealth positions. So I have a paper ongoing with the recent top wealth study that the SUB has conducted on the gender wealth gap with Eva Seminska, who's kind of the gender wealth gap woman in Europe. And it's really interesting that much of the gender wealth gap seems to be generated at the top. So the bottom 90% on average are not much different, the wealth levels between men and women. So we are currently working on an explanatory framework how to discover like the driving factors of the gender wealth differences across the distribution. And they are probably systematically different, explaining differences in the middle class or at the top where the business operation really comes into play. with respect to the income and expenditure survey not covering business wealth, we did not do something about this for the study that I mentioned here for new economy, and we focused on gross wealth and like more in financial realms and real estate. But for the long run wealth inequality study, of course, we did a big fuss about it, and we even did a correction for aggregate business wealth for Germany, because this is very heavily underestimated by the authorities, and we provide a different measure that we think arguably provides a better trend. And yeah, I keep telling people across countries where I meet people about wealth inequality that it's so much about unincorporated wealth, and not only in Germany, also in the US there is starting a debate on this, and also in the northern countries. Maybe we have focused also in other studies regarding taxation much too often on corporate wealth, and dismissed the sphere of unincorporated family firms that employ the bulk of our populations, particularly in European countries. I definitely agree that we should discuss more about policies, wealth tax policy, and I think this debate can greatly benefit from more transparency. It's really easy to lobby in this sphere because data are so scarce, and the evidence that has been produced in academia has not really been brought to the public debate. So I think there is much room for academics to contribute to this debate and help find a better solution for our society.
Okay, Carmen, I mean, we are having these sessions very quickly. It's not the sense of these sessions to be able to discuss in one sense, but to give us a view on what is at stake and what is the state of thinking, and what are the next projects. And Charlotte has presented what you are going to do for us in exploiting very much more systematically what could have which impacts, which measures could have an impact on Gini and other measures of inequality. Carmen, just some reaction on what Charlotte has said?
No, thanks, Charlotte. That's impressive work, and I think, yeah, I mean, I was thinking that you had this in mind, but it was just kind of when I read the paper, that's what I came across, and I'm really looking forward to your work, also with respect to the hierarchy of policies, because there's a lot in place, and we know that the tax incidence is quite different with respect to an inheritance tax or a wealth tax, and depending on how it's actually formulated. And I think it would be really interesting, because also on that, probably the economic debate and the academic discourse and the public sphere, they differ quite a lot. And I mean, having worked in politics, I also do see the importance that you have policies that are kind of well explainable, and they may differ a bit from what is academically the best case, so to say. So in that sense, I'd say, we often need to also combine different measures. One maybe not being the best, but maybe the second best, and at least in its effects, kind of convincing with respect to reducing inequalities and also perceived inequalities that may have other effects on the political sphere. And I think Robert Gold will probably touch upon that a little bit later. So yeah, I'm looking forward to continue the debate. Thank you.
Many thanks, Carmen and Charlotte. And as you both mentioned, that we will invite you, Carmen, and anyone interested in these topics to follow the work. We will have a process of following up this work that Charlotte and Tim are going to do. So very happy to have you. You may stay anyway, because we keep the topic more or less, but shifting it to a little different view. And I would like to introduce Moritz Schularik, who's started to work with us and followed us from the beginning, and who is now Professor of Economics at Sciences Po, and still at the University of Bonn, and also working with INET. And comments will come from Dorothea Schäfer from DIW, expert in finance, financial markets. We are shifting a little bit, but keeping the same topic in a way of inequality. Moritz has done, and that's what we want to start just quickly, done a very excellent paper at the start of our work on financial markets and the new paradigm, or the difficulties of the old paradigm, and what has come out as new things for regulation and other things for financial markets. We will show our quick view on what has been the old orthodoxy and what has gone wrong first on financial markets. Moritz will focus a little more specifically now and afterwards on monetary policy and its implications for inequality. So we keep in this topic of inequality. So first, the financial markets.
Is this my moment to jump in?
Just a second when we show
okay, it's good.
after the second.
Okay, let me know. Okay.
So please, Moritz, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone. Thanks, Thomas. Very thrilled to be part of this and share some thoughts on some new developments and where we stand. And I think I want to make 3 points, and they all 3 refer to, I think, questions and new areas of research that have come up and have become very prominent in the last 2 or 3 years. The first one is an oldie but goldie, if you will. It's the question that is still very much prominent and at the forefront in research about financial markets, financial stability, namely, broadly speaking, the paradox that financial liberalization since the 1970s, 1980s started off with a promise to make markets more complete, to allow people to insure more, to allow more risk sharing in the economy. And all of these things, in theory, should have made the economy stabler, markets more complete, and you could even see a capital allocation more efficient and growth higher. And I think it's fair to say that on all of these fronts, it would be too much saying that financial markets have not delivered at all. But on all of these fronts, we have a couple of questions that are very strong in research. The crisis problem is back, so more complete markets have not necessarily made our world more stable, and that's a problem for the economic paradigm, where, you know, generally we would think as economists that an extension of markets, better insurance, better risk sharing makes the world safer and better and stabler, and it didn't. And we're all still trying to figure out what went wrong. Part of that crisis problem that is back, and that I think also with an eye on COVID, yes, we've done pretty well in terms of what central banks have done. They've stabilized the system. COVID has not turned into a banking crisis. But a lot of the questions about the inherent fragility of our financial system have remained. Central banks were forced to intervene in very large, very large measure into financial markets, stabilize markets that, you know, at least we would have not 10 years ago, or maybe before 5 years ago, wouldn't have thought that central banks would ever have to intervene to stabilize, say, junk bond markets or corporate debt markets. So we've seen an extension of lender of last resort role, a liquidity extension role, with good justification as always. It clearly helped to keep the fallout from that very particular COVID shock under control. But it was another reminder that we live in a very leveraged world with inherent financial fragility. And that's pretty much the opposite of what we started out to create, what the promise was of liberalized finance, larger, bigger, deeper financial markets that was a core ingredient of the liberalization movement that started 30, 40 years ago. The second point is one that Thomas mentioned, that we've worked on as well in the context of recent research, some working papers. What has happened in macro is that we've moved, thankfully, away from the old paradigm of looking at the macroeconomy through the lens of one single representative agent. And we have discovered what macroeconomists call heterogeneity, namely that people are different, that there is rich and poor and old and young, and to some degree also it's coming, also thankfully, differences in gender, differences in even differences in education, and all of these things might matter on the macro level, and they matter a great deal for potentially, at least, for what monetary policy does. A key assumption in the old paradigm was that monetary policy was distributionally neutral, whereas fiscal policy would be distributional. And in that new world of heterogeneous agents, where we don't all have the same asset structure, the same portfolios, the same wealth, the same education, the same age, etc. In that new world, things get much more complicated. It is reasonably clear that, for instance, a monetary policy that leads to increases in asset prices is, at least for some time, economists would say it's a transitory effect, maybe, or a temporary effect, is good for those who hold these assets, especially long duration assets, risky assets with payoffs that are far in the future. And those groups of society will profit most from, at least on the wealth side, and this meshes nicely with what Charlotte just told us, at least on the wealth side, from monetary policy changes. And there's clearly also effects on the income distribution side, and those might go in opposite directions. I think it's too early to say, like, research has established that, expansionary monetary policy makes the rich richer and is distributionally regressive or anything like that. I think what we can safely say is that the effects of monetary policy on distribution, on inequality, are much more complex than we thought they were. And those very much more complex effects, who holds, I mean, Charlotte will confirm this, and who holds most of the assets in society tends to be the rich and the old. So these are, and you need to ask, if the rich get richer because monetary policy is loosened on the wealth side, how much of that additional wealth do they spend? Is the marginal propensity to consume out of wealth gains, is that high? Or is it lower is it higher at the bottom of the distribution, or for young people? What happens on the debt side? Of course, when monetary policy influences interest rates, also debt service gets, so there's all kinds of effects that all of a sudden appear, that we are just at the very beginning of sorting through. But there've been debates about the age structure of these capital gains, about the racial structure in the US, and certainly about the rich and poor idea. So central banks no longer live in a world where what we called before was a divine coincidence, where just by stabilizing inflation, they would also automatically stabilize output along some potential path. It's much more complicated once you are willing, and I think we should be intellectually interested and willing to open this Pandora's box of heterogeneity and differences between households. That was my second point. The last point is one that very closely connects to what Charlotte has just said. We have talked quite a lot already in the past years about the role that financial markets and the financial industry overall, with its compensation structures, etc., can play for inequality on the income side, or potentially also on the wealth side. So many papers now look at the question whether returns on assets are higher for rich people because they have more choice, why portfolio choice, especially for the lower half of the bottom half of the income or wealth distribution, is so focused on bank accounts and savings accounts. Germany is a particular example where I think partly also misguided policies and a little bit of a misunderstanding of financial economics by part of the left of the political spectrum in Germany have led to a situation where wealth accumulation for the bottom half has been particularly weak. But what has happened in the last, I would say, 5 years is a very interesting and very intellectually stimulating debate that has come up about how inequality itself affects what is going on in financial markets, and more specifically, I mean, how shifts in the income distribution affect the distribution of savings, and how an increase in savings, especially an increase in savings triggered by an increasing share of income that is concentrated at the top among the rich in society, at the top of the distribution, can depress interest rates and lead to the phenomenon that is probably one of the most striking macro facts out there, namely the decline in real interest rates globally in the last 20 years. So the idea here is not a new one. It's research that has been, in one way or the other, is more than 100 years old, and has already been discussed in that context. But the idea is, as income concentrates in the hands of a few rich people, those rich people have very high savings rates, and if more income goes to people with high savings rates, the savings supply goes up, and if there's no increase in demand at the same time, then the interest rate will decline to bring financial markets into equilibrium. And so especially recent research by Atif Mian and Amir Sufi and Ludwig Straub has very prominently made this connection and sort of revived older ideas that the income distribution and distribution of resources in society is very closely linked to interest rates and the decline in real interest rates. So there are very interesting policy implications that come out of that idea. That not only links the increase in income concentration to the decline in interest rates, but also to the increase in debt in the lower half of the distribution, because these excess savings have to go somewhere. There is obviously a debate if the excess savings that are depressing interest rates in the current world economy are only coming from the rich, or whether that's also driven by aging. We have a recent paper with Luis Baulus and Philip Novokmet arguing that there's really a global savings glut of the rich. So even if you look at the US and Europe and Asia, you will find very much the patterns that it's the top 10 of the wealth distribution that globally account for that very sharp increase in the aggregate savings supply. But obviously demography might be a factor too. And so that's my last point. I think that is a very interesting recent new development where the sort of the chain of events doesn't just go from finance to increasing inequalities, but also back from fundamental increases or changes in the income distribution to fundamental factors in financial markets such as low interest rates and debt accumulation that we've been observing. And these 3 points, I think that's in that sort of in that matrix of financial fragility that's obviously linked also to debt increases at the bottom of the distribution, the distributional effects of monetary policy, and the role that inequality itself plays for the decline in interest rates and the increase in debt in some parts of the population. I think that matrix or that triangle marks a very promising and very exciting research agenda for sort of new, in a new paradigmish way, something will emerge there over the next half decade. Well, thanks for your time.
Many thanks, Moritz. I hand over to Dorothea, please.
Thanks, Thomas. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I cannot really say that I confirm everything what Moritz says, because it's very complex, as he emphasized. But I can also not really pick something that I disagree with. So what I'm doing is now I am going through a collection of ideas what the financial markets have to do with inequality. We will then see that there will be some coincidence or some disagreement or some agreement. So in principle, financial markets have a lot to do with inequality. We have all observed that central banks did rescue financial markets and private asset portfolios several times in the last 13 years. And the rescue operation was also observable when the corona lockdown threatened to send the market prices to the bottoms. And the purchasing activity of central banks, including the purchasing of ETFs and junk bonds, as Moritz said, saved the financial markets and triggered again a rally in the stock markets, but also in the markets such as housing markets. And this is one side of the coin. Asset owners have benefited from these purchasing activities, which were really surprising in this extent. We would never have imagined such purchases in this large amounts. And it saved the society another financial crisis, but this is only one side of the coin. For example, highly indebted households have gained wealth as central banks kept and keep interest rates low. We may also not forget that many households in Germany, about more than, as Charlotte said, more than 40%, they do not have any portfolios, nor are they able to save anything at the end of the month. So there is a high likelihood that they are going to be indebted, and because of that, they gain from low interest rates. And also people who think about borrowing can now afford larger amounts of borrowing because of the low interest rates. And some richer people also hold a lot of cash in banking accounts, and they have, at least on this side, suffered from extremely low interest rates. And another issue, what we should not forget about, is that a low interest rate eased government budget constraints all over the world. And poor households are often the most affected by austerity policies. And the low interest rates helped the poor via the channel of giving governments the fiscal room, fiscal space to avoid harsh austerity and cut expenses for those which are most socially vulnerable. So, and we all know that financial markets are inherently non-stable. Financial markets instability has repercussions to inequality. On the one hand, rescue operations for banks and for funds support cash and asset owners, but not those who own neither of those. On the other hand, rescue operations of governments are very expensive and often tighten the budget constraints for governments. So governments are prone to follow then policies such as demanding a primary budget surplus or fixing a debt brake. And such policies are often particularly dangerous for the poorer groups of the societies, because government then tend to cut social expenses before going after other expenses. So financial markets, another issue is about financial markets and inequality is that financial markets attract, in particular, people with a strong demand for high income and bonuses. And if the share of the financial sector of GDP is large, the concentration of high incomes in banks and shadow banks may be a direct source of income inequality. So what can we do? This is not easy to answer. For example, if indeed the outperforming of stock markets vis-a-vis housing markets is true, should we then, this is one of the hypotheses Moritz has in one of his papers, should we then have mandatory savings in pension funds so that individuals can participate in the outperformance of stock markets? Personally, I doubt this. Theoretically, there is no difference between a pay-as-you-go system and a system based on savings in pension funds. And every outflow to retired persons has to be funded by a working generation, no matter which system we have. And practically, I have seen too many private investors losing their nerves when markets go down and selling assets in downs, but purchasing when stock prices are high. And finally, we have seen that central banks needed to rescue investors in the financial crisis, in European debt crisis, and in the Corona crisis. So if we are going to have at least partly a retirement payment pension system based on savings in pension funds, the experience at the beginning of the Corona crisis will have to be repeated every time when markets are in trouble. Central banks are in danger to lose their independency to some extent then. And we will feed the capital market, which maybe are also a direct source of inequality. I'm not so sure whether I am already over the time, but I think I say a few words about what we did not do when after the financial crisis, and which we should now do to really make financial markets more serving the society. One issue is that we still don't have any transaction tax. We know that there is a lot of very rent-seeking activity connected to trading in the markets, and this could be at least decreased if we would have a financial transaction tax. So we should really go for a financial transaction tax, and this is also a tax that would affect the richer part in the society, because the richer part is also the part that trades a lot of or shows a lot of trading activity. And we also have still too low capital ratios with the banks, in the banks. So we should really increase the capital buffers in the banks so that we have a system where banks are able to cover their losses more than they have been able in the past. And I also want to think about the tension between urban cities and the countryside. I personally think that locally active smaller banks contribute a lot to keep this tension at bay. Local banks ensure that the excess capital of the local population is invested locally and remains in the region. And local banks also contribute to avoiding the desolation of the inner smaller cities and local centers. So we should therefore also have in mind that the banking system in which small local banks play an important role has its merits. And this merits or benefits of such a system as we have here in Germany, we have all recently observed when the Corona crisis hit. So I leave it to this and hope for the discussion.
Many thanks, Dorothea. To also remind the last things, I remember, Moritz, that these have also been part of the first paper you did, where you did the first list of things that should be done, might be done, and still not have been done, so to say. Moritz, a quick comment on this, on Dorothea's remarks?
No, I think we're pretty much on the same page. I think they were more complementary, and so I'm happy to move on to the discussion.
Okay, we may come back to the overall discussion. I would like to introduce Robert Gold. We're still, and that's the good thing, in the same global question about inequality, talking about populism, and you've done a lot of research for us too on the reasons for populism, and more recently, based on these empirical analysis, first try to better understand what can be done against populism, and that's what you could present, or just give us a short view on your latest insights on that. And we're happy to have Gustav Horn as a commentator right after, who has written a book, I think it's about 1 year ago, a little more on how to fight populism, exactly. And we're very happy to have you here as the former director of the EMK Institute and member of the SPD Vorstand and economic advisor. Please, Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Thomas. I think I'll take the opportunity to look a little bit into the political consequences of these inequalities, nicely introduced by Charlotte and by Moritz. So to quickly summarize the state of the literature on that, I think it's fair to say that we have enough of reliable empirical evidence right now to say that economic globalization, and that is increasing international trade, that's migration, that's financial globalization, that's also technological change, has contributed to both the rise and the spread of populism, specifically in the industrialized countries, and specifically with respect to populism from the right fringe of the political spectrum. And the story goes that local labor markets, or different regions in rich countries, but also different skill groups, are very differentially affected by globalization. Some benefit a lot from new job opportunities, but others also lose out. And those losers from globalization, as they are often somewhat unfairly called, are in consequence more likely to support populist parties. To be fair, I think it's important to stress that populists very much managed to also attract former absentee voters. So for quite a long time, we were concerned in Western democracies about decreasing turnout in elections and decreasing participation. The populists were successful in mobilizing those people again. So it's a little bit hypocritical if we are now not happy with the way those people vote. But from economic perspective, I think the important thing is that populist support, vote for populist, is in the end an indicator for opposition to structural change, you could say very generally, which then also transcends into the non-economic sphere, and which is relevant if you want to guarantee support for policy measures that affect structural change, like climate policies. Most recently, I think it's fair to say that both globalization and populism have come under pressure. So populist support remains strong, but its increase seemed to have to come to a halt. So Donald Trump still managed to gain 74 million votes in the presidential election, but he lost. And the AfD in Germany is still the strongest party in Saxony, but it lost support. So in terms of levels of support, there's not so much change observable yet after the pandemic, but the spread of populism or the rise of populism has stopped, which I'll come back to that, seems to have strong relations to the handling of the COVID crisis. And at the same time, we currently discuss about the future of globalization. So again, the pandemic has revealed our dependency on global supply chain, and we have a global supply chain crisis right now. So there is voices that ask about reshoring production to industrialized countries. And I think there's also a very important aspect about how globalization can be made, or how international trade can be made more or less carbon consuming. So how to reduce the global footprint of globalization, so to say. So it's difficult to see how this will evolve, but it seems that the nature of globalization is about to change. And the question is, how does this relate to populism? Indeed, the COVID crisis has been a blur for the populist strategy. Before the pandemic hit, there was a tendency for populist parties that very often entered from the political fringe to transcend into the mainstream. So to become more attractive for middle-class voters. And this has been complicated, I think, by the very, very poor handling of the COVID crisis by populists in power. So there's nice research here from IFW colleague Michael Bayerlein on, if you accept that body counts are a good measure for government performance during pandemics, that populist governments significantly outperformed more established parties in dealing with the crisis. And I think this laid bare the insufficiencies of the populist approach to politics that is very much focused on the will of the people, so on current policy demands in the population, which must not be the same as the outcomes that are socially optimal or preferable. So the point being is the most popular policies, not to wear a mask, not to have a lockdown, is not necessarily the socially optimal policy. And for the more moderate supporters of populists, I think this has become very obvious here, that the policy approach of many populist governments is too short-sighted and not much oriented towards the social good, which may explain why the populists did not manage to further transcend into this middle-class electorate. But at the same time, the strategic counter option is that somehow the movement, if you want to call it like that, radicalized, not so much in terms of political radicalization, but in aligning more with conspiracy theorists, with these anti-vaxxers, in stressing their narrative of having a government for the people against the elites by expanding the definition what elite is, which now includes probably everybody who's in science, and narrowing down the definition of what the people are, and that is people who, I'm not part of this mainstream consensus. So the question is how to tackle this in the future. I think it will be important to tackle this if this momentum proceeds, that there's more international attempts to indeed fight climate change, which would also impact on the way we trade internationally, that we take carbon prices into account, which will increase consumer prices, which will again, of course, decrease consumer surplus and will lead to additional inequalities again that are very likely to again harm those rather low-skilled people that we're in trouble anyhow. And if we want to ensure their support for more environmental friendly policies, I think it's important that now, if we adjust the institutions that govern globalization, that we don't make the same mistakes we did before, but take the inequalities that necessarily are produced by such policy changes into consideration from the beginning on. That is, I think 4 points are particularly important. I want to finish on that. We have to be aware of the regional heterogeneities that emerge of changing the trade regime. So we will just think of trade in agricultures. So if the EU indeed would decrease subsidies for agriculture and grow crops on soil that it's better equipped for that, this certainly affects different regions very differently. We have to be aware of this effect. We have to accept that regional mobility of people is not as large as it is assumed by our economic models. So standard models would assume that labor mobility levels out those inequalities. This does not happen, which asks for regional policies that deliberately tackle those regions that go into structural decline due to economic change. And there are approaches to that. Even the European Union has given up its aim of convergence and asked for smart specialization. So there are ways for that, but it's important to consider these inequalities early on to provide new development perspectives for regions affected by structural decline. The second effect is that we have to give up this idea that we can just compensate losers in monetary terms. We have to accept that those who are left behind here lose more than just sources of income, but for them it's a loss of perspective and it's a loss of social participation. So we need a more activating policy, not just a redistributive policy. The one does not rule out the other, but redistribution alone is not enough. I think we have to focus on labor market policies and adjust the way or so to say, the paradigm of our labor market policies. It does not make much sense to subsidize work. We have to subsidize voters in the very end. I mean, we have a paradoxical situation that in aging societies, we have skill shortages. We have shortages of labor, of skilled labor, and at the same time we have unemployment and we have a low skilled sector, and apparently people are not able to bridge this skill gap. And that is, we have to invest into people, we have to invest into on-the-job training, and that is something where we have to take the employers on board by incentives and probably also by regulation. And an aspect that Joe Kaiser brought up during the last workshop, which I found very interesting, we have to manage technological change. So technological change as we know it has always been replacing labor, has always been a complement for labor, specifically for low-skilled labor. But this mustn't be the case. So artificial intelligence does have all the potential to complement labor and to specifically make less skilled people more productive. But the question is, how do we develop applications that go in this direction? And I think Joe Kaiser had a fair point there. The technology might be exogenously given, but the question, which applications do we develop, that's man-made, and that's something where public research institutes can contribute a lot into finding applications that benefit unskilled labor instead of replacing it. Okay. All said, and that's still the thing that puzzles me, we have to communicate better. I don't have a solution to that right now, but there's a group of people that self-select out of public discourses, and we somehow have to win them back, but I have no clue how. Now I'm looking forward to the comments.
Okay, thanks, Robert. I hand immediately over to Gustav Horn, please.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much for inviting me to this great workshop here. And I'm a great admirer of Robert's work because I think it's very important to do this research on populism, which is certainly a phenomenon where we have to deal with, which is endangering our societies as there are. Let me start with some fairly general remarks, which also may apply to some of the other presentations we have heard so far. I think there's an elephant in the room, and this elephant is named insecurity. Because we have made a development in economics that has shown us in recent times that the economy is not as safe as we perceived it to be during the 50s, 60s, and in the early 70s. Since then, many major and fundamental changes have taken place. And this has certainly created a lot more of insecurity. And with insecurity, I mean not just risk, which we can calculate from some distributional knowledge. We don't have any distributional knowledge about these kind of insecurities. We don't know, for example, how financial market crises do develop in the end. At the beginning, we don't know anything about it. We just hope it will not become far worse than it is. We didn't know what the COVID pandemic would develop like. Total insecurity is something which has happened in recent times, and this is a very important phenomenon, I would say, with respect also to populism. Also, as we have heard during the first presentation, inequality, especially wealth, has increased, and that also adds to insecurity, because if I'm a wealthy man, there might be a bump and I can stand it because I have wealth I can draw on in these hard times. If I don't have any wealth, it will become much more difficult if I'm in an economic bump, and that certainly adds to insecurity. Second, also already mentioned as a new line in macroeconomics, heterogeneity. Heterogeneity certainly is very important, not just as a macroeconomic analysis tool or assumption, but we have become in our societies more heterogeneous in recent times. And heterogeneity also makes the world more insecure because I don't know that much about the other people, which might be very different from me. So this also, I don't know how my distant neighbor will react in certain situations, and that adds certainly to insecurity. And that leads me to my point, to the roots of populism. Certainly, globalization and fundamental technological change are also strings that have added to this kind of insecurity. And this insecurity leads immediately to something I would call fear. Many people are afraid of these developments, and that certainly is a phenomenon which we see in populist parties. They always draw on topics which create fear. We had the Euro crisis, for example, at the beginning of the German AfD party, which migration was the next topic. And then the climate change is a topic, the COVID pandemic is a topic where they always draw on these topics which create fear and say to people, oh, the establishment is reacting in the wrong way. Maybe it's even some kind of conspiration that leads especially to your disadvantages in these kind of circumstances. But this is, in my view, only a necessary condition for the rise of populism we have seen in recent times. Because if all that happens, what has happened here right now, there could have been other parties who could have dealt with that kind of phenomena. And what we have observed in the past, in effect, was that, for example, social democratic parties, as well as conservative parties, have moved more to the middle ground and not covered these peoples who were afraid of these changes. So they felt lost in these kind of roles. And this was exactly the rate of abstaining from election campaigns you mentioned, Robert. They didn't even participate at the debates. They didn't even participate at the elections. And that certainly was a success of the populist parties. They got them back because I address your fears, whatever they rooted in. And that certainly makes their success, and that is certainly something we have to deal with. And that certainly leads me to the point, what could we do against that? First of all, I think it's not just a monetary question. Certainly it is some kind of monetary question, but not just a monetary question, which you, in my view, rightly mentioned. First of all, I think there must be, again, parties who deal with these kinds of fears. My party, for example, tried that during the past election campaign with the catchword respect, which would say, okay, maybe whatever you have done in the past, we're entering an age of fundamental change, but we have respect for what you have done in the past. We certainly cover your needs. We will certainly deal with you. We will not let you behind in all that changes which are coming now. And that certainly other parties on the conservative side certainly also should have done so. They haven't done in Germany now, but they will do so in the future, would be my forecast. So we have, again, certainly have some parties who say, we deal with these kinds of people who have fear against the developments which are ahead. And there are certainly some fundamental changes ahead. That's certainly of utmost importance for us. If we now enter an age of decarbonization and entering the age of more propagated digitalization, we must cover all the needs of those people who feel lost in this kind of world. And that certainly is the political task we are in. And only if we do so, we leave no room for these kind of populist parties who pretend to have the solution for everything, and in effect would certainly change our societies in a very bad manner. And so this is, apart from the need to organize these kind of necessary changes, it's also the need there to organize the political changes we have, to organize, to shift politics also towards these kind of peoples so that they feel at home with the parties which in the end are much more in favor of liberal democracy than the parties we see now on the right wing. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustav. We have pushed the next session to 3:30, which means that we have 5 minutes left. Robert, a quick comment on what Gustav just said.
Yeah, very quick, agree with everything. Just an aspect, I think to some degree, fear is a function of uncertainty and thus also of ignorance. So in terms of just not being well informed about a thing. And this brings me back to my last thing. It's not only a task for political parties, it's a task of, in the end, everybody who's in the public debate, but it's also a task for academia and for science to bring the message across, to better inform people. They fear negative, so if they fear trade integration but don't know much about all the positive aspects of it. So we learned that that consumption inequality is not as bad as wealth inequality, which certainly relates to globalization. I'd say that also poor households can buy TV. Relates to the fact that it's not produced in Germany but elsewhere. So to also bring these messages across, or more generally to find ways to better inform people, will not reduce fear to zero, but might significantly contribute to reducing fears and enabling people to also deal with uncertainties.
Thank you. Across the three small panels, is there any comment that the other panelists would like to give at the end? I don't see any. I think the very interesting thing is that with this exercise, which we did to have a very quick overview of our main big issues, topics, it feels like there is one of the big insights is that all these things touch each other. So we started from the very core analysis of inequality, then introducing financial markets and their impact on and monetary policy impact on inequality, and ending with populism, where inequality plays a role. At the same time, it's interesting to see that to understand where we are and what societies are living through and all these confidence crises and so on, it's true that it's not only simply the inequality of wealth or income, and there it's important to have the insights that Charlotte has contributed to better understand the difference between income inequality and wealth inequality. But it's going beyond, as you said, and Gustav and Robert said, that it's much more. It's about insecurity. It's about the loss of control that people feel, and that's not only in numbers and revenue. So it's highly important to understand all these things and bring them together. And I'm very happy to have you all contributing to that. And I think that's there's a lot of potential to work on that and to even better understand, as Moritz also said, on the interrelation between central banks, monetary policy, financial markets, and inequality, where work is still in the making. But it also shows that there's such a need for something new, and for, even if we don't yet know the answers, there's a real need, as you all mentioned, to renew thinking and models, because in the old framework, sometimes, as someone mentioned this morning also, the DSGE models, financial markets even didn't play a role at all. So starting to understand all this, and inequality for a long time was no topic at all in macroeconomics. This is highly interesting, and I'm very excited about all we did already with you, and we want to continue to do. Charlotte has mentioned a very concrete program where we want to better understand, and with your help, what measures could help to reduce inequality in which way, and what is the hierarchy of measures that you should adopt, which is still also an open question, and we will certainly have another event on this specifically next year. So I would say thank you for this, for accepting to do this little unusual exercise, having a very rapid overview of the topics, and I think you did it in an excellent way, giving us a quick insight and a quick update on what is the state of thinking and of the answers that we might look for. Thanks, Dorothea, Robert, Carmen, Gustav, Charlotte, and Moritz. Did I forget someone? No. Thanks for having us. We had a slide that we forgot at the beginning. We may quickly bring that in. It was on globalization. We forgot that one. This was the exercise that we wanted to do on each of the topics. just to finish and to remind where we were, and just to then go to the next topic. So thanks again, and see you soon, all of you panelists. We switch to the next session, and we're very happy to have a moderator, excellent moderator Ulrike Herrmann from Taz, from the Tageszeitung, to moderate this session. And I will not say anything more because I will say something anyway in another way once. Please, Ulrike.
Yeah, okay. It's a great honor to host this panel discussion. It's on the question if there is any new narrative or a new progressive paradigm. And as you know, probably by looking at the program, we've got 4 panelists. The first is Michael Roos from the University of Bochum, and he will be the first to define what a narrative is in economics, how difficult it is to spot, and how difficult to define. And I think we just start with Michael, and then we'll just continue with this session. Michael promised to talk just 10 minutes. I read his paper. I'm really curious how he's going to manage all this stuff in 10 minutes, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's a challenge. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for giving me the possibility to talk about this paper. I try to be very, very brief. So I have some slides that I would like to share with you. As Ulrike just said, this is a paper that I've just written with one of my PhD students, and I'm very glad that this has already been discovered because it only came out in August. So it's very nice that this obviously hit some interest, of on-time interest. So as some of you might know, there is something like narrative economics, right? So this was triggered by Robert Shiller. He gave a very famous presidential address at the American Economic Association in 2017, and this was published in the American Economic Review, where he says, well, narratives are really important. The human brain seems to be tuned towards narratives, and these narratives spread like viruses, right? So he compares narratives like with a pandemic, right? And says we might be able to model those like a pandemic. And he gives examples like the depression of 1920, 1921, which is hard to explain in standard conventional economic terms. And he says, well, narratives, stories might be one reason why we observed this special depression at the beginning of the century. And then he gives other examples, which are also described in his book, which appeared in 2019. So Narrative Economics, How Stories Go Viral and Drive Major Economic Events. So, we did some literature research, and as you can see in the recent years, the number of papers with either a narrative in the title or in the abstract has really soared, right? So currently there have been published something like 50 papers in the last year on narratives. But it did not start with Schiller, right? So you can see 2017, there was already a high number of papers which mentioned narrative, at least in the abstract or even in the title. But this became more popular in the recent years. So apparently there is some interest in the economics profession. So we might believe that there is a new field of research with both theoretical and practical relevance. And I personally believe, or even hope, that there might be a fundamental change in economics linked to this new field of research. So there might be something like a narrative turn also in economics. There was a narrative turn in other social sciences and in the humanities, which began in the late 1970s or 1980s. And what do I mean by narrative turn? I mean that we acknowledge that people try to make sense of what they observe, right? That there is a subjective world and possibly some objective world, but people behave basically on the basis of their subjective perceptions or beliefs about the world, right? So we have to interpret the world. And this is really something which is very different from conventional economic theory as we know it today, right? And this might be something that becomes more and more important in the future. I would say that currently there are 3 different approaches or perspectives on narrative economics or narratives in economics. So the first would be the approach by Robert Shiller, where narratives are elements of economic models or economic theories, right? So a narrative is used to explain some economic phenomenon, right? Like a recession that took place in some country at some point in time. The second approach or perspective might be what I call a theory of science approach, right? So we can understand science as a discourse in which there is a competition of different narratives, right? So economic theories, economic models, economic convictions are narratives by themselves. So we try to convince other people that we have a point, that we have something to tell about the economy, and we do so with stories, right? So our models and our theories ultimately are kinds of stories, right? So we could also say narrative economics is also about economics itself. And finally, there is what I would call the practical approach. Well, there are many narratives in the news media, there are many narratives in economic policy, and the question is, well, can we somehow influence those narratives? Can we use them in order to change things, in order to change the perception of the economy in the public, and also in the political domain, right? So these are, of course, 3 related issues, but they are different. So I think it's useful to distinguish them. What is really a problem if you want to do research on narratives and if you want to work in the field of narrative economics is that narrative is really a very ambiguous term, right? So it's like a weasel word. So everybody has some understanding what it is, but this understanding is typically different from the understanding of other people, right? Very often it's not well defined in the literature, right? So some people say it's all people agree that it's some kind of story, right? But often it's not much more precise than this. So it's some story, and it's not really clear why we talk about narratives and not about stories. And in order to deal with that problem, Matthias Rexius and I wrote that paper in which we first analyzed what is out there in the literature, and then we proposed our own definition that we consider useful for the study of narratives in economics. And we define a collective economic narrative as follows. We say it's a story, and it's a particular story, namely a sense-making story about some economically relevant topic. That's why we are interested in this narrative as economists, and which is shared by members of a group. So of course, there are also individual narratives, so about personal lives of persons, but this is not so interesting. So it's of course only interesting if it's shared by some group. And then it also emerges and proliferates in social interaction. And finally, the narrative suggests some action, right? So it's basically action oriented. And that's why we consider it interesting, right? Because it has consequences. Certain behavior follows from certain narratives. So this would be our definition, and we think that all of these elements are really important. Unfortunately, I don't have so much time now to explain it, but maybe we can do so in the discussion a little bit later on. We also think that it's important to distinguish narrative from other concepts which are related but different, right? So for example, ideology may contain narratives, but it's different, right? So if we think about neoliberalism, for example, this is an ideology, and I would not say that it's a narrative. We can also distinguish kind of an ordinary narrative from a master narrative or a grand narrative, right? Which is about a historical evolution of a country, for example, like the idea, well, America, the land of opportunity or the land of the free. So if you ask any American what the character of his or her country is, they will come up with probably a very similar story, right? So kind of a master narrative of what it means to be American, right? We can also distinguish narrative from imaginary after Charles Taylor, right? So there is, for example, the social imaginary of modernity. So what does it mean to live a modern life, for example? And this is also about the images that all of us have in our minds about normal life and how life should be, and all the symbols related to that kind of normal life. And finally, I would also propose to talk about the term topos, for example, efficient markets, which is a term that is often used in public debates, in discussions, which has a certain standing meaning, but it's not a narrative. It might be an element of a narrative, but it's not enough for a narrative. So this is just something that everybody understands in a certain way and that serves to make an argument, for example, but it's different from a narrative. So I would call this a topos. So what are examples of narratives according to our definition? So I have two examples here. So one would be the first here. So Ben Bernanke was a respected academic who had participated in the rules versus discretion debate before he became a central banker. As central banker, he replaced Alan Greenspan's just do it approach by inflation targeting, which is supported by many monetary theorists. So why is it a narrative? Well, because it's a story. There are events, right? So there is a person, Ben Bernanke, who was an academic and participated in some debate, academic debate. So it's the first event. Then second, he became a central banker. Second event. Third event, he replaced a certain monetary policy by another, right? So there's a sequence of events. It's also sense making, right? Because there is some meaning in that, right? So there is a meaning here behind the just do it approach, inflation targeting. Not everybody may understand what it means, but it means something to a certain group. For example, a group of macroeconomists who understand what it means. And that's really important because this meaning or this sense-making aspect depends on a belief system, on belief systems of people who tell the narrative and on the belief system of people who listen to the narrative and make sense out of it. If you don't share the same belief system, then you will not be able to make sense out of that narrative, right? So this is really important. And then I have a second example, and then I will finish fairly quickly. A second example is about Elon Musk, right? So Elon Musk was bullied as a child. He read science fiction literature and encyclopedias as a child. He taught himself programming and developed a computer game about a space invasion at the age of 12. And then he was even able to sell this computer program for $500 to some publishing house or whatever, right? So these are events in the past, right? In the childhood of Elon Musk. And today he is the most successful entrepreneur in the world, and his company SpaceX will take us to Mars, right? So there is an event today. He's an entrepreneur and he has founded many companies, and there are also future events. So in the future, he will take us to Mars and will make it possible that mankind reaches Mars, right? Okay, so it's also a story, and it's also a typical kind of hero story, right? So it's a typical plot. So somebody had so it's a from rags to riches plot, right? So somebody who started poor and was faced with many obstacles became successful and became rich, right? So that's a typical plot also in the literature. And why is it interesting from an economic perspective? Well, this is the stock price of Tesla, right? And you can see about 10 years ago, Tesla stocks were about €4 per stock, right? And this morning it was 892 euros per stock, right? So it rose in 10 years by a factor of 220 something, right? So this is tremendous. And the question is, why is it, right? Why is this, where does this immense increase in stock prices come from? Is it really because Tesla is so great and because Elon Musk is so great? Or has it something to do with narratives? And of course, I suggest that at least narratives play some role in the explanation of that stock price. And that may serve as an example why narratives are interesting in economics. Okay, let me conclude. So I would say there is confusion about the precise meaning of narratives, and that's of course that's a problem for the progress of science, right? So I believe that we should define terms precisely in order to make progress. The second problem or issue is, well, how do we identify narratives practically? If we have some understanding and if we are able to define it, what it is, it does not necessarily mean that we can measure it or identify it in the data, right? So currently there is a literature that uses statistical text mining approaches. So for example, on news media text, newspaper texts, but this is a very crude technique, right, or method, right? It only discovers topics, but not really narratives, right? So this may be a first step towards the identification of narratives, but it's not more, right? It's just topics, right? And narratives, of course, have a certain structure and many more elements, and we cannot identify the complete narrative in our definition with these simple text mining approaches. A second issue in terms of the identification relates to the belief system that we have to know, right? If we want to know whether it's sense-making and to whom it is sense-making, in what respect it makes sense to anybody, we need more knowledge about what people actually believe about the economy, right? So how does it function? How should it be? And so on. And that's what I call a belief system. So we need much more research also on the belief system of agents. And that's this kind of subjective turn that I mentioned in the beginning of my talk. So, well, I would say we have very little understanding, theoretical understanding of how narratives evolve, where they come from, also whether they are really relevant. So we have some indication, but we don't know. We have to find out. So where they matter, how they matter, and so on. And finally, and that's my final question or my conclusion, of course, there is some hope. There is always a hope that we can create narratives in order to change the world, right? So we can change the perception of how the world is. We can possibly change policies. And I'm not sure whether this is possible and how this is possible, or whether we can control this. Of course, there are some people who are mighty enough or able to design narratives and take them out to the world. And I believe that Elon Musk did it for himself, right? But this seems to be rare. In many cases, it's not so easy that you can just come up with a good story or a good narrative and basically influence other people. It may be possible, but I think we still don't have the knowledge really to know how we could engineer this, right? How we could use it in order to change the world, if it is possible at all. I don't know. Okay, that's it. So I hope that it was about 10 minutes. If not, I apologize for taking too much time. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Michael Roos. Well, it was a bit longer than 10 minutes, but never mind. It was really very interesting. Well, the next input will be by Thomas Fricke. They tried to do the practical work that somehow complements or adds up to your study. They tried to find out very practically whether there were successful narratives in the federal election campaign in Germany. So this is just the other side of the same medal. You did the theory, and Thomas did the practical side of it. Well, and he said that he would need 7 minutes. Let's see whether this is going to work out.
I will do my best. I must be a good example as the organizer.
Very true.
So Yes, I think we were very, very excited about the work that Michael Roos does and did about trying to categorize and to better understand the the narratives. I'm just still searching for that one. And we were very impressed by the effort, because this is really something we didn't find yet, to better define what are narratives. Our approach, as Ulrike said, has been very pragmatic, and it's in the sense of, and it's perhaps interesting, it starts from the assumption that what we're talking about, paradigms, economic paradigms, historically have always been supported in a way or another by popular stories. I'm very cautious about the names now, but maybe we are free to not be as concise on the academic definition. Popular stories, narratives, buzzwords, however you call it. And that's something Anatol will maybe talk again on this. Michael's quoted it this morning, that the neoliberals have done in a very good way, and it seems as this has not been by pure incidence. It seems as there have been people who have worked on these buzzwords, narratives like free markets, free enterprise, and so on. At the same time, we now live in a situation where we see that the financial crisis apparently has caused a collapse of some of the narratives that have supported the old market liberal paradigm. We have presented this work, very first work, tentative results on the use of buzzwords, neoliberal, market liberal buzzwords in German, using n-grams. That's the methodology that Bob Schiller has used, and we have had a little discussion with him on that. And that was quite impressive. We checked a lot of buzzwords, typical buzzwords like Eigenverantwortung, so self-responsibility, or high performer, which is Leistungsträger in Germany, which are really linked to this understanding of market liberalism, Agenda 2010 and so. And you see a very impressive code development of these words, growing nearly all until more or less the financial crisis, and then crashing. This has been quite impressive. I mean, that was an indication that these narratives, buzzwords, at least have a role or reflect the upswing and crash of a paradigm. The problem, I mean, we're very cautious on that because this was just buzzwords, and not, as Michael said, it does not necessarily reflect a narrative. But I mean, we're quite near and we're quite confident that a word like Eigenverantwortung reflects more than just a word. So there's something, a belief system, as you call it, behind it. The open question too is, do other measures confirm this crash of the old narratives? And are there yet new buzzwords and narratives around? So we took the opportunity of the federal elections in September and the run-up in the electoral campaign to test the popular support for narratives used in the party programs. So we just checked a number of typical sentences, narratives, as we call it, that were in the party programs on the main topics that we are talking about, on climate, on inequality, on the role of the state, and so on. So all these paradigmatic topics that this was deliberately selective. So we had to make a choice. We put out some of the things, the sentences, the wordings, the narrative that seemed to be characteristic for us. We don't check everything, so that was a little selective. And we wanted, and so that we weren't able to do a comparison between parties. So that's just to be sure. There was a representative online survey we did with Cive, supported by Scholz and Friends on the conception. And they, for some weeks, checked the popularity of these narratives, which were in the party programs. And we wanted to identify, are there narratives that are working more than others? Trying to get forward. There's one thing Gustav Horn mentioned, we didn't talk to him before, but yes, we can confirm. The striking thing is the most popular slogan, the most popular narrative was the one that Olaf Scholz used, pushing this idea of cohesion and respect. And this confirms what Gustav, as a member of SPD, certainly had to say, but we can confirm this in a way. This was, by incidence or not, whatever that means, it was the most popular. So maybe, to put it a little provocative in a positive way for Olaf Scholz, maybe a good narrative or good wording may help you become chancellor. The both most popular slogans came from the SPD. We then, and that was the core work that we wanted to do, try to characterize the statements into our world of new paradigm, old paradigm. Also to say this is disputable in detail. You can dispute if one slogan is more new or old paradigm. Just to give you an example, we had one sentence came from, I think, the CDU: a strong state ensures the economic order and determines the rules, does not actively take part. That's the typical sentence which comes from the market liberal side. The economy must serve society, not the other way around, is a typical one which comes more from what we perceive as a new paradigm. And there were some neutrals that we put out, only two. The others we put in both camps. Just at a glance, what the first insight, and that was quite striking, is on the upper side you see, going to the right side, these are all narratives that are more on the new paradigm side, and you see that there is a high percentage rate of support by people. So they supported strongly or more or less, and that's the sum of both. You see on that's the percentage rates. On the bottom, there are the narratives which are more or less connected to the old paradigm. So first, what we pull out of these results was there is a high degree of support already to some of what we would call new narratives, a new paradigm, which is not the old market paradigm. And this is true not only, I mean, yeah, you see some of them. We will send the presentation and make it available so you can dig deeper into the details. And this is true not only overall, but more strikingly across the parties. So there is more than 50% of voters of CDU and FDP support the idea that there is enough for everyone in society. If everyone in the society contributes, strong shoulders carry more. That's a typical phrase which you would put more on a progressive side or whatever, in the sense of what we discussed in the session before. So that's a narrative that was supported even by more than half of the more conservative voters. The same for the social ecological market economy, which is to reconcile growth with sustainability and justice. Also something that we would not consider as something which comes from the old market liberal paradigm. On the other hand, there is still to say that there's still a solid support for some old narratives. So, and that's particularly true for when it comes to debt, and that may be typical German. You still have a high support, and that's sometimes a little contradicting, because on the one side, a lot of people agree that there is a high need to invest into education, climate, and so on. On the other hand, still high resistance against debt or credit financing of investment. We think, I mean, that's our interpretation, and that's true also, to put that clear, across the lines again. The support for some of the old narratives is also high among supporters of SPD and Greens. The story that we try to make out of that is that maybe that's a very typical situation in that we are. Thomas Kuhn has described this as at some point in a paradigm shift, you will have some new people who are who are criticizing the old, who are gaining in importance, but at the same time, the old still defend. And they have a lot of experience, they have a lot of networks and so on. And you come to a situation where both are there. And Thomas Kuhn has said that the new will only win if there is something they can propose, something convincing. And maybe the situation in which we are is like, there is new, but it's not sufficiently new, and it's not sufficiently convincing, and also the narratives are not yet sufficiently convincing to evade the old guard. So that's our proposal or try to interpret these things, which also leads to one thing that we discovered. There are not yet very convincing new narratives in a broader scale. We took the example of the social ecological market economy, which is a term that is used very frequently by people who are defending a new paradigm, progressives, and so on. The support of that is in mean support is below 70%, which is not bad, but it's not among the very convincing ones. So if that's the central narrative, or it's maybe in that sense not a narrative, but the central buzzword of a new paradigm, it seems as if this does not work. On the other hand, as already said, there is still a high support for narratives that are against public debt. A last word, just because that was very striking, we did this calculation, the extracting between for the old narratives and the new, what is the part of the elder people plus 65 minus the support of the younger ones. And you see that for the old narratives, there is nearly always a strong support across the generation, the old and the young, for which is clear. And just in one case, there was a support, a plus, a difference, positive difference for the younger ones. And for the new narratives, you see that there are some new narratives who have much more support among the youngers than among the olders. Also maybe reflecting a very potentially contradicting situation, but reflecting maybe this transition period where the old is still there, but the younger are pushing for something new, and it's gaining traction. So that was our work, and I thank Anne and Maren to have contributed to this, and please contact us if you want to learn more from us.
Well, thank you very much for this short introduction into your practical work. I think it's really very interesting that both talks so far ended with the question how a new paradigm or a new narrative could be created. And I think that is what we should discuss in the end, how to have a progressive narrative and what could somehow contribute to creating it. But now it's Anatol Skaletsky's time to share some comments. And I think that he has a special story or narrative he wants to focus on, and that's inflation. So now it's Anatol Kaletsky's time.
Thank you very much. Well, it's partly inflation, but I think the last two interventions have been very interesting. My interest in narratives is rather different from Michael Rose and Robert Schiller, and perhaps broader, although I would like to extend what Thomas just said. Narratives, in my view, or the importance of narratives is not so much about discovering a new economic theory, as Schiller has suggested, but about winning acceptance of an economic theory that is objectively already valid, but is resisted for the political, ideological, or sociological reasons that we had discussed this morning by Michael Jacobs and Diane Cole. So, listening to today's very interesting discussion, I think it's clear that we all believe to one extent or another that economic theory and data both objectively and scientifically require a new paradigm of some kind of how the economy works. But getting voters, politicians, and businesses to accept or even understand any idea that's outside the market fundamentalist Washington consensus is much more difficult than simply stating that there is data or theory that contradicts that consensus. It doesn't really, getting the acceptance or even the questioning of the existing paradigm doesn't really just depend on the quality of the theory or the quantity of the data, but as Thomas just said, on the emergence of some kind of an alternative story that is more credible and in some ways at least more attractive than the old paradigm. In other words, my definition of a new narrative is actually a new paradigm. So, I've spent my career, almost 50 years as an economist. The first 30 years I spent as a journalist communicating with public and politicians. And the last 20 years, and there was a bit of an overlap between them, I'm not so old. The last 20 years has been communicating with financial markets and the business community through my consultancy business. And I'm convinced that the world is now ready for a new paradigm in a way that it wasn't 20 years ago or even 10 years ago, if we can turn this new paradigm into a narrative. And for this, I have two suggestions, which I'm going to outline very briefly because they're really just building on what we've already heard throughout the day, but two suggestions that I believe have become very timely in this post-COVID environment. So what I'd like to do is just share with you a couple of slides that summarize this. Let's have a look. Summarize what I mean. Essentially, what I would suggest is that we are now at a historical point at which we can explain and persuade the world that a new form of capitalism is emerging and is inevitably emerging that is very different from the market fundamentalist Washington consensus that dominated the world until 2008 or until COVID, and still dominates, as Thomas just explained, the political debate in most of our countries. And I think there are two reasons why we can now make this new narrative much more credible. One is that this is the emergence, what we are witnessing today is the emergence of a new version of capitalism, rather along the lines that Michael Jacobs described and that I wrote about in my book 11 years ago called Capitalism 4.0, which got quite a good readership in China and Korea, but not very much in Europe or America. The second is more specifically to do with the COVID crisis. And I'll very, very briefly just explain what I mean by those. And then I'll end with the sort of linguistic aspect of narratives that Thomas was just talking about. So what I meant by Capitalism 4.0 when I wrote this book back in 2010, and what has now become much more clearly relevant than it was then, my book was before its time, if you like, which can be just a euphemism for completely wrong, but I think in this case it was ahead of its time, was, my view was that, as Michael Jacobs described, there have been two major transitions in the form of capitalism in the 20th century, the 1920s and 30s, and again in the late 60s and 70s. And in my view, actually, there were two similar transitions back in the 19th century, which I outline here. But the main point is that each of these transitions was driven and punctuated by a major crisis that destroyed the belief in the previous paradigm of capitalism. None of these crises actually destroyed capitalism in the way that Marx and Marxists hoped in the 20th century, and in the way that many Greens, I think, or at least some Greens and many radicals still believe in the 21st century, that capitalism will be somehow replaced. But they did lead to a completely new form of the evolution. It is an evolutionary system, as Michael Jacobs said, and they led to an evolution of a new form of capitalism. And that evolution typically takes 10, 12, or 15 years from the initial crisis, and actually historically has often emerged from a secondary crisis which hit after the first crisis. Now, the first crisis was obviously the 2008 global financial crisis. I had no idea, none of us had any idea what the second crisis would be, but the fact is that there was a second crisis that hit last year with COVID. And I'll skip that slide. And as a result of COVID, we had this sort of secondary crisis that turbocharged the evolution, the transition from market fundamentalism, what I call capitalism 3.0, 3.1, 3.2, because there were different versions of market fundamentalism starting from the 1970s. But the COVID crisis really turbocharged it because it led to a situation that was completely unprecedented, and therefore that was not comprehensible in any of the standard economic models, which are all based on, to some extent, past experience and correlations, regression, and so on, based on past data. But of course, there was nothing in the data sets that could account either for the collapse of the economy, which was the story of last year, but just as importantly, there was nothing in the data or in historical experience that could help us to analyze the unprecedented monetary and fiscal stimulus, which has been the dominant issue this year. And so what that led to, I think, from the beginning of last year, at least in the financial markets, and more, financial markets always tend to be 6-9 months ahead of the politics and the public recognition. What this led to, I think, is a sort of 3-stage perception of how the world was changing. In the short term, it was always obvious that what I call the immovable object of the economic collapse would predominate. And that was the story of last year. This year, the medium term, I think it was also pretty clear, and the financial markets responded to this by the summer of last year, that however bad the COVID crisis was, the irresistible force of monetary and fiscal stimulus would start to predominate from this year onwards. And this has been, of course, the story of the enormous boom, first in the American and British economy, and now the very strong recovery in Europe and all over the world. But the most important, most interesting question, which is the thing that is still up for debate and where I think the new paradigm comes in, is what are going to be the long-term consequences of this conflict, this clash between the economic collapse that we saw last year and the monetary and fiscal stimulus, the new paradigm in macroeconomic policy that has emerged from that. Now, the conventional wisdom is that this will lead to inflation. And this will lead to a period like the 1970s stagflation. This is what Larry Summers is talking about. This is what Mervyn King is talking about. This is what many of the top-down commentators are talking about. And it is a possibility that we have to recognize. And that's if you like, the old paradigm applied to what is going on in macroeconomic policy today. But the alternative view is that the decade or decades ahead might be less like the 1970s stagflation and more like the post-war period, the 1950s, of course, not exactly the same, but more like that, when actually a stimulative, growth-oriented, as opposed to a price stability macroeconomic policy, succeeded in generating much stronger levels of economic growth, much better conditions of equality, of social progress, and so on, than anybody at the time imagined possible. At the end of the Second World War, the almost universal consensus among economists was that the end of the war would lead to another Great Depression, with the enormous increase in labor availability, through demobilization, the destruction of productive capacity, and so on and so forth. But that didn't happen. And in fact, you had 20 years of really very, very successful, successful economic policy, even though inflation did accelerate. So I think the reason why this is a point where the world is really ready to listen to a new paradigm, is that we have some of the most important policymakers, particularly the central bankers, who are implicitly telling us, actually, the lessons of the 1980s, 1990s, the stagflation period, are no longer relevant. The lessons of market fundamentalism and monetarism are no longer relevant. This is now the official view of the Fed, of the ECB, of the central banks, the G7. But they're not quite ready to say what lessons are relevant. And I think that what the world is very receptive to a story which says, yes, inflation is going to go up for reasons we all understand to some extent. They're listed here. But maybe it's not going to go up very rapidly and dramatically like it did in the late 60s and early 70s. Maybe it will only creep up gradually by 1% or 1.5%. Maybe that's acceptable because it will be combined with stronger economic activity for all the reasons spelled out in this slide. And if that is the case, then actually, in order to understand and manage the world economy and our national economies in the decades ahead, we really have to embrace a different way of understanding economics and understanding our politics from the one that has dominated. Now, the key issues of that are, again, they've been discussed in great length all today, is macroeconomic management. There is now a clash between Keynesian and monetarist economic management. I think we should accept that. And I think we can actually win that argument, as I'll explain right at the end. Micromanagement, I call it Brian Arthur versus Alfred Marshall, because this is all about a new economy with increasing returns, with path dependence. That applies even to areas which were traditionally regarded as areas of welfare economics, like externalities and public goods. We've now understood that climate, education, and science are also subject to increasing returns and path dependence. And that actually is a very big difference between what I think lies ahead and the paradigm of the 50s and 60s, the old sort of social market economy Keynesian paradigm. And thirdly, very importantly, we need a new debate or a new view about distribution. Now, I call this Pareto versus Kaldor-Hicks. The ethical justification for market fundamentalism, the only ethical justification for market fundamentalism throughout the last 40 years has been the Kaldor-Hicks view that if the economy grows enough, then in principle, the gainers can compensate the losers, and therefore society becomes better off as a whole, according to the Pareto definition. But of course, and the paradox that almost nobody discussed throughout that last 40 years is that while market fundamentalism said this is ethically justifiable, growth is ethically justifiable because the gainers can always compensate the losers, the paradox was that market fundamentalism also said, but we mustn't have public policies in place which actually force the gainers to compensate the losers. So you had a Kaldor-Hicks situation where, yes, the economy was growing, but you had a large number of losers, and that was largely responsible for the populism and so on that we've heard. I think there's now a real opportunity to say, actually, growth is only acceptable if the gainers actually do compensate the losers. If they do, then growth is acceptable, whether it's socially acceptable or ecologically acceptable, but the redistribution has to take place. And the redistribution, importantly, I think we've recognized as a result of the last few years, has got to happen not just at the level of individuals, because we're not talking a purely individualist economy, but also at the level of regions, occupations, and possibly even gender and other sociological concepts. So these are all new ideas that I think can be injected very productively into a Keynesian paradigm, but a very different Keynesian paradigm from the one that dominated in the 50s and 60s. And finally, let me just go to the point about how we can advance this idea through the use of language. And this is the point that Thomas mentioned. So in the presentation that I did, at one of the earlier ones of these forums, I made the point that our side in this debate has been defeated, paralyzed, hobbled by the monopoly that the market fundamentalists enjoyed or developed over adjectives such as efficient, rational, free, natural, perfect, pure, stable. These are all wonderful ideas which we completely abandoned to the market fundamentalists. And what the alternatives to those can be, I don't know. I think this is an important part of the debate, of the project that we should set ourselves. But here I've just suggested a few adjectives that could be used to offset that. Instead of efficient, honest, human, responsible, full employment instead of a natural rate of unemployment, the infinite possibilities of knowledge instead of perfect knowledge, fair competition instead of pure competition, and above all, realistic economics instead of the clearly false and failed economics of stable equilibrium. Okay, I'll stop there.
Yes, thank you very much for these very practical suggestions on how to just change the language. And now the last contributor in this debate is William Lamb, and he will be discussing a certain aspect of the realistic economy that Anatol just suggested, because he will be dealing with the question how to frame the climate debate and how it was framed by the critics of climate policy in the past times or decades. Now it's William, and I hope that we will have some time left to discuss some of the many ideas that were proposed here. Now it's William. Where are you?
Yes. Can you see my screen? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's perfect.
Yeah, so hi everybody. Hi from the world of climate change, where we are very, very busy now preparing the final draft of the IPCC Working Group 3 report. So trying to figure out where we are in terms of current emissions, how much progress countries have made, what kind of policies we need to implement. All of these kind of details are now currently being compiled into our report. And if you've been part of the climate world in any way, you will have noticed that there's a huge volume of misinformation. There are very widely propagated discourses on climate. And let me try and go forward. Yes. And so many of these are indeed related to the climate change counter movement. So a group of closely connected, closely knitted industries, mainly in the Anglo-Saxon world, who have been advancing a scheme to try and prevent climate policy from happening. And how do they do this? They have done this historically through the propagation of basically climate denial discourses. This has been extremely successful in the United States. At the same time, they've used ad hominem attacks on climate scientists, on climate communicators, on climate policymakers, and also climate impact skepticism. So skepticism that actually it's going to be really as bad as we think it is. And there's a large volume of very impressive scholarship on all of these issues and how they link to the rhetoric of reaction used in previous forms of public policy like tobacco industry and so forth. Now, I am kind of interested in this because at least in the time that I've been working on climate change in the last 10 years or so, it seems to me that the discussion is really changing. At least that's certainly the case in the United Kingdom and perhaps also in Germany where I'm working. And I feel that it's changing more away from climate denial, impact skepticism, and ad hominem attacks, and more towards climate delay. So what is climate delay? These are arguments that do not fundamentally question the existence of climate change or its impacts, nor do they really attack the messenger, but they nonetheless justify inaction or inadequate efforts, mainly on normative grounds. So they say, yes, climate change is a problem, but why should we tackle this problem? Won't the costs of climate change be too high? Are these really the right kind of policies we should be addressing, and so forth? Let me give you an example from our favorite newspaper, Bidenomics, where they had this whole feature, should we really become poor in order to save the climate? Now, what's going on here? This is something like a shifting focus of doubt. So we're moving away from climate science, climate impacts, and climate communicators as a source of doubt used to propagate these kind of discourses. And now that doubt is really around climate policies. Are climate policies feasible? Are they desirable? And what will the impacts of those climate policies be? So we're not talking about snowballs on the Senate floor, but rather rocks of coal. Is it actually a good thing after all? Now, I've got together a group of authors and we wanted to try and understand just what is this full scope of these kind of arguments. Yeah? So we wrote them down, we iterated them, we used some text analysis. Essentially, it's based on our own expertise and judgment, but we cover a wide range of disciplines and areas of the climate field. And as far as we can tell, they come into sort of four different versions. We can develop this basic typology of discourses of climate delay. And so the first group of these kind of discourses or narratives are around responsibility. So is it our responsibility to deal with this problem? And if no, well, these arguments suggest that we should focus that responsibility on someone else. It's actually someone else's problem. A second group, are transformative changes really necessary? If they answer no to this question, they're basically arguing that disruptive change is not necessary. We should push more marginal, more non-transformative solutions. A third group is around the desirability of mitigating climate change if it's so expensive. So these argue that actually change will be very disruptive, climate policies will be disruptive, and they really emphasize the downsides. And a fourth group of narratives say, well, is it really possible to mitigate climate change after all? Maybe we should just surrender. Now, once you have this basic typology in mind, you start to see these discourses absolutely everywhere. And we can be more specific. We can see, for example, this whataboutism argument is really about saying, well, Germany is only 2% of global emissions. So why should Germany really do something? This is really, the focus should be on China. And now you can make that argument in any kind of shape or form. You can say from the industry side, well, transport is only 10% of global emissions. Maybe the focus should be on the energy sector. Well, the energy sector guys will say, well, actually, we're kind of small as well. Maybe the focus should be on the agricultural sector and so forth. And literally, you can find arguments from different industry groups saying this thing in complete contradiction to one another. Another example, perhaps relevant in the German context, no sticks, just carrots. So society was only going to respond to supportive and voluntary policies. So restrictive measures, bans verboten should be, they're going to fail and should be abandoned. Despite a wealth of evidence coming from the climate policy research area, which says that we need both supportive and restrictive policies in order to get the speed and depth of the transition that we need. Another argument, for example, in the downsides category is this appeal to well-being. So, well, fossil fuels are required for development. If we abandon them, we're going to move back to the Stone Age. Actually, this will generate very large costs for society, and vulnerable members will be burdened. And then finally, change is impossible. Actually, it's perhaps too little, too late to really do anything about this problem. So I'm really talking about counter narratives here. We want to explore, obviously, positive narratives for change, but I think probably the key lies in understanding these and how these are getting propagated into the current discourse. And perhaps this typology gives you a sense of how we might start to respond to them, right? So Is it our responsibility to take action? Yes, it is, because we have an extraordinary burden of responsibility when we consider historic emissions, when we consider our capability to act as, individuals in highly developed countries. Are transformative changes necessary? Yes, and we need a good policy-focused discussion on what the right approaches are and what they should be. Is it desirable to mitigate climate change given the cost? Absolutely yes, because if we do not mitigate climate change, the social costs will be absolutely enormous. Is it still possible to mitigate climate change? In fact, it completely is possible to mitigate climate change. We know what we need to do. We have the tools, we have the policies, we have the technologies. We can solve this problem tomorrow. We just need to get our act together. And so, yeah, that's my very short input. I think there are a few reasons why we should really care about this. These discourses argue on a very normative basis. I think they're probably much more difficult to counter than climate denial. This is not a question of facts. It's an issue of ethics, norms, responsibilities, so what action should be taken, how fast, who pays, etc. These are very compelling discourses. People wouldn't use them if they were not, and they wouldn't have come out of focus groups and wouldn't have been propagated by various industry groups if they weren't compelling. So they contain grains of truth. They can invite legitimate discussion on these issues, or they could be used to discourage climate action. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, William Lamb. I wonder what Michael would say to all these definitions of narratives. And you were the first,
thank you.
first to talk, and perhaps you would like to react to all your co-talkers. So please do.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to focus a little bit on what Thomas Fricke presented at the beginning, right? So you presented a long list of what you called narratives. And I was wondering, why are these narratives, right? Because you could say, well, these are statements, political statements or political claims or statements about the world, normative positions. Or for example, you mentioned that the high performer, right? And you did the N-gram analysis of the high performer, which was popular until 2007-8, and then it really dropped. And in my language, I would say, well, this is a topos, right? So whenever you mention high performer, I have an image in my mind, and I have somebody with a suit and a tie, maybe a manager or an entrepreneur who is working hard, working much harder than other people. And for that reason, and also achieves a lot. And for that reason, deserves a high income or in little taxes or something, right? So this topos triggers certain ideas, but it's not the narrative. The narrative would be a specific story about somebody that I can tell, right? So there is somebody who really worked hard and made it to the top and whatever. And I think it would be useful to be more precise in our language, right? And an alternative topos, for example, would be the responsible citizen, right? And this would be in line with maybe the new paradigm, right? We say, okay, we have to move away from market liberalism, and the new paradigm is more about cooperation. It's more collaborative and so on. And in order to make this, for example, this topos of the responsible citizen more popular, we need interesting and compelling narratives. So we would need to tell a story about somebody who is a responsible citizen. So maybe somebody who was a high performer and then he became very unhappy because there was no sense in his or her life, and then basically made a 180-degree turn and said, okay, now I give away all of my wealth and I do good and whatever, right? So a story.
Michael, may I just ask a question I had at the very beginning when I heard or listened to your talk? I mean, you define a narrative if there is someone acting. It is a very person-centered approach. Now, let's take the talk of William concerning climate change. I mean, as far as I understand, it's hardly impossible to have a narrative around climate change when it comes to those topics that William addressed, like, is it still possible to save the world, or is it too late, or whatever. So there isn't any possibility of having a narrative that relates to these topics that William introduced.
Well,
according to your scheme, at least.
Could I just add something to that question? And I think the definition of a narrative, of a useful or a powerful narrative that depends entirely on an individual, I think is too narrow. I think you can have a narrative, extremely powerful narratives about societies. In fact, narratives about entire societies are far more powerful than about individuals. If you think about the narratives that lead to war, for example, nationalism. So I think you can have narratives about issues like climate change, or narratives that are drawn from history, the history of past transitions like the ones I talked to. And I wonder what Michael's reaction to that. Because
well, I completely agree. So I completely agree. So in my presentation, I was giving you those examples about Ben Bernanke and Elon Musk, right? But in the paper, I said the story is just a sequence of events, right? So a temporal sequence of events. And if we have an event followed by another event, this would be a minimal story, and that's enough. And of course, you can tell stories also about events that happen in society, right? So it's completely compatible. But of course, these narratives that are personalized really stick with us, right? Because that's what we can imagine easily and what leaves an impression. But I completely agree that it can be much more general, and potentially the more powerful ones are the ones about society as a whole.
But I also have a question to Anatol, if I may. I found very interesting that you said that after the Second World War, everyone expected a depression. And nonetheless, what came about was a permanent growth. So this shows that the reality it develops in a way that it is not foreseen by the narratives. Now, this somehow destroys the idea that narratives are very influential when it comes to economics. So that the whole idea of Robert Shiller is somehow wrong, apparently.
No, I don't think so, because I think, you know, one can go into great detail of economic history, and
of course, yes.
If Barry Eichengreen is listening, he can comment much more authoritatively. But I think the idea that there would be another Great Depression, which was very widespread in the late 40s, was really based on the pre-Keynesian view of how the economy worked. It had not recognized, you know, at that point at least, there was a large part of the public sphere that had not recognized that actually a new paradigm was beginning to play out in economic management, because, you know, the idea of using macroeconomic policy to stabilize, to minimize unemployment, to, you know, maximize growth, it had started, you know, arguably with the New Deal in the 1930s. It really only got going as a result of wartime and pre-war rearmament. So there wasn't an understanding that some of the same ideas could be applied to maintaining economic activity through the business cycles of the 50s and 60s. And of course, there are also other reasons, but which I think are also very relevant today. There was a huge investment boom after the Second World War due to Reconstruction. But I think that when we look at the next 10 or 20 years, we can anticipate a huge investment boom because of climate change, because of the energy revolution, the transport revolution, the urban environment revolution, that could potentially be as big or bigger than the investment that followed post-war Reconstruction. And that is something that I think people like Larry Summers, who are still view the world through a secular stagnation, excess savings prism, you know, aren't willing to accept at the moment.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. We've got 6 more minutes, and then I think you all have need a break. But so in these last 6 minutes, I would like to ask Thomas and also William if they have any specific comments on the debate, because your last chance to,
yeah,
to somehow comment.
Yeah, just to react on what Michael said on the word Leistungsträger in that case. I mean, we came from the other side, and then we didn't have so much capacity and time to reflect all this like you did. So we asked ourselves, how can we get a better sense of the use of narratives reflecting the old paradigm to then switch to what can be is there something of a new paradigm around? And as we are aware, and maybe you can say a word on that, that methodologically and mathematically, it's difficult to measure, and there's still a lot of progress. If I understand your work too, and your paper, there's still a lot of work to make a better quantitative analysis of narratives. So we came from that side and said, well, in the end, let's take Leistungsträger, high performer, as just one buzzword, which for many people reflects more. You know, there's a story behind that. You have a certain kind of guys in mind, you have a certain policy in mind, and so on. But that was with all caution, but also, in fact, because there was no, to our mind, to our knowledge, no, it's difficult to have more sophisticated methodologies. But this would be a question to you. Is there anything around that can allow to measure whole narratives and not only buzzwords, not only simple words?
Not yet. That's actually something that we are currently working on. So how would the, well, econometric or statistical methodology would have to be improved, right? Because currently this is quite blunt what we are doing, right? So just identifying topics. And I think this is important, right? So topics and also kind of correlations among words and what are important terms that have kind of undergo some business cycle. That's really important, but it's only a first step. These are indications that there might be something behind, but I think we have to become much more precise. There are no tools yet. And what I would like, if I may, I would like to make one final comment on what William said, right? I think the important point is that he said these strategies of the climate deniers are so dangerous because there is always a grain of truth in it, right? And that's actually what I mean by the belief system, right? So actually they appeal to something that makes sense, right? So if you tell the story, okay, we are small, the world is big, so if we change something, it will not make any difference to the whole world, so why should we, right? And this is behind, and there is a belief system behind, right? And the belief system behind is, well, maybe the world is competitive, and if we do something, the others won't do anything, right? So for example, it's either we or them, right? It's not all of us together and we are all in the same boat. No, it's if we do something, the others don't have an incentive to do anything. And that's the belief system which is behind that. And if we manage to touch this belief system, to trigger this belief system, then basically the story that we are telling makes sense. So that's why it's so important to understand what's behind it, right? And Anatol was mentioning the Keynesian theoretical framework after the war, right? So all these stories about recovery and so on depend on a belief system or a theoretical foundation, right? So there is an interaction between that. We need this belief system for the narratives to become compelling, but at the same time, if we have strong and good narratives, they may change the belief system, right? So there is this interaction, but this is not easy, and we are currently only starting to understand how this might work out, or what the mechanisms might be.
Well, perhaps the last question to William. Are you already working on new narratives that you could somehow sell to the public?
Yeah, I would have two comments, and the second would deal with that exactly. The first is, yeah, I totally agree with Michael. When you touch upon a grain of truth, these narratives make much more sense and they're much more compelling. And indeed, you were talking earlier about how they sort of need to have a central character or an individual, perhaps protagonist is the word. And I think certainly the main protagonist in many of these climate discourses is the nation state. It is Germany is 2%. What is China doing? You know, what about our industry versus someone else? This is very zero-sum game of the world, zero-sum game view of the world, and that makes them powerful. A second issue that I'm currently facing is, okay, well, what about all of these countries that declare themselves to be climate leaders? And also industries do this as well, right? So is the UK a climate leader? Denmark, Germany, and there's a large ideological divide, at least within my community, about how much we should emphasize the progress we've made versus the challenges that remain. And so should we actually support these statements of, we're doing great, we've managed to decarbonize, we've managed to bring coal completely out of the grid in the UK, great job. But on the other hand, there's so much more stuff to do. You can't do that twice. You need to now focus on buildings, transport, all of these other sectors. So I think in order to have a narrative that really works for climate, we need to recognize the successes, but we need to really focus on the challenges, and doing those side by side in a complementary way. That seems to me an extremely difficult and important thing that should be focused on.
Well, thank you very much. I think that is a topic, narratives that will somehow be very important in the next decade at least. And now I'd like to hand back to Thomas to just explain how the conference continues. Anyway, thank you very much for your debate. I found it really very interesting. I hope that this applies to the audience as well. And now it's Thomas.
Okay, switching back to the organizer's role, I would just say that I'm happy about the discussion, and I think we definitely need to continue. We want to continue to discuss with Michael Roos on the methodology and how to get forward. And I think we had a lot of exciting insights that we could take out of our survey, and we will publish this as a working paper or basic paper at the forum soon. For the rest, I would just invite you to take a coffee or have a little break, and then we reconvene in 15 minutes or nearly 15 minutes at 5 o'clock. We're still in the same, but we will switch to a little more activist approach. There has been work by the NEON, the New Economy Organizers Network in the UK, on how to frame a new economy, and that will be highly interesting to see what came out of their work. So see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Bye.
And thank you, Ulrike.
That's okay.
Hello, and back again for the second part of the afternoon of our workshop. And we will be in the same topic that we had just a couple of minutes ago, which was about narratives and with the trying to get a better sense of what narratives are and how they work and how they are related to overall paradigmatic changes and which importance they have. And we are very happy to have you, Dora, with us because you are heading the NEON organization, the New Economy Organizers Network. And in that organization, you had done an excellent work some time ago, I think in 2017, already about framing the new economy, which was exactly the exercise to better understand how to find narratives and how to frame what could be potentially a new economy and how to also handle old paradigms, old narratives. So as we in Germany, we are a little behind the curve. We're happy to profit from a lot of work that has been done in this overall narrative thinking in the UK for some time. There were good reasons that you started before, probably because you had a much harder experience of market liberalism than Germany probably. But anyway, we are happy to have you and learn something about what you did in the report and maybe also and hopefully also what your work has been around this since. And we're happy also to have someone from Germany, Tadzio Müller, who is political economist and climate activist, who has been in Germany on the climate issue, very active and very influential, working on narratives and working on how to bring forward climate action. So he will comment your report and tell us something about what we can probably learn from your experience for Germany. Please go ahead, Dora.
Fantastic, thank you so much. It's always a bit scary joining a meeting halfway through because I hope, I am not going to repeat or, contradict, let's say, but maybe it can be a interesting discussion. So I'm going to share my screen. I hope this will work. Can everyone see that okay? Fab. Okay, and I'm going to try and speak for 10 minutes, which is always hard when there's so much to cover, but please interject if I go over time. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. My name's Dora Mead. As has been said, I'm the head of messaging at NEON. And yeah, I worked on the project Framing the Economy that Thomas referenced. And that was a collaboration. Actually, at the time, I worked for one of the other organizations that was partner on it. And I've then jumped ship into NEON, but and I was much more involved in the research side of it. But more recently, we've been also, I've also been involved in a project that's sort of building on a particular finding from Framing the Economy. So I'll do my best to kind of outline some of the key findings of Framing the Economy, but I'm kind of going to shift into what we've been looking at more recently, which I think actually draws out some of the most interesting findings from that project as well. The Framing the Economy project, I think it's worth saying, was, it was a 2-year project. It was a collaboration of 4 organizations. We had a network of campaigners and journalists and spokespeople who were involved, as well as a kind of board of advisors. So I think it was kind of very much like a movement building project, as well as a research project, which I think is just something to note in terms of the scale. But then I think the subsequent things I've been involved in have also, it's like speak to different pieces of the puzzle around what we mean when we're talking about framing the economy. So yeah, just very quickly, and I'm sure you've covered this, but when we're talking about framing, we're really talking about a series of choices that we can make about what we say, how we say it, and how we say something. So what we emphasize, how and what we explain, and what we leave unsaid. And these choices matter. We see this play out across, lots of different communications research, that they really affect how people hear us, what they understand, how they act. That kind of motivation to action is really critical. And I think, yeah, this was the sort of arc of the Framing the Economy project, but it's really the way I think about any kind of narrative change project as a formula or as an arc. So what we're talking about is defining the vision, which sometimes I think about is like the mirror. What if we were holding the mirror up to our movements or to our organizations? What's the story that we want to be telling? There's also then a really important that I think about as the window, like how is the public thinking and reasoning about this? How do they understand something? And then within the Frame of the Economy project, and often what I do across different narrative projects I'm involved in, is kind of mapping the gaps, seeing where is there kind of real narrative opportunities and where are there real narrative challenges. And that all kind of is woven into changing the story, identifying and testing new frames that we think are going to really shift the conversation. So what I thought I'd do today, because of the time, is like really look at these were the sort of key models that Framing the Economy project found were the UK public drew on in talking about the economy. And this kind of revolved, around the way in which they saw the economy working, why they saw the economy working in that way, and then what they could do to change it. And the way we got to that was through a literature review, a kind of discourse analysis, a series of in-depth interviews, and then this kind of cultural models analysis, which was led by the Frameworks Institute. But actually, because of time, I want to just focus in on particularly this dominant model that we found, which was around the container. So this model comprises 3 kind of interconnected assumptions, but really kind of predominantly we found that the UK public think about the economy as a bounded object. So you can contribute, which you can put into and take out of. And that means, and so contributing was seen as very modeled positively. And the kind of negatively modeled thing was when you drained from, if someone was to drain from the economy. So really it gave people a very sort of narrow notion of what was fair. And it led to things like, which I wonder if you have in the kind of German discourse, scroungers and shirkers, this idea of, migrants or benefit claimants being people that drain from the economy. The container was definitely seen as the nation. So it's absolutely seen as the British economy. And it was also the government was seen as being the kind of primary controller of the economy, which I think is not necessarily the case in similar projects of, for example, in America. So the implications of the container model, really that it kind of, there's some positive that it can foster collective thinking, but it classifies people, as I said, as either contributors or takers. And it's this kind of idea of it being a static object. And then I think, what the other key thing I wanted just to highlight, which I think is important in any conversation that we talk about about Framing the Economy, is this kind of, there's a self-acknowledged ignorance, which you don't always find in framing projects. Actually, you can often find the opposite. People wax lyrical or talk about a system like like the immigration system or the benefit system. They think they understand it, and actually they don't. Whereas when it comes to the economy, one of the big things that you notice when you speak to people about it is there's this cognitive black hole, this sense that people self-acknowledge that they don't understand it, that they feel very disempowered to talk about it. They often will highlight someone else that they go to for information on it. So that's just something that I think we really critically struggle with, or need to consider when we're thinking about how we convey or talk about the economy. And yeah, explanatory metaphors do a lot in any communications, but I think that they're particularly important to help people, enable people to reason about abstract concepts. So it's really no surprise that when we're talking about something like the economy, we see metaphorical language doing a lot of heavy lifting. So we see it often likened to a medical condition, shock, a recovery, suffering, or the weather, for example. I'm just going to really try and whistle through some of the recommendations, which this draws on some of the findings from Framing the Economy and then this dial testing project that I've been involved in more recently. And I think it does lay a certain foundation for some really key lessons that we need to think about in how we talk about the economy to build support for a progressive agenda. And then this one is really kind of leading with a shared value. We know all too often progressive messages lead with what is wrong in the world, and across a number of communications projects we see that narratives that first link to shared values have proven to be much more effective at shifting opinions towards progressive policy solutions. So, you know, we can think about something like the marriage equality campaign in Ireland that really seized on the value of love and family, for example, and that was critical to its success. So what we found recently in our testing is that the pandemic had brought into sharp relief for people the interdependence of society, and that was enabled us to kind of make a connection to our economic interdependence. So this was a moment in the UK, at least, of a government intervention that was widely celebrated, and that actually this type of language was really effective across all the different audiences we tested it with. So this is an example of some of the messaging that we tested, and particularly this idea of we all rely on each other was pulled out across the different segments. And yeah, the way that we were recommendations of how to do this is kind of referencing the real kind of characters of the pandemic that have been very visible. This one is again a kind of critical one that leads off a lot of the findings of the sort of how people reason about the economy. So we know from the Framing the Economy project that people don't think they understand the economy, that the metaphors we use contribute to them thinking that it is a separate thing that is out there, that's best either left to its own devices, like the weather, we can observe it, or it's best left to experts. So our economic language, as I said, is kind of peppered with this naturalistic language that essentially reinforces this idea of it being separate. And they all build on the central idea that we should be preoccupied with the abstract fate or feelings of the economy. And that what happens to society is ultimately of lesser importance. And obviously, you know, we see that as that kind of sacrificial language really underpins austerity, austerity, you know, particularly, I can only speak from the UK context, but that idea that we all need to make sacrifices for the good of the economy is as if it's somehow separate to us. So really, and we found this in our most recent testing, that when we talked about the economic system, and when we talked about kind of the conditions the economy should be creating rather than the economy itself, it had a huge impact on people supporting progressive parties and also progressive statements. So rather than talking about the economy or a new economy, it's actually when we talk about economic stability or people providing for their families, or the system itself, we found that had a significant impact. I'm actually just going to whistle through this. Most recently as well, and again, this is actually separate to the findings from the Framing Economy project, but what we, from the original one, is kind of part of the follow-up project I've just concluded, but we went with a vehicle metaphor. And the reason for that is that it provides us with a way of talking about the economy as a means to get us where we want to go. It provides a role for a human operator. So like that is an important aspect of, we want to insert human agency and human decisions into how we talk and think about the economy. It gives us a kind of metaphorical language around motion, moving us forward, taking us somewhere. We can either, the journey can be smoother, less bumpy, quicker or slower. And it allows a space for talking about inequality. So everyone should be on board. We want to give everyone a seat. So we found that this was particularly sticky in that it was well remembered and repeated back, and it felt like it was had some very useful aspects for the progressive agenda. I'm going to whistle through. So things like Kickstart, get moving again, back on track. What we found in the testing we've done just recently is that actually the importance of that when we polled these questions, so who people saw as working hardest to keep the British economy going, we found that it was very high. Most people identified working people, small businesses, and unpaid carers and caregivers. And when we asked who benefits most from the British economy as it is at the moment, you can see that those results really flipped. That essentially big business, politicians and billionaires were seen as the ones that benefited. So really, I think that there's a lot of awareness around the injustice in the way the system is set up, and inserting this antagonism or a sense of the way the system is currently designed is not benefiting the people who work hardest is something that is clear for people to see, but sometimes I think in a lot of our communications or messages, we sort of don't quite name that as clearly as we could. And then our final one, which is around basically we just don't want to repeat opposition's frames. And I think that what we found in our testing is that people's understanding of the oppositions messaging was so high. When we tested the opposition's message, people could fill in the gaps. They could remember it, they could retell it, and then they would add to it. They would add a whole load of metaphorical language or kind of dog whistles that wasn't even there. So essentially, we don't want to give any more airtime to our opposition's messages, but what we do want to do is call out the explicit tactics that they use to kind of divide and distract us from, you know, the failure of their agenda. So this is an example from someone in the UK, Miata Fambula, who's was on Question Time, and actually, I just wanted to raise up that what she really named was, it was at a point at which it was around whether the government was trying to say that it was an economic necessity that they had to cut. And what she was highlighting was, no, this is a political choice. And this idea of conflating the sort of way in which the economics was being presented was wrong. So it's kind of just that sense that actually naming those tactics, not repeating the frame, is the critical thing here. I'm actually going to whistle through there. I am going to leave that there because I'm aware of how little time I've already gone over time. I think the key thing is, yeah, we've done multiple bits of work on this and would be so keen to work together and understand better the kind of German context, because all of this research is very much based on the British public's thinking and attitudes. But it is kind of a line of inquiry that carries on. So yeah, it would be really interested to hear people's thoughts and carry the conversation on after today too.
Thank you very much, Dora. Yes, indeed. I mean, it's an open question, but as we did this survey we talked about a minute ago, there were some insights that we got that seemed to confirm some of yours. So it's probably not so different in Germany, but I would like to invite Tadzio to comment and give a German view on this.
Thank you very much. It's great to meet you, Dora. I'm a big fan of Neon's work, especially around the discursive and media project that you do. And thank you, Thomas, for inviting me to comment. Now, the challenge I have is threefold. A, I'm not going to give a specifically German perspective. I'm going to give a climate justice perspective. And secondly, I, like Dora, don't know what you spoke about so far in the workshop, and I have to come up with something that will connect to you. And I'm just going to put my little timer on so I don't go over time. Now, Dora, you referenced the connection between movement and the work that Neon does. And I think that's quite pronounced in the work that I've heard of that you guys do. And it seems to me that the New Economy Forum needs to think about that a bit more, to be sort of direct, because a narrative without the set of practices to which it connects can also just be psychological fetishism. I mean, the narrative of Germany as a climate savior, which was quite dominant until certainly 2017, which Ende Gelände, I think, helped to break in the Hambacher forest occupation. So I will speak from the perspective of a movement, because if you think about a movement as a set of sort of values and practices, that's exactly what narratives help to organize. Narratives are stories that help to organize disparate set of practices into a political project, if you think of them in the more Gramscian sense and not just a kind of post-structuralist sense. So that said, one thing that struck me as challenges that are quite different here. Right now in Germany, the policy issue we're talking about most is, I mean, it's kind of a trade-off between higher taxes versus taxes and climate protection, climate action, essentially. So I think, Dora, what you spoke about is sort of very resonant in terms of how to fight issues right inequality, elite disconnect, which is obviously quite significant in the UK. And we have less of that. Now, inequality exists, but German inequality doesn't speak. It's actually sort of a politically almost mute phenomenon. What we do have is a very, very sort of voluble, loud climate movement, a climate justice movement, depending on how you frame it. And here, issues like kickstarting, getting moving again, and getting back on track, these kinds of tidbits are problematic, because it seems to me that from a climate justice perspective, which I'm sorry to say I have the climate activist arrogance to believe that has to underpin any and all policy and political perspectives and narratives right now, but an activist, I think, déformation professionnelle. But you can also think about the container, after all, exists in a larger container, which is the environment. So it would seem to me that the big challenge that we'd face there is how would we tell the story of the Corona lockdown? Because I was interested that you started with sort of that big event in a Badiou sense, that kind of transformed society. The lockdown was one of the very rare moments in which we had climate relevant reductions in CO2 emissions. I'm sure you're all aware of these figures, broadly speaking. And they were the result of a policy intervention. They were the result of a conscious policy intervention of the kind that we hadn't really imagined since the globalization debate of the late 90s, that could actually exist. The problem that we have faced, and the few degrowthers who are intellectually active, like Matthias Schmelzer and others like the Leipzig Forum Neue Ökonomie, whatever they're called. Sorry, no, that's you guys. They're called something. They're the people who did the Leipzig Degrowth Conference. So we've really been struggling to connect things like kickstarting the economy, getting moving again, and getting back on track, which, let's say, is a sort of broad neo-Keynesian, left Keynesian, or MMT agenda, with a climate justice and degrowth agenda. But it seems to me that those are necessary. We need to bring those together, because the idea, I think, Dora, that was the one thing where I would have said, been a bit more critical, is that in your framing, in your narrative, the sort of environmental justice questions, reaching global limit, planetary limits, did not show up. And that significantly problematizes the concept of left or progressive narratives, because traditionally all left narratives are creatures of the Enlightenment. We leftists are creatures of the Enlightenment. And that means that our narratives of the economy involve an eternal growth of something. Pleasure maximization, consumption maximization, whatever, a more of something. I mean, Harald Welzer is a problematic sociologist, but his idea of the mental infrastructures of a growth society is certainly relevant here. So it seems to me that in a way would be a challenge. I think sort of the brilliant work that NEON has done has been very much done in the UK context, where deindustrialization and a shrinking economy are already a fact, in a way. So degrowth is a fact. Degrowth has been, given sort of the radical austerity policies of consecutive Tory and Labour governments, degrowth has been, in a way, a government-mandated policy, just not a just degrowth agenda. In Germany, we've had Germans have been doing very well in the crisis, in the various crises. Thank you very much. And that was a bit changed with the Ahrtal floods this summer. But how do we connect these kinds of storylines to here in Germany, real movements? Then we sort of set up the climate justice movement as a possible partner. And there, how do we tell stories that involve an idea of an economy as bounded, not eternal, or maybe even having to shrink? How do we narrativize, how do we storyfy issues like climate, global ecological debt? How do you tell an attractive story around something that we all know has to happen, without which there will be no climate action, which is a significant redistribution of funds from the north to the south? I mean, obviously with COP26 coming up. Now, those will just be a few questions. I think I'm also beyond my time. So thank you very much, and say hi to Kevin, please, Dora.
Thank you, Tatsia. I would think, I mean, maybe Dora first, you can answer maybe on this growth, degrowth issues. Did you test that? What people are saying to that? How easy it is to tell stories in that sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we didn't test that specifically. I think that, yeah, the kind of remit of this project, I guess, in a sense, it is at a more conceptual level, and how it then you can kind of utilize it to inform and thread through the narratives or stories that have been suggested is one that you have to see how it goes on the streets, or you test it again. But I think that from what we're really looking at is the way in which what language moves people to think about the economy as not separate to the environment, as not separate to kind of socially kind of basically non-wage labor. That what we have is people's understanding of the economy is so narrow, in that it's so conflated with simply the monetized or financial aspects of life, that they don't see that the climate is within it. So I think that actually that sense that we kind of, the shifting in the way people think about this, it is at that kind of foundational level. And I think with something like the vehicle metaphor, the idea for that is that what it enables you is to talk about it's a bigger conversation that goes beyond growth being the determinant of a good economy, and actually something around what is it that we all want as a society, where do we want to get to. So it certainly doesn't provide all the answers, but I think it's kind of plugging it in at a more metaphorical level, that it then shifts in people's, if you're, the other option with this stuff is to not talk about the economy at all, because ultimately it narrows people's thinking. So I think it's not to say this doesn't, but I think that that's the real attempt, is to sort of rewire the way in which people, if they are going to draw on their kind of the dominant cultural models that underpin their thinking on the economy, how do we kind of shift that to make space for a conversation about the world we want to live in 20 years kind of thing. So I think, we didn't, I mean, it would be interesting talking about something like degrowth, would be an additional kind of next stage of the project, in terms of like testing other terms for that people that kind of unlock that thinking. But I do think that this work would really kind of is a foundational piece.
In which case, I apologize for my activist impatience. There is this again, another different, most professional of climate activists is this sense of constantly being under crap loads of time pressure. So I completely get that.
I think it's a really good challenge. I think it's
I think it's the discursive challenge in a way, at least for the climate or sort of sociological movements, is to find a story, something that, like the vehicle metaphor, that carries water, that actually positively inspires people and doesn't turn them off, and yet creates a possibility of a global justice politics. I mean, that's the holy grail, I suppose, of storytelling.
But exactly, maybe we just have 2 minutes left. Tatsu, is there any idea? I mean, it seems to me logical that people, I mean, there's sort of a, whatever you call it, loss aversion. Isn't it human behavior, something very human to not want to get back? And how can you tell a story that then is positive? That's a huge challenge, isn't it?
That is a huge challenge. I mean, you could basically, the assumption that regular people have increases in consumption and material well-being is a fairly recent one. That only comes about with a certain period of capitalism. I mean, essentially, before the age of mass production, before Fordism and Keynesianism, you can't actually have, you don't have the products that would generate the material sort of wealth increase among regular working people. This only happens as of the 1930s, as a general sort of, as an internalized expectation among the population. You actually see stuff happening in people's expectations of future earnings right around the financial crisis and the generations following from that. They know that they won't be better off than their parents. But you have like a period of 1930, give or take a few years, and 2008, where folks in the global north are essentially raised in the belief that they and their kids will have it better than them, and they will have it better than their parents. And that is not a human thing, because that didn't exist until the 1930s in the US and other countries. But it is certainly a very powerful thing. That's why I said sort of creatures of the Enlightenment. We need to find progressive stories that no longer reference this idea of, in Marxist terms, the moving from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom. Like this, and where sort of the realm of necessity is being bound by nature, etc., and so forth. And this is a massive issue. And that's why I thought what Dora said, not talking necessarily about the economy. Like, for example, if you sort of randomly, I'm sort of massively and openly gay. So one of the things that there has been sort of real progress, old-fashioned, old-school progress, has been, for example, queer and trans rights. The way kids today look at gender identity is so free, it's unbelievable. I mean, 10-year-olds who are like, oh, I want to be a girl, not a boy. I'm like, wow, I'm so proud of you. Now, I'm so jealous, so envious. Now, so we have areas where there's real progress. Now, there will be material regression, has to be in the global north for the majority of the population. But I believe if we shift values and sort of intensities, in sort of intensity of affect, like what do we expect from life? That's sort of, so again, it's also, this goes back to the more conceptual level. How do you how do you change fundamentally what societies and individuals view as the good life, the state of the better, the state of something better that they want to get to? Because I believe that is human, to want something to be better. But for that to be mediated to material consumption, that's an artifact of capitalist mass production, 1930s, following them.
Okay, we leave it for the moment. This was on activist expedition for us, but very interesting, and especially Dora, your work on this. I'm very inspired, and I would like to think about doing some of your work or whatever in Germany too, because that is very, very important to better understand what people are believing and what are people thinking about the economy, to better understand how to reframe it. We will pass to our next session.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you,
Thanks for the
Dora,
invitation.
thank you, Tazio, and see you soon. I will pass over. I mean, we'll have a very exciting another exciting session.
Bye, everybody.
On how to reframe or how to find a new social contract. And we're very happy to have Minouche Shafik, who has just published a book this year on exactly this idea, and you're very famous in different positions. We had to switch on the chair because Christian Undal couldn't come for very urgent reasons, and Marcel Fratscher has accepted to, as one panelist, to become upgraded as an active chair, sort of. Marcel, I would see it like this. Many thanks to have accepted this. I will leave it to you, Marcel and Minouche and Xavier, and have a good discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Thomas, and good afternoon to everyone also from my side. And yeah, without much further ado, I suggest that I hand over to Minouche, and then the Xavier Rago will go next, will comment and add to what Minouche Shafik has been saying, and then I would add a few points from my side before we go to the discussion. And maybe also to all the listeners, if you want to add questions, I think, Thomas, we can use a chat, right? So I will regularly look at the chat, whether there's anything from the audience, and then I would introduce that to the discussion as well. So without much further ado, Minouche, it's a pleasure to have you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I think it's a very timely moment to be looking at a new paradigm, both because we have to think about what the post-COVID world will look like. We also, I think there's quite a lot of thinking, fresh thinking going on in the economics discipline. And of course, this comes in the wake of the German elections, when there are many, many big policy questions to be decided. And it happens to coincide with the German version of my book coming out. So in that sense, it's very timely from my perspective as well. What I thought I'd do very quickly is just run through the key arguments in the book, focusing more on the kind of policy solutions that I am recommending, and then really open it up from there. So let me start by defining my terms. What is the social contract? By the social contract, I mean the norms and rules that govern how we live together and define what we owe each other in society. For example, are children raised at home by mothers or grandparents, or does the state provide childcare? How much of healthcare is the responsibility of individuals, and how much do we pay for collectively through insurance or public funding? Do we expect employers to provide contracts with regular hours and benefits such as sick leave and pensions, or do we expect workers or their families to carry those risks of illness and old age? In most traditional society, much of what we owe each other was delivered by families and communities. And in more modern societies, the market and the state play a greater role. But in all societies, people are expected to contribute to the common good when they are adults in exchange for being looked after when they're young or when they're old. Now, the key premise of my book is that the social contract is broken. Why? Well, until the late 20th century, social contracts were built on the premise that families would have a primary male breadwinner and that women would take care of the young and the old. There was a presumption that people would stay married until they died, give birth to children in marriage, they'd have steady employment with a few employers over their lifetime, and the education and skills that they acquired between roughly the age of 6 to their early 20s would be sufficient to last a lifetime. And most people would only live a few years after they stopped working and the support that they needed in old age would be provided by their families, mainly by the women in their families. Now, as I've described that 20th century social contract, you're probably thinking that doesn't look like the society I live in. Today, half of women are employed in the labor market globally, and that upward trend is virtually universal. In advanced economies, between a third and half of marriages end in divorce. A growing proportion of children are being born outside of marriage. Today, the average worker can often work for three or four employers in a week, much less a lifetime, and technology is increasing that flexibility over time. And in most advanced economies, people expect to spend about a third of their adult life in retirement. And many of the more flexible workers who are in those more flexible and shorter term contracts have jobs in the labor market which don't necessarily come with the traditional benefits of employment. I think the two biggest disruptors of the social contract in the 21st century are the changing role of women and how technology has changed work and changed what we need from education. So let me also just make a distinction between the social contract and the welfare state, because people often confuse the two. The social contract reflects all the different ways in which we deliver collective goods. The welfare state is just one of those. You can also get the social contract being delivered by families, by communities, by charities, by the private sector. There's also often a misconception that the welfare state is primarily about redistributing income from the rich to the poor, the so-called Robin Hood function of the state. I argue in the book, the main purpose of the welfare state is to redistribute income over our own lives, what's sometimes called the piggy bank function, redistributing income from when we are productive and earning in the middle of our life to when we're young and when we're old. And that intertemporal role of the welfare state is actually the most important thing that the state does for us. Now, let me just give you a few examples of how I think the social contract is broken in different areas and what a different and better social contract would look like. And I'll start with education. Clearly, we've made huge progress in terms of education across the world. But I think the fundamental problem with our current educational system is that the shape of it is wrong. We put all of our investment in people when roughly from the age about 6 to their 20s, and we underinvest terribly in most societies in the early years, particularly in the years from 0 to 3, when all the brain development happens. We have traditionally assigned that role to families and said the state has no business in those early years. But we know from tons of research that's been done, literally hundreds of studies, on how interventions in those early years, particularly around nutrition and mental stimulation, have some of the highest rates of return. And if you really care about social mobility, that's when you need to intervene. If kids don't get the support they need in those early years, no matter how good a school you send them to, they'll never catch up. Similarly, most of our educational systems underinvest terribly in adult learning. Admittedly, Germany is probably one of the better countries in the world, as is Austria in that area. But I think the need for adult learning investment will only grow as people's careers grow in length from being roughly 30 years to what our children could expect to work, which is probably going to be more like 40 or 50 years. So that's one example of where the social contract needs to adapt. In the book, what I argued for is a bigger investment in early years education, but also giving every 18-year-old a lifetime educational endowment, which they can use throughout their lives to reskill and retool. And that would be one way for the older generation to invest in the younger generation, who will in the end pay for their healthcare and pensions. A second example is employment. One of the most striking things about modern labor markets is how informality, which used to be, when we talked about the informal sector in economics, we talked about that in poor countries. Informality has become a part of the labor market in most advanced economies. In many advanced economies, about a quarter of workers are on what are called flexible contracts. In Germany, the Hartz labor reforms, for example, were the key turning point in the rise in flexible workers. And that flexibility usually comes without the kinds of benefits, including training and skill development, that we associate with traditional employment. I would argue that just as we move to having portability of pensions, so that as workers moved from one employer to another, they could take their pension pot with them, we need to move to a system where we have portability of benefits. And so that all employers, even if you have multiple employers simultaneously, contribute proportionally to sick leave entitlements, holiday pay, pensions, and skill development for workers. And a better social contract would provide those benefits to all workers, regardless of the nature of their employment contract. That way, you continue to get the flexibility of those kinds of working arrangements, but still provide some of the security that workers need. Those are just two examples. I'd be happy to talk about more. I think what I'll move to now is just some principles that would guide a better social contract. One is providing minimum security for all. And for me, well, minimum security means a floor on people's incomes and also access to basic healthcare, a state pension in old age, and access to education. I am not a fan of universal basic income because I think it's both inefficient, because to have a reasonable level of universal basic income, you have to raise taxation to very high levels, channel lots of resources through the state, and then reallocate it often to people who don't need it. But secondly, I don't like universal basic income because I think it violates a fundamental principle of the social contract, which is that able-bodied adults contribute to society when they can, in exchange for being looked after when they can't. So a principle for me of a better social contract is minimum security for all. And on the income side, I would prefer to see things like earned income tax credits or wage subsidies so that people can continue to work. And if their work doesn't generate a decent standard of living, I would top that up. I think the second principle is moving to a society in which we invest much more in opportunity and capability. If you look at what's happened to social mobility around the world, it's actually stagnated or gotten worse. In countries like the UK, for example, and the US, it takes 5 generations to go from the bottom of the income distribution to the middle. It's the same for countries like France and Germany. Denmark stands out where it takes only 2 generations to move that far in the income distribution. And in most emerging markets like South Africa or Colombia or Brazil, social mobility, it takes about 9 generations to move from the bottom to the middle. I think a lot of that failure to deliver on opportunity is because we are not tapping into the talent that's often embedded in women, minority groups, and children who happen to be born into poor families. One of the most compelling pieces of research I cite in the book is something called Lost Einsteins, where they look at children who have the exact same maths and science skills in year 4. And then combine that with looking at how many of those children go on to be innovators, to have patents, and how their incomes evolve. And what they find is that children who are born into poor families are 10 times less likely to be an inventor and have a patent. And children who are born in certain parts of the world, say in Silicon Valley, are much more likely to have a patent than someone born elsewhere. And so which family, your family's income and where you were born has huge consequences for your ability to be innovative and contribute to growth in your country, even controlling for the fact that your maths and science skills are exactly the same. And if we could tap into those lost Einsteins, we could quadruple the rate of innovation in our societies. I think the third principle for me for a better social contract is we need to share risks better. And we can talk about that more in the discussion. I think our current social contract puts too many risks onto individuals when they might better be borne collectively. So for example, the risks around employment being increasingly borne by individuals, the risks around many sorts of benefits being borne by individuals, which would be better collectively pooled. I think there's a similar rebalancing of risks around childcare, health, and old age that we should reconsider where the costs are being borne and where they might better be handled collectively. I think another area where we need to rebalance the costs and risks is the social contract with business. I think if we look at what's happened to, say, corporate taxation around the world in the last 20 to 30 years, we've seen a steady decline in most countries. The recent agreement orchestrated by the OECD that's in front of the G20 of setting a minimum global corporate tax, I think is a good step, because it reduces, at least puts a floor on how much global tax competition we see. And I think that's a good thing. I think we also need to move toward a system where the risks around minimum incomes, parental leave, pensions, and the development of new skills might more appropriately be borne by society rather than by corporations. And so getting a better balance where, let's just say, corporate taxes went up, we probably need to introduce a carbon tax, but we also take away the responsibility for minimum incomes, parental leave, and perhaps pensions from corporates and move that to being something that's paid for through general taxation. And I think that kind of social contract with business would be one in which you'd retain the flexibility that corporates want, being able to hire and fire workers as they need them, but also create the kind of security that would mean that we would have a social contract that would be better. I also think that we need to think very hard about where skills development occurs and how it's financed. We know that the best skill development happens in firms, but on the other hand, if you have flexible workers, firms have very little incentive to train those workers. And I think we need to think about how to fund that either through generous tax credits to firms to train those workers, or by giving those workers access to funding that they could use to sustain their skills. Now, the obvious question from all of this is it affordable? Can we afford these kinds of reforms and a better social contract? I think I would say yes, and I think I would break it down in the following way. Some of the things I've described, like increasing publicly supported childcare or early years education or lifelong learning, would require more spending, as would achieving universal health care and a minimum state pension. But some of that spending is clearly investment, which would generate higher future tax returns, particularly investments in education, which we know have very high returns. The average return to public investment in education globally is about 10%. And those investments could sensibly be financed through borrowing. I think in some countries, there is room to raise levels of taxation, but that is not true in all countries, but it is true in some countries. And I think it's also important to put a carbon tax on the table. We can talk a little bit more about that. I think one of the key themes in my book is that I put a huge amount of emphasis on what economists call pre-distribution, not redistribution. Pre-distribution is that financing over the life cycle and investing in capability so that people generate higher incomes in future, hence the focus on investing more in education and skills. I think pre-distribution policies are also much easier to sell politically in most countries. I think finally, what I would say is that I think a new social contract is not just about higher taxes, more redistribution, and a bigger welfare state. What I'm talking about is a fundamental reordering and equalizing of the distribution of opportunities and security in our societies. And the result of doing that would be higher productivity and the possibility to more efficiently share the risks that we all face around childcare, around health, around work, and old age, that is the source of so much anxiety and political polarization in our societies. Now, financing that requires a reordering and a rebalancing of the relative taxation of capital relative to labor, and introducing taxes on things like that we want less of, like carbon, and investing more in education and greening the economy. But I would argue that we owe each other more, and that our current social contracts can deliver. And a new social contract that is possible, that gives everyone a decent life, shares risks more humanely, and draws on everyone's talent. but it requires a better architecture of both security and opportunity based on the principles that I've laid out. Minimum security for all, maximizing investment in human capability, and sharing risks more efficiently and equitably. And those principles, I think, provide the foundation for a society built on recognizing our interdependence and enabling everyone to fulfill their potential, but also asking everyone to contribute as much as they can for the common good. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minouche. This was a fabulous introduction, and I immediately hand over to Xavier for comments, additional points you'd like to make. Please go ahead, Xavier.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot for having me today, and I'm very happy to be here. I could not wait for the French version of the Minouche book, so I read the English one. And so it's a very good book, very stimulating, and I have a lot of questions, comments that I will summarize into very simplistic comment, unfortunately. First, when I read, I will start by commenting the book and then adding some personal thought on this issue of social contract. When I started reading the book, I thought, what is the main difference with the Third Way by Anthony Giddens and the new paradigm of the new labor in the UK? And then reading the book more carefully, the way I will phrase it, and maybe I'm wrong, so feel free to correct me, is that the way I think about it is that there's a more direct focus on what we could say the social state of the welfare state, change its architecture to change it in a way which is more focused on pre-distribution issue. That was summarized brilliantly with security, capabilities, and risk sharing. And it's a way of reforming the welfare state for the 20th century with new technologies, with new evolution in demography, in new trends, to think differently the social contract, but seen within the evolution of the welfare state as a powerful tool to deliver well-being, basically. And this focus directly on the welfare state, I think it's very stimulating. There are lots of research, lots of insight, lots of practical policies in the book, which is very stimulating. This being said, my comment is the following. So, good. Let me be first provocative, and sorry for that. What we owe to each other. When I first read the book, I thought it was about the debate about Britain's contribution to the EU budget. And you see my point, is that if we step back, in a sense, there's a huge return of the state in the design of the new capitalism to come. But usually we say the state is two things at the same time. There's a right hand, and the right hand is about order, security, discipline. And the left hand is about care, risk sharing, and the social state. In France, it's Pierre Bourdieu who spoke a lot about these two views of the state. And the left hand is very recent in a sense. We have a strong return of the state today, but it's the right hand which is coming back. With the state, with its ability to impose borders, to define who is the legitimate we, who are the foreigners, and define what is the relevant community. And there's a strong, frightening fight today to reduce the we to natives, to with rising xenophobia. So the issue of what is a we is a complicated political issue today. Is the we Europeans? Is the we British people? And this issue about what is the scope of the social contract is a key political issue today, which is it frightens me. The way Paul Krugman said that about the state is that the state is an army plus a social security. So it's brilliant. The army is the right-hand side, social security left-hand side. It was a brilliant way to summarize the state. So the issue is we have to reform the welfare state, but at the same time, we have to increase the scope of the border of the we consider, to include people that are human beings with we work, that's International Division of Labor, to include future generation, that the issue of climate change and the future generation is not there in the debate. How can we make future generation discuss about the policy choice today? So this key question is very difficult, very view about it. And so there, one way to solve the contradiction was to think that the Brexit, for instance, and the new borders was the failure of the welfare state to factor in new risk that created the fact that the middle class left the social contract because he thought it was not included in the social contract. So it's possible. It's a little bit positive view of the breakdown of the social contract around the world. Maybe it's true, but it may be a little bit too optimist view that reforming the welfare state with the new risk is enough to create some international solidarity. Maybe it's, I hope it's right, but I'm not sure. Going back to a precise example about that, this being said, I think that indeed the issue of using the welfare state to change the notion of borders and to increase the size of the we, I think it's very important. And it's something is not there in your book, I think, and I want to insist a little bit about it. For instance, in the European level, I was involved with many others in the definition of European unemployment benefits. To create an unemployment benefit at the European level. In Germany, it was Sebastian Julian and a couple of others who contribute to that. It was a kind of a success. Now it's a sure project. It's tiny, is not, but it was a first step in creating a European welfare state. Mm-hmm. And I think it's much more promising than trying to create, European democracy. There's heterogeneity is too big in Europe for that. But the SURE project was very small. Mm. It was very hard to create lots of bargaining. Second, we create with Next Generation EU, increasing risk sharing at the European level, but with lots of political fights about what is the legitimate counterpart of European budget in terms of reform, in terms of risk reduction in front of risk sharing. So how can we create, from your view, my big question is, what are the frontiers of the welfare state? How can we change the frontier of the welfare state to make it bigger, to include more people, immigrants, Europeans, things like that? We cannot take the Brexit as the end of the story. There will be more risk sharing in Europe. So what is the political path in the very adverse situation to increase the size of risk sharing across people within our countries and across our countries? I think in this dimension, the issue of climate change is a big game changer. But it's very hard to make it evolve in the political consensus. It's still a little bit abstract for many people, what is climate change. I was a very core activist, and we had fantastic people on the previous round table, so it was great. But globally, we'll see the French election a couple of months, but the ecologists are not doing well. I think the issue of the welfare state more directly connected to climate change is a difficult issue, and it will be my second big question. You tackled that with the border adjustment tax, with the price of carbon, but I think it's the most practical short-run issue, but in the long run, there are lots of issues about the exposition of climate change, climate risk. Could it be possible to make this issue a new dynamic to increase the scope of the welfare state we want to construct. So let me conclude. 2 questions. The boundaries of the welfare state, and not the external margin, not only the internal adjustments, and the climate change and the welfare state. How can we make it part of the new social contract?
Great. Should I?
Yes, I mean, maybe this is better. Minouche, if you want to reply straight away to Xavier, and then I would add my questions, and then you could reply. So please go ahead and respond, Xavier.
Okay.
Please.
Well, thank you, Xavier. Really, really thoughtful remarks. Let me start with the boundary question and then turn to the climate change. I'm glad you asked about the third way, because of course, Tony Giddens, my predecessor as director of the LSE, was the kind of inventor of the third way, which was hugely influential on Blair, on Clinton, on Schroeder, on all these, third way politicians. And you're right that I'm sort of trying to come up with something different. And I think the problem with the third way, there were 2 problems. Well, first, the third way lost credibility with the 2008 financial crisis because they took their eye off the ball. But the real reason I think the third way went wrong is because the philosophy was go for growth and compensate the losers. And I remember being on a panel with Olaf Scholz, who said, who wants to be a loser? Which I think is a very important point, because not only did that third way model fail to compensate the losers adequately, and we know that it didn't, but also who wants to be a loser? And I think that's why I'm sort of emphasizing pre-distribution rather than redistribution. And what you ask on the boundary question of, who is we? If we owe each other more, who is we? Who gets to be part of we? And that issue really comes home when we talk about migration. And isn't it interesting when we debate migration, the issues people get really upset about is, when does a migrant get access to public housing or the welfare state, right? That is so often the issue of contention, because what we're really asking is, when does a newcomer get to join our social contract if they and their ancestors haven't contributed to this social contract? And I guess what I'm trying to define is a social contract in which you joining is not based on nativist arguments. It's not where your blood is. It's, do you adhere to these values? And are you willing to play by these rules? And if you sign up to this contract, it means you have to work when you can contribute. It means you have to participate in the educational system and so on. In many ways, when I wrote this book, it was a sort of anti-populist manifesto for me, because I think the populists, wherever they are, their diagnosis is right. They've put their finger on the problem, but the solutions that they're suggesting are not the right ones: nationalism, protectionism, exclusion, anti-immigrant, etc. So I guess what I'm trying to do is define a different one based on values. I think what's interesting about the SURE project, which you identified, about a pooled European unemployment insurance system, which when I was at the IMF, we argued very much that was the best way to share risks across European states when shocks hit. In some ways, you went for a risk sharing solution. What's really interesting is what solution did Europe accept? It wasn't around risk sharing, it was around pooled investment. So the post-COVID financial settlement that was agreed, the pot of money which is being shared around countries that were hard hit by COVID, is around shared investment rather than shared risk sharing. And I think, to be frank, I think that's a very German view of the world. I think, Angela Merkel always said, why should we bail each other out? Why don't we invest together? And I think what's been agreed is an investment together strategy. And that's, I think, revealing. On climate change, I think about climate change as an issue of risk sharing between the generations. And I think of it as us having really cheated future generations of environmental assets that they should have inherited. And so in terms of the welfare state, I think that's kind of why I end up with, we need to tax carbon and we owe this generation something, which is why I kind of argue for the educational endowment as a way to compensate them in some ways with more human capital for the natural capital we've taken away. But I also think we need a carbon tax. We need a program to do conservation and restore some of the natural capital that we've taken away. I don't know if you've seen Partha Dasgupta's estimates, but he basically shows how, you know, future generations are inheriting like 16% less natural capital than we did, and we need to compensate them for that. So I think that's how I think about the climate change issue.
All right, thank you. If I may add my comments and questions to you, Minouche. I mean, first of all, wonderful book, and I couldn't agree more. So we don't have a very controversial discussion. I try to highlight a few points where you know I'd like to push you a little bit more to explain your views. But I want to make 4 points, and the first is I fully agree with the focus on pre-distribution, on equality of opportunity in every segment, particularly on education, but also in the labor market. And my first point is that I think the pandemic can help us also draw important lessons of how a social contract can work and what's important for people. And to me, what really comes out as one very positive aspect is that is the issue of solidarity. If you wish to compare Charles Darwin with Piotr Kropotkin, so the idea of societies with a very high value of solidarity, strong social welfare states, compensating, protecting the weakest, have weathered the crisis in many aspects a lot better than highly individualistic societies. And you know, in even asking people, so how do you feel? I mean, your question, the social contract is broken. The feeling is much stronger in highly individualistic societies who say, look, the society is polarized. We feel it's not fair. It's, you know, it's not a just society we are living in. And that's kind of just underlining your point on strong social security. So it's just an additional point that I think the pandemic can teach us and help us, you know, reshape the social contract. The second point, where maybe I misunderstood, that you said our social welfare system is mainly redistribution over the lifetime, or over the the life cycle of individuals. So from middle-aged people to young people to old people. And my main query with many of the social security systems, in particular in Europe, particularly in continental Europe, is that social security is in many ways a redistribution from bottom to top. So post-distribution. So I'm not talking, not just pre-distribution, but even post-distribution. If you look at the pension system, for instance, in Germany, people with low income, not very good jobs that have a high cost in terms of health, have a much lower life expectancy than people who are have a much higher income, right? And they get the same claim on the pension system for every euro they are paying into the public pension system. And I mean, at least in many continental European countries, the public pension system is a pay-as-you-go. So it's a direct redistribution across groups, from young to old, but also from poor to rich. And I think, you know, it's even on the post-distribution, I take major issue with the way it is designed. And you could even make the point about the education system, looking at the pandemic, who has suffered the most. It's the kids, the children from households that have low level of income and low level of education, and some other socioeconomic criteria. So my second point is, you know, challenging you a bit on the social welfare system, saying, look, I fully agree with you of the pre-distribution, but we also need to have the post-distribution in a way that doesn't bias or make these differences even stronger and break the social contract even more strongly. The third point, you mentioned technological change, and I'd add globalization, and Danny Roderick and others have talked about hyperglobalization and how globalization has not worked for everyone the same way, and again increasing the gap between different groups within society. And the difficulty with or another example, which I think adds to Xavier's points on identity politics, but also on this, David Goodard had this wonderful book on nowheres and anywheres, the different types of people, and some who really take advantage of globalization, or mobile, who take the opportunities and are able to use them, and others who are not. And that's very hard to deal with, right? Because I agree with you, it's not all about growth and then after growth you redistribute. But my question to you is, how could we shape the rules of globalization, of technological change, to make it more inclusive? And I find that a very difficult issue from an economist point of view, because there's so many, even if it's done right, there's so many economic benefits from both, from technological change and globalization. And my fourth and final point is, when you talk about the social contract, you talk, I mean, I do too, but it's mostly has a national dimension, right? So how do we define solidarity among what kind of group? And also Xavier talked about values, right? So who's sharing values? You could say highly educated people in London, Berlin, Paris, and Milan share a lot more values than people even within a few blocks within London or Berlin, who have just a very different life, different income, different outlook. So my question to you is, can we afford to ignore that international dimension? Because if you think about climate change, technological change, these are all global issues. These are not really national issues. They cannot be solved nationally. If you look at the vaccine, I think one of the greatest failures is the unequal distribution of vaccines. And even now we're talking about booster shots in Europe, and with much of the developing world not even having 10% of the population being inoculated. So these are my four questions. It's not really disagreeing with you. I think it's a wonderful book, and I fully agree with the main gist of the argument. I'm just trying to push you a bit more on those 4 points.
Yeah, no, thank you, Marcel. Thank you. On your first point about, I mean, I completely agree with you that individualistic societies have fared through COVID less well and have had higher death rates and so on. So I completely agree with you. On the post-distribution, it's a very interesting point. I mean, I think my colleague John Hills, who wrote a wonderful book about the myth of them and us, showed exactly what you just said, which is that higher income people pay more tax, but they live longer and they benefit from the healthcare system and the pension system much longer. People who are poor die younger and therefore don't draw on their pensions and make those claims on the healthcare system. And so actually, in the end, the conclusion is that most of us put into the system what we get out. And if you're poor, you might have paid less tax, but you get less out of it. And I think in most societies, when you actually look at the numbers, there isn't large scale redistribution going on in a lot of countries. Certainly for the UK, the numbers are very clear. People put in what they get out. I also think that education, publicly funded education in European systems, is another really good example. Piketty has some great numbers where he shows that, the longer you stay in the educational system in France, the bigger the subsidy you're getting. And who stays in longer? It's the rich kids. And so the average poor kid gets about 60,000 euros of education. The average rich kid gets 250,000 euros of education because they tend to stay in the system longer. So you're absolutely right. And we need to be more transparent about who those subsidies are going to. So I agree with you there. On the issue around globalization and internationalism and identity, and, it's funny, I spent most of my career in the international system, 25 years working in international organizations. And several people have said to me, why did you write a book about national social contracts? And it was because I increasingly am of the view that the only way we're going to get people to accept globalizations and reap the benefits that we all know that brings is if we have better national social contracts. And it's not an accident that the most open economies in the world tend to have higher levels of welfare spending. You know, you look at the small open economies in Europe, they have and that's because you have to give your population a cushion. If you're going to subject them to the shocks that globalization brings, you need to provide them a cushion of protection. And I think there's a lesson in that. And you look at, often in many countries, they say they will give a cushion, but they don't actually fund it properly. It's the who wants to be a loser problem. You know, I remember, well, let's look at the UK. You know, in the UK, if you look at where the austerity after the 2008 financial crisis fell, there's a very good article by a German economist called Fetzer, which looks at which localities, which local councils had the biggest cuts. And it matches perfectly onto who voted for Brexit. Absolutely perfectly. With, you know, and this is serious econometric work, controlling for all the usual things. And so, you know, those communities were hard hit by the crisis, and austerity hit them harder, and they voted for change. The UK had something called it was called the Migration Impact Fund. It was supposed to compensate communities that had large inflows of migrants to help pay for housing and educational costs and additional burdens that those communities bore because they had large inflows of migrants. It was never funded properly. And you know, and what did we get? Very large anti-immigrant sentiment, particularly associated not with the level of immigrants that you had. So, for example, London has very high levels of immigrants, and actually there isn't much anti-immigrant sentiment. It's the change, it's the rate of change of immigration that affects, that results in growing xenophobia, where the communities haven't had a chance to adjust, where the infrastructure hasn't been able to adjust. In many ways, Germany tells a different story, you know, where the investments were made, programs were put in place to absorb those immigrants. And actually, it's been pretty successful. And so I think the issues around identity, globalization, et cetera, can be managed, but I think a better social contract is how you manage it.
Yeah, thank you. And the last point, if I may add, interestingly, in Germany, xenophobia is strongest in those regions that have the least immigration. So, you know, and of course, there's a correlation also with the socioeconomic dimension. These are often more rural areas, economically weaker. In fact, we find in our studies that regions that are most xenophobic are those with the biggest demographic problem. So where young people are leaving, and you know, because they don't see a future there, that's where the resistance is strongest. But it's just a side remark to what you have been saying. Xavier, I don't know whether you want to add another question or
yes,
perspective.
Yes, I was thinking about this idea. I think it's maybe embarrassing because we agree with each other, this idea that we can do better risk sharing, pre-distribution equality, increasing capabilities, changing the welfare state, more solidarity, more, okay, at the national level, it's not perfect, but it's a good way to start, at least to restore the welfare state on this national, very old national boundaries that we inherited from the last centuries. Okay, that's a good start. We can go further at the European level, but let's do it carefully, not to break what is functioning. Good. The question is, when do we agree on that? What is the political forces for that? In France, a lot of people are thinking like that. We have a big welfare state in France, and there are many rooms for improving that. There are lots of, but it's very difficult to make it evolve. And the outcome will be very conservative in a sense, because if you want to change the welfare state, not increasing taxes, you have to change the allocation of rights, the allocation of endowments, and you have to be careful about the lower middle class, the upper middle class. The middle class is a kind of fuzzy concept. It's clear in our mind, but many people feel they are not in the middle class. So, and I do not see the political forces around. Maybe it's a pessimistic French view because we are in the French election today, and it's kind of scary what is going on. But the US went for Biden after having experienced Trump. Maybe the UK will go for a better welfare state after experience the Brexit and the social mess of the Brexit. And so do we need political crisis? And maybe the COVID crisis is a good crisis that we could elaborate on, but I'm not sure. It's for many people, it's belong to the past. So maybe we missed an opportunity. But how can we make it happen? In fact, politically, we are intellectual. We write books. We go to conferences. We interact with young activists, mostly on the ecologist side, and so it's good. But it's a very small world in a sense. It's a young people from the educated cities around the world. It's a good social basis, but it's small and it's not connected to the majority of people in France, for instance. And you have a radicality of the young and the mass of people. We are drifting away, not really understanding what's going on and defending old values. I'd say hold it. I do not want to criticize it, but which may not link to the world that you want to see happening. So on this political debate of how can we deliver this new welfare state? Should we trust technocrats? Politicians, I don't know, trade unions. So please tell me.
So, if you look in history, when did we get big changes in social contracts? It usually came at times of after huge crises. The New Deal and the Great Depression, the creation of the Beveridge Report in the UK after World War II. And in many developing countries, it came after the post-colonial period when suddenly, you had these big freedoms. So political crises often result in these big upheavals. I don't think we're done yet with COVID. I think the political fallout from COVID is still to come because, remember the 2008 financial crisis? When you're in the crisis, people don't rebel. We didn't get the populist backlash to 2008 until 2010, 11. And so I think we're not done yet. We haven't seen the political consequences of COVID. So let's see what it brings. I hear you. I do think it could go either way. Part of the reaction to COVID has been people have been quite nationalistic about vaccine distribution, for example. Very nationalistic, when it was completely irrational to do it that way. And it would have been much more rational from a public health point of view to distribute vaccines globally. On the other hand, people have experienced great insecurity and fear, and I think have a growing appreciation for solidarity and community and company after COVID. So I think COVID is still a possible shock that will result in change. The other thing I'd say is, you mentioned young people and social movements. And they have been making the political weather in many countries. If you think about Extinction Rebellion, Black Lives Matter, Me Too, these social movements have had large political consequences in many countries. And so I think I would also put some weight on them having some influence. And then for what it's worth, I have been called by several politicians looking for things to put in their manifestos in elections. So I'm hoping that this book will make a small contribution to, and if you look at Biden's plan for American families, it's basically chapters 2 to 4 of my book, 2 to 5 of my book, basically. It's about early years education, access to community colleges, more benefits for workers and unemployed, reskilling. There is political pressure in that direction. In the end, social contracts don't get written in one go. In most societies, it's a series of reforms moving in a certain direction. And my view is that I think people will demand both more security and more opportunity going forward, and more fairness around opportunity. And so, we all push in certain directions, and that adds up to something. Let's see what the new German coalition produces.
Yeah.
Marcel, what do you think? Or others on the call?
Yeah, I mean, maybe picking up on that and playing the ball back to you, Minouche, is we know the need for investment is gigantic, right? So climate change or protection, digital transformation, and also social security reforms. Europe has a gigantic problem with demographics, Germany much more than others. And you raised the issue also of taxation briefly. I think this is, to me, one of the big issues, that countries like Germany are taxing labor very strongly, but wealth very little. Interestingly, Germany's at the bottom taxing wealth. It's less than 1% of GDP. If you look at UK, France, or US, it's close to 4% of GDP in terms of tax revenues on wealth. And the big question is, how are we going to pay for those investments in those changes that are needed? And you could easily say, well, just let's have more debt. I'm not a proponent of modern monetary theory to say that doesn't matter. I think it does matter, even though in the short term financing costs are so low that this is not a big issue. But in the long run, it is a big issue. How do we reform taxation? And interestingly, in Germany, before the election, there was, before the pandemic even, there was this kind of saying we should lower taxes for the true, in German we say Leistungsträger, the true performers, those we are really contributing. And usually people with high income are those who are contributing the most. So they define the value of someone for society in terms of their income. And now with the pandemic, fortunately, that has changed, seeing nurses and people working in the supermarkets as that being absolutely essential. So maybe on that point, and I think then we have to close, Minouche, you have the last word, maybe addressing the issue of taxation and how that can be improved, and then anything you want to add to conclude, so we have another 3 or 4 minutes, please.
Well, no, I mean, I think I talk about this issue of taxation, the relative taxation of capital and labor in the book. And I think, we have moved to this situation where labor is taxed so heavily and capital is taxed so little. And I think we need to restore the balance in that. It's tricky for countries that have demographics like Germany, because you have labor shortages, and that the incentive to accelerate automation is very high given the demographics. But that's not true in a lot of countries. And in a lot of countries, unemployment is still a big issue. France is an example where the current system of taxation is really not sensible. I think just to close, I think, I think one of the reasons I wrote this book was to get people to argue about these issues and to put these issues back squarely on the political agenda. I think for me, what was useful in writing the book was that the framework of I love Xavier's left hand and right hand state. I think that's a really intuitive way to speak about it. But we haven't talked about reform of the social contract and the welfare state in a long time. And I think increasingly, the more I thought about our current problems, so many of the solutions lead you back to this notion of the social contract being broken. And it's a really useful way to think about so many issues, ranging from education to work to climate change. And if it helps us think about the interdependencies more and how there are mutual benefits from sharing risks, but also investing in each other, I think that would be a great thing. So I'm hoping that it contributes to that debate, and this way of thinking about our current debates might be slightly more productive than the way we've been talking about these issues in recent decades, which have been fairly confrontational and unproductive.
Thank you very, very much, Minouche, and also thank you, Xavier. I enjoyed it very much. I hope the participants as well. So thanks a lot, and I hand back over to back to Thomas. Please, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Marcel, also to have accepted the to chair the session at last minute. But I think you had done a great job, and thanks Minouche, thanks Xavier for this discussion. I just briefly try to connect the discussion. Maybe Minouche, the fact that Marcel didn't answer the question on if on the new social contract for Germany in the current negotiations tells a little bit about the uncertainty still of what will come out and who will be German finance minister, for example, just to take an important question. So maybe we can come back and say a little more on that in a couple of days. Still, I would like to make the bridge. We're now having we need a large bridge from the UK and continental Europe to the US. Just to connect this to our general topic, we have learned a lot in the course of the last couple of years about paradigm shifts and how they happen and what are the logic, what's the logic behind, what are the factors that drive paradigm shift. And we learned that it's never linear. It's never happening in one day and not even in 1 year. So there are a lot of things, and it's a mixture of intellectual progress, where you have contributed with your book, and others, many others do actually at the moment. Then there are crisis moments like the ones we talked about. And then there are political opportunities who open up for whatever reason, maybe linked to the paradigm shift or not. And that has been the case for the market liberal paradigm at the beginning of the 80s with the election of Ronald Reagan and then Margaret Thatcher, the other way around. And then suddenly, in hindsight, it appeared as something which has been the moment that has changed the paradigm. So now we are confronted with the very big question if what happens in the US since January will be something like this, such a political moment. And I would like to immediately hand over to Nicola Brandt, head of the Berlin office of the OECD, to chair the next session with our excellent speaker, Barry Eichengreen. Please, Nicola.
Yes, so I'm very honored to be able to moderate this final session of a long and interesting day. And we're going to talk about Bidenomics. And Barry Eichengreen is going to introduce us into the topic. He's a professor of political science and economics at the University of California, Berkeley. And he's a distinguished macroeconomist and economic historian. He has studied all the macroeconomic turmoils that we have seen in the last century in Europe. And if there's anybody who can tell us whether Bidenomics is indeed a paradigm shift or not, it's Barry Eichengreen. And after that, we will have a discussion of his introduction with Michael Burda, Building the Bridge to Europe and Germany. He's of American origins, but a macroeconomist, a labor economist, has been for a long time at Humboldt University in Berlin. Welcome. And we are also going to discuss with Sebastian Dullien, who heads the Institute for Macroeconomics and Business Cycles Konjunktur of the Heinrich Böll Stiftung. But without further ado, Professor Eichengreen, I hand over to you, and I'm very much looking forward to what you're going to tell us about Bidenomics.
Nicola, thank you. I'd like to echo what Thomas just said about the coalition talks in Germany, check back in a couple of days. Bidenomics, check back in a couple of days after the US Congress has made more progress on its internal negotiations. Thomas also gave me this title. Perhaps he meant this title. I'm not entirely sure, but there is a question of whether Bidenomics exists, whether it really is a thing, and if so, what it's made up of. I think it's the idea that we should run the economy hot, perhaps, the idea that debts and deficits don't matter, or at least they don't matter in the way they used to, perhaps. And consistent with your earlier discussions in this symposium, the belief in a more expansive role for the state, perhaps. Belief in the importance of physical infrastructure investment, belief in the importance of social infrastructure investment, a commitment to prioritizing climate change abatement and adaptation, and a new willingness to raise taxes to pay for all of this. So I would note that each of these bullet points has a question mark at the end of it. There are lots of question marks around these issues. So let me start with the idea that we should run the economy hot. This is something that we have heard from Biden's economic advisors over the course of 2021. They argue that running the economy under significant stimulus to aggregate demand is necessary in order for the benefits of growth to be widely shared, for them to trickle down to lower wage workers. And this argument makes sense if wages are more responsive than prices to changes in unemployment. It makes sense if real wages rise as unemployment falls in a hot economy. And I think there is evidence from recent US economic history and evidence from the pandemic now as well, consistent with this view. So let me show you a couple of graphics. There is some evidence from the last 25 years or so that average hourly earnings for production workers are more sensitive, responsive to the unemployment rate than consumer prices, the latter shown on the right. There is some evidence from pre-pandemic days that real wages rose during that period of low unemployment when we ran the economy relatively hot. There is some evidence from that the benefits accrued disproportionately to relatively low wage, relatively young workers. And you can see that that is more visibly the case in recent experience, 2016, 2019, than it had been in the earlier hot economy period, 1998, 2001. And now there is some evidence to this effect from the pandemic. It's tempting to say post-pandemic recovery, but we're not post-pandemic yet. So you can see hourly wages picking up most dramatically for relatively low wage workers. And you can see the same thing more visibly here. I found this version of the same figure this morning. So it's among the 16 to 24-year-olds where wages have most visibly picked up. Got to pay those McDonald's workers more in order to get them to show up at the store. So all of this motivated the fiscal policies that we have seen. A friend of mine produced this table yesterday, and it shows that the US budget deficit is larger than every economy, not every budget deficit. The US budget deficit is larger than every economy in the world, with the sole exceptions of Germany, Japan, China, and the United States. I think I can put California on that table above the US budget deficit as well, but this is giving you a sense of where we are. Running the economy hot meant adding another 8.5% of GDP to the deficit earlier this year. We're in uncharted fiscal territory in some sense, in peacetime anyway, in other words. And so we are seeing wages respond over the last 6 months. Nominal wages, economy-wide in the United States, are up at a 6% annual rate faster than that 5% annualized inflation that everybody is worried about, again, most noticeably among the lower paid, because of strong labor demand, but also possibly because labor force participation rates remain below historic trends. And thinking about this going forward, it's important to have a view of whether labor force participation rates will remain below historic trends going forward, or whether those who've dropped out will soon drop back in. It's important to have a view, and I don't have one on that particular topic yet. So there are limits, obviously, on how hot we can run the economy. If the Fed concludes, as it is beginning to, that some of the inflation we're now seeing is persistent rather than transitory, it will raise rates earlier and faster than expected, and that will limit how hot the economy runs. I think this emergency brake is coming in early 2022. Does Bidenomics entail the view that debts and deficits don't matter? Biden certainly has advocated back in March and is proposing now a considerable amount of fiscal stimulus, resulting already on current law in a deficit of 14% of GDP. And now there is the $1.2 trillion in physical infrastructure that he has proposed, the $3.5 trillion of social infrastructure spending that he has proposed. Add that up, all that up, and it seems like a lot in a $22 trillion US economy. However, and moreover, there is the view that we don't have to worry about this too much because interest rates have come down. Federal interest payments as a percent of GDP are way down from the 1990s. They are right where they were at the turn of the century, despite the fact that federal government debt in the hands of the public has tripled since the turn of the century. It was on the order of 35% then, it's on the order of 100% now. Much of the stimulus, however, much of the stimulus put in place in 2020 that contributes to that alarming headline figure of a deficit of 14% of GDP will expire at the end of the year. On current law, were the Congress to do nothing more, and it will do something more, on current law, the deficit in 2022 will shrink to 6% of GDP. The $1.2 trillion for physical infrastructure and the $3.5 trillion for social infrastructure would be spread over 10 years. So you've got to move a decimal point on those two elements. They would add up to $470 billion, billion, not trillion, a year. And half of that is supposed to be tax financed, meaning that the contribution to the deficit of Biden's proposed physical and social infrastructure packages would be $235 billion a year, or 1% of GDP. If Biden got everything he wanted, which he won't, that would raise the deficit from 6% of GDP to 7% of GDP going forward. So far as I can tell, the US economy is still 2% smaller than it would have been today, than it will be in 2022, if we extrapolate the pre-pandemic rate of growth. There is that caveat about whether people who dropped out will drop back in, but I think this still suggests that there is room for this additional spending, and there is even more room if you believe, like I do, and now virtually everybody does, that Biden's earlier proposals for $4.7 trillion of additional spending will be trimmed significantly. have we had a New Deal moment in the United States? Can I make arguments along the lines that my European friends were making in the previous session? So there are commentators, American historians, who suggest that the pendulum may be swinging back. Gary Gerstle, who now teaches at the University of Cambridge, writes about successive political and economic orders in the United States, that we had the New Deal order starting in the 1930s. Then we had the neoliberal order with Ronald Reagan et al. Starting in the 1980s. And now maybe we will have the New Deal order. So the question is whether there really is a New Deal order animating Bidenomics. We can look at Biden's social infrastructure package to try to unpack that question. Minouche mentioned that we can find all of the elements in her book, and all I'm doing here is to put some numbers and some timeframes on that. So Biden's package included childcare subsidies to keep the cost of childcare below 7% of family income, 2 years of universal pre-kindergarten for 3- and 4-year-olds, an annual tax credit of $3,000 per child for kids aged 16 to 18 for all households with a family income of less than $150,000, needy households by this measure. Expansion of Medicare, government provided health care for the elderly to include what it does not include now, dental, hearing, and vision coverage, to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices, which is currently with pharmaceutical companies, which you will be amused to know is currently prohibited by US law, paid family and medical leave, replacing 2/3 of earnings of workers up to $4,000 a month, elder home care for the elderly, 2 years of free community college for all, where community college, to remind you, are 2-year colleges which provide technical education for some and provide a bridge to 4-year colleges and universities for others, and subsidies for companies to increase clean energy supplies by 4% a year, married to penalties for companies that fail to increase clean energy supplies by 4% a year. So that was the, now I'm using the past tense, that was the climate change element of Biden's package. And higher taxes to pay for some of this. Biden proposed that the corporate tax rate should be raised back up partway toward what it was before Trump. He proposed higher individual income taxes, modestly higher individual income taxes for those with household incomes above $400,000 a year. He proposed higher capital gains taxes. Again, the rate on capital gains would rise up toward where it was before Trump. And he proposed higher taxes on the very wealthy without specifying exactly at what rates and what that would entail, how it would be administered. Will this happen? To cut to the $4.7 trillion question, there's broad-based support on the part of the American public for these measures. So if you look at the Gallup polls or you look at other polls, you will find that everything just mentioned, the spending part anyway, that's an important caveat, the spending part is backed by 63% of Americans. That's about as much agreement as we can get on anything in the United States, including, remarkably, 36% of Republicans. And I think that support for, in principle, for a more expansive role for government in the United States, at least on the spending side, is prompted by the experience of the last 15 years, which raised consciousness about inequality, declining social mobility, unequal economic opportunity in the United States, but also there has been a reassessment of the role of the state in the wake of the pandemic. So now I'm sounding very European. And you can anticipate the other shoe will drop in a moment. There was a story in the Wall Street Journal yesterday about voters back Biden's spending plan. 75% of Democrats prefer a bill that includes all of the social safety net and climate change provisions proposed by Mr. Biden. Another 20% back a somewhat scaled back bill, and even some Republicans supported either all of the provisions or a scaled down bill. As much of a political consensus as we can get on anything in the United States. So that's the public's view. Now we come to the Congress's view. That is not the Congress's view, because US electoral rules, the Electoral College, and how we draw district voting district lines in the United States overrepresent rural areas, legacy coal mining areas, what historically were frontier areas where the ethos of rugged individualism lives on. They do so for good historical reasons, the original sin of slavery and other things that go back to the founding of the country. So I reproduce on the right-hand side here an interesting NBER working paper from about a year ago on frontier culture in the United States that defines areas that were on the frontier in the US in the 19th century. And it shows that republicanism, opposition to big government, gun ownership, etc., live on today, 150 years later, in those same areas, which not incidentally are the areas that are overrepresented in the US Congress. So that's why we have Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia. West Virginia wasn't exactly on the frontier in that period, but we see him leading the push to scale back the spending bill. That's why we see Senator Kristen Sinema from Arizona leading the push to scale back the proposed tax increases. So what should we expect? I will pretty much conclude on this. Our expectations are a moving target in terms of what the Congress is going to produce. Hopefully, the Democrats in Congress hope before two pivotal gubernatorial off-cycle elections in New Jersey and Virginia next Tuesday. They will probably produce a slightly scaled back $1 trillion package for physical infrastructure, for roads and bridges and airports and so forth. 1.5 trillion to 1.9 trillion for social infrastructure. Recall Biden's opening bid was 3.5. Bernie Sanders' opening bid was more like 5 trillion. They will probably get something closer to the neighborhood of 1.5 trillion, which in which universal pre-kindergarten, preschool will survive. There will be 1 year initially of additional subsidies for Obamacare coverage, whereby many working class people get their health care coverage. There will probably be limited expansion of Medicare to cover portions of vision care, hearing care, dental care. The latest proposal today was people qualifying for Medicare will get a debit card, which they can take to their hearing aid provider, and that will subsidize their hearing care, etc. A 1-year extension of the child care tax credit, 4 weeks only of paid family leave, limited coverage for elder care and home care, and limited expansion of Pell grants after Senator Pell, former Senator Pell from New York, that provides support for kids from working class families who go to college or university, and enough actual new taxes, lots of smoke and mirrors, but a few new taxes, 15% minimum tax on corporate profits as reported to shareholders, not as reported to the IRS. That's an important distinction. And maybe a billionaire's tax on unrealized capital gains to pay for half of the above. So I think the 15% minimum tax will happen. I don't think the billionaire's tax will happen, because billionaires can hire a lot of lawyers to litigate its legality, and billionaires are mobile internationally as well. Is this revolutionary? I don't know. You tell me. Thank you very much.
So yeah, thank you, Barry, for this introduction. And before I hand over to your commentators, I have one question, because I have one question for you, because the title was, is it a paradigm shift? And you said, well, I ask you, but perhaps just with respect to the immediate predecessor of Biden, Trump, how much of a paradigm shift is it? Because he wasn't shy to spend, right? He wasn't shy to look through inflation. He also underlined the importance of supporting the American worker. Is it perhaps just a progressive version of that kind of economics, or is it really a paradigm shift there?
Well, I think there is a paradigmatic difference between Trump and Biden, that Biden talked about supporting the American worker, and Trump talked about supporting the American worker, and Biden means it. I do think the discussion of inequality and economic opportunity is different now and more meaningful insofar as it emanates from the White House. But the question is whether attitudes more broadly in the country have changed. And as I've tried to indicate, I do think public attitudes have shifted, broadly speaking, but there remains a disconnect between public attitudes and what happens in the Congress. And I don't see that difference. I don't see that problem being solved anytime soon. It doesn't make one optimistic about politics in the United States, but I do think the problems bequeathed by the Electoral College and all that will be very hard to solve.
So, Michael, you probably left the United States during the neoliberal era. So when you look back over the Atlantic Ocean, does it look like a paradigm shift? Is it something completely new? And then perhaps you can also tell us whether you think that this idea of heating up the economy will trickle the heat down, contrary to what physical laws at least would tell you about what heat would be doing. We're curious to hear your comments.
Okay, thanks. Can I show a couple of slides? I just want to show a few. I'm not going to give a lecture. Barry did a great job.
Very few, you can.
Yeah, I just have a couple of pictures that are interesting. I'm not going to do it right away, but you need to give me the right to show those. You have to give me the sharing rights. If you know how to do that, you have to.
I'm not sure I can do it. Who can?
If you can, I'll just tell you. I'll tell you the verbal story. First off, I should say thank you, Barry, for this excellent lay of the land description. And I have to say at this point that Barry was on my thesis committee. He probably doesn't even remember anymore, but I still have nightmares of of his sharp probing questions. So it's a real delight. I don't think I'm going to be, you're not giving me the sharing right. It's okay. It's perfectly okay. I can just verbalize what I was going to say. I really do think this is not a paradigm change. I think it's really a different set of policymakers who look at the set of choices and the set of constraints, and they're just going to go for it. Just run the economy hot, like he said, come hell or high water. And I think the responsive inflation is the big joker. So the question is whether workers in America can organize themselves quickly enough to catch up on the real wage losses that they will have experienced, especially at the lower end. At the same time, what I was going to show you is the amazing performance of the amazing outcome of vacancies in relation to various labor markets. So we've never seen this before, at least I've never seen this before. And we've measured vacancies in a lot of different ways. There's a huge increase in vacancies across the board, and especially in those industries that have paid the worst. And this is because the pandemic has made it really radioactive to work in many retail sectors and in the hospitality industries. And I think workers rightfully have basically gone on strike. And you know, when Jamie Dimon complains about not getting workers and workers not wanting to work, then you know something's really going wrong there. And if you look at the data, you see that the workers are staying away from the labor market. So now I think I can share a few pictures, and I'm going to do that because it's really quite impressive. And again, the funny thing is I really do agree with everything Barry said. I mean, Barry's an old friend, and I actually haven't seen him in person in a while, but I really do appreciate this talk. This is the collapse of GDP and following the pandemic. This is the collapse of, and that's a 10% drop peak to trough. And here's the collapse of employment, peak to trough, 13%. So the crazy thing about this is that the productivity of an average worker in the United States actually went up after the pandemic shock. So this sounds to me like a lot of people were really being worked to the frazzle, and a lot of marginal workers just left the labor force. And that's what you believe, you're right. Okay, so you'd think, wow, this is great news for the United States. Labor costs are kind of actually going down because we're really extracting the last bit of surplus out of these guys. And it looks even more striking than the great financial crisis. So that's kind of interesting. And indeed, workers are working harder. Those that actually are working, hours per employee actually went up. So this is a compositional effect. So we're seeing a lot of jobs being destroyed in the sectors I mentioned. So that means there's in the factories, for those workers who are still on the job and still don't feel like they're threatened in terms of their health, they're actually working harder. So this is what Barry mentioned that is so striking. We already had a trend since 2000, since Clinton left office, that labor supply or labor force participation in the United States has been falling, in contrast to most European countries, including Germany, where it's been rising. And then you have this crash associated with the pandemic, and you see this feeble increase, which must be because people are just scared to go to work at their old jobs, in which they're risking their health in a world where there's no health insurance. So to me, that's a perfectly neoclassical and a very reasonable response of American workers. And if they had a union, they would do even better. They'd probably get much better wage increases. This is the sectoral path of employment. So you can see that retail trade is hammered. Transport and warehousing, i.e. Amazon, is up. Manufacturing down, but kind of coming back, probably a lot of the reversal of the China shock, and leisure and hospitality on its knees. So you have this incredibly different outcome for different sectors, which is something we've never talked about since I was in graduate school, but it seems to be coming true. And if you look at the vacancy path, which I'm about to show you, it's even more so. So this is unfilled vacancies in the United States since the recession as defined by the NBR was passed. So you see this massive increase in vacancies. Germany, not so much. So the German employers like to complain about worker shortage, but in the United States, this is a real issue. So Barry is right on target with the labor shortage. And you see this is differentially different across sectors, very different depending on the prospects going forward. So to me, just to go back to Barry's original point, this is a Democratic administration trying to get the lower end of the wage distribution up, and this is the way to do it. Trump, unfortunately, the only good thing he did when he was in office was to get unemployment for Hispanics and African Americans way down, lower than they've ever been. He didn't even understand that he was doing that, but he was actually helping those people at the bottom end. And you're going to see more of this, because this is the United States in the 60s. This is the UK when Phillips was roaming the earth, and this is the United States at the beginning of what could be an interesting development. And wages are rising fast. The question is, will prices rise as fast? And I hope for those people at the bottom that they have a chance to get something, because evolution of wages is the whole story. It will drive this story. And I think in terms of social justice, I don't agree. I don't think that there's any chance America will pass a serious climate protection scheme, although that's absolutely necessary. The United States is one of the biggest sinners. So ultimately, I don't think the United States has not changed that much. It is poorly represented. Barry said it. The only chance is that maybe Europe will put in a carbon border tax that will force the United States to change its behavior, or maybe China will do so, or maybe we'll get some sort of club going. Maybe, I wish Joe Biden all the best, but I don't see a paradigm shift at all. I think it's all about America's ability to collectively bargain, maybe learn how to use Facebook and Twitter for organizing. That's what Richard Freeman said 20 years ago. It still hasn't happened. And it may take some time. And during that time, real wages will grow faster than prices. And I think this will be great for the American worker and good for inequality. So that's all I have to say. It was too much, but anyway, thanks for listening.
Thank you thanks very much for these comments. Perhaps I have one question regarding, so this question, will workers come back into the, who left the labor force, will they come back in? And my understanding is that even the secular trend, but even more so what we've seen now, is also a story of women leaving the labor market or not coming into it, because, and one explanation that has been discussed a lot in the United States is the lack of universal childcare. So wouldn't the package that Biden is proposing be really key to?
I agree with you. It will help, but I don't think it's the whole story. I think the biggest exits are actually men who are frustrated, men who have substance abuse problems, some men that have drifted off into very bad career paths. Just look at that picture and you see that the labor force participation, this is fresh off Fred. So the participation rate for Americans in total is at the level it was in the mid 1970s or the late 1970s. That's really incredible. Mm-hmm. All the progress we made in terms of mobilizing women has now been upended by men. Or maybe Barry has an idea on that.
Shaking, no, you don't. Well, I'll move to Sebastian perhaps to get the German perspective on this. Yeah, perhaps you can also tell us, do you think it's a paradigm shift, and do you think it's a paradigm? Of course, Germany has some or many of the things that are foreseen in the Biden package now, but just today I saw you complain on the internet that your child couldn't go to school, had to go do homeschooling again because the ceiling was coming down, and rather than providing new room, they were sending them home. Perhaps also it became a bad habit. But you said you saw some fiscal implications. So maybe you can talk about that. So how important is it for functioning economy to heat up, to spend some into social infrastructure, into physical infrastructure? And do you think that's an encouragement, what we're seeing in the United States? And could Europe pick up some of the elements that are also still lacking here, in particular climate change technologies?
Well, thank you very much, Nicola, and thanks Barry and Michael for the very enlightening analysis you presented. Well, what does that all mean for Germany? From a German point of view, I have to say you have you're having very interesting debates in the US, and you're trying very interesting policies now. And I'm very sure we will learn a lot about macroeconomics from that. But jokes aside, I would like to try to look in how far these debates can spill over into the German and the European debate. And I'm not sure if that already constitutes a paradigm. I'm also not 100% sure how lasting it is, what we are seeing in the United States, because I think you wouldn't call it a new paradigm if it's only lasts for 2 years or so. Then it's a small episode maybe. But let me try to take 4 of the points Barry has mentioned and go through them and see in how far they could spill over to Germany and to Europe. And well, just to sum up before, I think some of the points don't need spill over. Some points might spill over and some others have no chance of spilling over given the differences in the debate here. The 4 points I would like to focus on is first the importance of investment in social infrastructure. Then Barry said one point is running the economy hot. Then we have the importance of physical infrastructure, and then the question that deficits might not matter. Starting with this point of social infrastructure, the importance of social infrastructure, I think, has well been acknowledged in Germany. If I look at the list Barry has presented, I mean, well, that's basically our German welfare state. Yeah, I mean, at least many of these things, childcare, well, child allowance and so on. So I don't think we will see a spillover, and we don't need it because we are already there. The second point, letting the economy run hot. I think, frankly, that is something which we will not, this debate will not spill over anytime soon into Germany or Europe. If you follow the media, we have a core inflation of 2.9% in Germany, and we are having a debate about whether, we are just at the beginning of the new hyperinflation. And if you read the FT and they say, well, look, there have been wage demands for 5%, and this is inflationary. And then you have to tell the people, well, wait a second. In Germany, the wage demand is not the wage outcome first, yeah, because there's a negotiation after that. I mean, if the unions say they want 5%, they don't get it. And then if you look, for example, to our state of Hessen, where they now have just made one of the wage contracts for the public sector, where they have asked for 5%, you see that the outcome is 4%. But wait, 4% over 28 months. Yeah. So if you look at that, that is so far from being inflationary. And if you look at the conservative press in Germany, they are really panicking. And I don't see anyone who would intentionally run the economy hot that this really changes. I mean, we are very far away from that. Then let me say where I think we will see, or we are already seeing some spillover. And that is both the question of the importance of physical infrastructure and the deficit question and the debt sustainability question. Physical infrastructure, you already mentioned that. I mean, I think the Germans are fed up with the state of the infrastructure. We are now publishing next week an opinion survey, opinion poll, and you have an overwhelming majority of across all parties who really want more public investment. And again, the story, Nicola hinted at it. This morning I got a message from my daughter. She said, well, she's back in homeschooling. I said, well, what? Have there been new infections? No, the ceiling came down in some of the rooms in the building. It's a Berlin high school, and they came down last night, and now they are checking what they do to the building. And of course, they don't have any spare rooms. But and this is not, I mean, this is not a single case. This is something you see, and not only in Berlin. I'm now in North Rhine-Westphalia, another state at the moment, and it is. You might not have it everywhere, but you have it pretty widespread. And the roads are in bad shape, trains are unpunctual, all these things. And the people don't want that anymore. And this is why 2 of the parties who are now forming a government are talking about 500 billion in investment over the next 10 years. By the way, that is not so different in relative to GDP as the physical investment package would be in the US. When we look at the question, do deficits matter? I think some of the key economic advisors in the US, and we had Jason Furman with us on that, they have now at least absorbed what it means if the nominal growth rate is above the interest rate. In Germany, well, parts of the debate is now absorbing it, but parts of the political debate obviously has not done so far. And I mean, especially if you have the challenges like climate change and public investment, if you have such a constellation, such an environment, it really makes sense to borrow to invest. But this is something which will spill over, and it is spilling over. Like, see, Xavier is still here, also in France at the EU level, everyone is discussing that, but it will be very slow that it spills over. And that has to do with the fact that in Germany, for example, we have changed our constitution to limit public borrowing. We have forced the European partners to include that in the EU fiscal rules, and these things are very difficult to change. In fact, the EU fiscal rules in our eyes are much easier to change than the German constitution, because you now don't have a two-party setup which could change the German constitution. You would basically need 4 parties to change that. Again, a 2/3 majority in the Bundestag and in the Bundesrat. And that is just not going to happen. So what we're going to see is, in our forecast, we are seeing 2022, the deficit with unchanged policies still of about roughly 2% of GDP, which is not enormous for this state in the cycle. I think we are lucky if the new government adds half a percentage point, 0.75 in investment. But again, that is not, I think this is in fact rather timid compared to the needs we would be having. So there is some movement, but not that much. However, let me just end. Even if I think this is too timid, I'm not sure I would be completely happy with the US policies, because I think they are having some risks. And they are also having some risks for Germany. Of course, if things go well in the United States, then I think we will see more shift in the debt debate. But if things go badly, inflation overshoots or something like that, then this will hurt the debate in Europe. Because then we will go full stop on the reform of the debt brake, and people will point at the United States and will say, well, look what happens if you even borrow a little bit more, then you have runaway inflation, debt crisis, and all the bad things which can happen in this world. Okay, let me stop here. So as you see, I think there is some spillover. It's differentiated by areas, but we will not move as far as the US administration. Thanks.
Thank you, Sebastian. Yeah, Barry, if you're listening to this, and when you gave your talk, you were raising quite a few questions, but I'm sure you also have at least elements of the answers. And but you seem to be saying, well, look, the stimulus that we are a bit like what Sebastian says about inflation and how it's being perceived in Germany, the stimulus is not all that big. And in particular, once it goes to Congress, it won't be all that big. So in terms of this question, whether heating up the economy will help the workers with the lowest wages, do you think this will happen? Under what circumstances can it happen? And what might be the circumstances for it not to work, to have runaway inflation, wage price bill, where in the end the lowest earning workers would not benefit? Perhaps you can tell us something about that.
I think it is happening at the moment. I showed you some evidence to that effect, and Michael did as well. The question is, will it continue to happen going forward? And that relates to the question of how immediate is the inflation threat in the United States. And I suspect that the economy is going to, in the US, decelerate next year. And that if the Congress produces what I'm guessing it will, the deficit as a share of GDP will fall from 13% to 7% between 2021 and 2022. That's a lot of fiscal drag. And the Fed is going to be tightening. So I don't know how much of, I think we'll move from a hot economy to a lukewarm economy over time, and that will raise the question of how much of what we've seen recently in terms of higher wages for hamburger flippers is a hot economy, and how much is what Michael alluded to, that people are rethinking their lifestyle choices, or people have realized they better go to community college rather than work at McDonald's, which will persistently change relative labor supplies. A bunch of other issues have been raised. Sebastian, I must say, I am always amused when I hear German complaints about infrastructure. The ceiling of certain high school buildings will fall down, but your infrastructure is admirable compared to ours. I'm guessing you haven't been to the US in almost 2 years, but you need to land at Kennedy Airport or something and be reminded. So I wouldn't deny that in Germany have that need, but I think it's more urgent here. On climate change, I would depart from what Michael said a little bit. There's a little chance of a meaningful climate change initiative coming out of the Congress, but it's already happening, and it will happen dramatically in what I called earlier in my talk, the 5th largest economy in the world, California. And then the issue becomes how much of what we do in California drags the rest of the country along behind it. So you will recall that Trump tried to overturn California's stricter fuel economy standards for motor vehicles. He failed, but he tried during his term in office because we buy a quarter of the cars in the United States here in California, and what we require of the motor vehicle producers, they have to do US wide, because it doesn't pay to produce different kinds of cars here and there. So there's an analytical issue of what kind of initiatives taken here will spill over to the rest of the country and which ones won't.
Thanks. So you talked about one follow-up question. You talked about the fact that you think people will be low-wage workers will move more to community college, and the Biden package will offer them more opportunities also. And Michael talked about the fact that what you also need is institutions, unions, etc. Do you think that's a prerequisite? And how are the chances of this being reinforced through Facebook or Twitter or other means? Because they have been weakened, right?
So again, I think there is a very modest swing of the pendulum back in the direction of more labor power and labor organization, but it's very weak given the starting point where only 9% of the labor force is unionized, given the fact that the sectors that have been growing are the traditionally non-unionized service sectors and the like, that again, I think the change that occurs, if any, will be incremental on the margin. I should say one other thing on the more optimistic side, given that much of my talk was tinged with pessimism, which is that I think we are having the right debates now in the US. So we are in the Congress having a debate about what kind of social welfare state we do or don't want. So if you remember last year in the presidential campaign, anybody who said anything about subsidies for childcare was called, the worst thing you can say about them is, you're asking us to do what they do in Denmark, or that's socialism. And I would try to correct that and say, no, that's social democracy. So, and then I would have to explain what I meant. But we're now really having that debate about, if you will, how European we want to be in the United States. And I'm skeptical that we will become much more European than we are at the moment. But I'm reassured by the fact that we are having a serious debate about the proper role for the state and the market and the individual in the US, which we haven't had for a long time.
Well, look, and I spent some time in American universities 100 years ago in neoliberal times. And when you're telling me that now there are debates of how European do we want to be, to me, that's a paradigm shift. Because I remember students talking about how unhappy people were in Netherlands, I think, that they had to have health insurance, that were forced to have health insurance. So that's a paradigm shift to me. Yeah, but Michael, perhaps you can give your perspective here also in terms of, so we've talked a lot about spillovers, right? And after the financial crisis, it's almost a paradigm that fiscal policy after crisis, during crisis, and after crisis is much more expansionary in the United States than it is certainly in Germany, but also in Europe, all over, and often that. And do you think that's a problem? Has it been, or is it a problem? Was it a lot? Well, it was perceived as a problem, certainly after the financial crisis at some point, at least. But to some extent also automatic stabilizers. So the social welfare state is bigger in Europe. So do you think this fiscal heating up stance should be emulated more in Europe as well? Is it a paradigm to be followed to you, or are the two animals too different? Michael.
I want to square the circle, because they have put this incredible, they've tied themselves to the mast. And even though they have laudable goals, and the Germans are very green. I mean, I've lived here for many years, and I separate my trash like everybody else, and I think about it a lot. You know, it's really like that's a paradigm shift when people really start thinking about, you know, driving a car at all rather than riding a bicycle. And people in Scandinavia have been doing that for a long time. So these shifts are possible, and California always leads the way in the United States. They passed the Environmental Protection Act in 1970, I think it was. Or no, they got the Environmental Protection Act passed by by lobbying for it, and then actually the world just copied, the United States just copied California's environmental trend. So I think there's a possible paradigm shift, but in Germany, I'm worried the amount of investment that one has to do in Germany to get off, since we've ruled out coal. You know, we've
I think we've lost Michael. Are you hearing him still, or am I lost? No.
Break every piggy bank, right? It's gonna be they're gonna have to rewrite. You know, maybe they can cheat and have a shadow budget, have a fund that they use to finance the interest and principal with taxes, and have this off-balance sheet fund. Not like the Norwegian fund, but it's just a big hole that will be used to pay for this huge infrastructure. You know, there's a lot of wind power being generated off in the North Sea that hasn't been tapped into yet, because there are no power lines to move it to the south of Germany. It's one of the most absurd things I've ever heard, but it's a great example of how subsidies can go the wrong direction. So I'm concerned that the German government has already strapped itself down with this, and a lot of people are very happy with that. I'm very concerned with it. And the pandemic, they reacted to the pandemic because it was an emergency, but you know, we have this long-term climate emergency that no one wants to talk about. Nobody in the United States, at least. And it's going to be with us for a long time. And I'm surprised Barry wasn't complaining about the strange weather they've had for the past 5 years. I mean, I believe the science, and this seems to be evidence that the science is right. So let's push that as hard as we can. I would love to see Biden, you know, take adrenaline and testosterone and come back in a second term and pass the most ambitious, you know, 10 trillion British billion dollar package. But I just, as much as I hope and root for the guy, I just don't see it. I'm a bit worried about that.
Yeah, Sebastian, so perhaps talking about spillovers again, you said, well, if it goes wrong, it could be very harmful. Barry seemed to suggest, well, there was not much of a danger of inflation, having runaway inflation. But if we look at the global economy, of course, one could also say with a very expansive, expansionary fiscal policy, the US is pulling out the rest a little bit out of the along the recovery, and it's been a long-standing complaint also vis-a-vis Germany about not investing enough, having current account surpluses that are too big. So do you think this kind of discussion can also pull Germany in the direction of being more like the United States in terms of fiscal spending?
I mean, personally, I've made the point of Germany's current account surplus being a problem for the Eurozone and for the world economy for a long time. But this is a debate which has not led to change in Germany. If you tell the Germans you should change your economic model because it's better for the rest of the world, I don't think this is something which will work. And it didn't even work when Donald Trump threatened car tariffs against the German economy. So I think this is a non-starter. The point where this debate has turned over the past years is really when it came to infrastructure. And Barry, you're right, I haven't been for a couple of years in the United States, but I guess you haven't been in Germany either for quite a while, because we all haven't been traveling very much. Frankly, there has been a deterioration in this infrastructure. I mean, if I think back 10 years, you didn't see it. If you think back 15, 20 years, we had good infrastructure. 10 years ago, it was starting to show. Now it's really, I mean, I travel a lot by train, and I never have two trains in a row which are on time. And I think most people can confirm that. And if you look at also our airports or like motorways, bridges, they are blocked because for heavy traffic, because they can't carry the load anymore. And this really has become a problem for the manufacturing industry, because they used to transport, let's say, big turbine overnight, one night from one factory to the next. Now they have to take a detour, and it takes them 3 days. Yeah, because they can only travel by night, and then if one bridge or two bridges don't work, you have to do large detours, and that really becomes a burden. And therefore, this really, after a few years of debate, the German public has now, I think, accepted that and bought into that story. But not into the current account surplus story. That's I would say too abstract economic story.
Yeah, we are already at the end, but Barry, I do want to give you the last word because you gave us such an interesting introduction. And you said, well, I don't know, is this a revolution? I don't know, you tell me, but perhaps you can tell us at the end, would you wish for a revolution? And if so, what kind of revolution would it need to be? Is there a need for a paradigm shift in the United States or elsewhere, also in Europe?
Certainly, I'm in agreement with the other panelists, starting with Michael, about the urgency of the climate change challenge. And I would like to see more constructive action on that coming out of the Congress, and similarly on what we've been referring to as social infrastructure or the social market economy. I would like to see more constructive action on that coming out of the Congress. Where I end up, of course, is where I started, that I do think there has been something of a shift of views on the part of the American public about these things, and I would like to think that that will continue. But I'm firmly convinced that for the moment there will be minimal response by the Congress because of this mismatch between who lives in the country and who serves in the Congress. And what I don't understand is how that's ultimately going to play out. That tension has to be resolved one way or another at some point. And historically, it tends to be resolved by people moving away from mainstream politics and mainstream political institutions. Can you say populism of the left or something like that? I'm thinking out loud, and one shouldn't do that in symposia, but I do think that that tension is the dominant fact about affecting economic policy in the United States at the moment, and at some point it will have to be resolved.
Well, we will watch that with much interest. Thank you, Barry, Michael, and Sebastian, for a truly insightful discussion. And we're closing this panel now, and I hand over to Thomas, I suppose, to have some closing words. So.
Okay, just quickly, thank you very much, Nicola, to have chaired and moderated this session. I think, as Barry said, and just a sentence on what we learned today, I think one tends to underestimate the changes when we live day by day. And as you mentioned, for the US, the shift in discussions has been quite important, even if you're not lucky with the result at the moment. The same may be true for Germany quite soon, because what we're talking about new capacities to finance investment, etc., we wouldn't have imagined to have such a discussion a year ago, maybe, or 2 years ago. So that's the optimistic view. The less optimistic view, maybe. We had a talk some 2 years ago in Paris with a French historian who said, well, maybe we are what we supposed, in a situation like the New Deal and the post-war period. But he said maybe the comparison is more to 1918. So the end of the liberal world order, and then a period of trying to solve with international institutions, with some social laws and so on, to cope with that, the negative outcome of this period, which doesn't succeed in the end, which were crushed because it wasn't enough. And that's the very pessimistic view. So, I mean, we're in the midst of a very exciting time where this will be decided, and it will be decided maybe in part next year. Xavier has left us, but he's talked about French people are very, very scared at the moment about what could happen next year. At the French election, Joe Biden, his bet will be to win the midterm elections. And in Germany, we may have a little more time now, but this is all about to happen, and we need to find these new answers, a new paradigm, and better answers to cope with these very fundamental problems. So this was a stopover for us on these general new paradigm issues. We will continue to work. We will have a special work on climate. We will work on the French elections, and next year, the next bigger workshop, we tend to do this on the role of the state and dig deeper into this very exciting topic. Thanks, Barry, Michael, Sebastian, and anyone who has participated. And also thanks at the end of the day to my team, to our team in Berlin, and to Anna, who's here in the room, Julia, Tom, Sonja, Maren, David, who have all contributed to this excellent day. Thanks to you, and thanks to everyone else, and see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.